Good morning and welcome. I am Emer Cook, the Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency. We're here today to tell you more about EMA's extended mandate and why it matters. Just over 2 years ago, we were at the brink of the worst health crisis for over 100 years. We activated our health threats plan. We set up a dedicated COVID-19 pandemic task force, and this was key to the fast-track development and evaluation of medicines and vaccines. In those 2 years, we have authorized 5 new vaccines and 8 new therapeutics for COVID-19 at unprecedented speeds. EMA has been at the forefront of the EU's work to address the pandemic, setting up initiatives to help monitor and manage shortages within the network. We also managed to mitigate drug shortages as supplying countries went into lockdown. Intensive care occupancy skyrocketed, logistics became more complicated, and export bans added additional complexity. We did well, but we can do better. Exactly a month ago, the regulation reinforcing EMA's role in crisis preparedness and management for medicinal products and medical devices entered into application. Crisis preparedness and management of crisis is more relevant than ever before. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to put strain on healthcare systems around the world. In addition, we're now facing the consequences of the war in Ukraine and the resultant humanitarian crisis. The new mandate formalizes the structures that EMA had already put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic, but it also provides additional tools that further strengthen us as a network to react quickly and efficiently in future crises. EMA will monitor how public health emergencies affect the supply of critical medicines and now has the tool to formally coordinate actions at EU level to guarantee the supply of medicines. The EMA's Pandemic Task Force is now formally enshrined into legislation as the Emergency Task Force, or ETF, and this reinforces its role in supporting the development of new medicines, in supporting their authorization, and also safety monitoring, both during the current crisis and in preparation for any future crises. The mandate also gives EMA a new competency in the field of medical devices, enabling it to monitor the supply of critical medical devices, which will come into force after a transitional period. We are also responsible already since the 1st of March for coordinating the EU expert panels that support and advise on the scientific assessment of certain medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. With this in mind, it's my great pleasure to open this workshop on EMA's extended mandate and to welcome everyone watching the live broadcast and those who have joined the virtual meeting room. We have representatives from patient and healthcare professional organizations. We have representatives from academia. We have representatives from industry, from HTA bodies, and from National Medicines Agency. Although today's meeting will be focused on EMA's extended mandate, our work takes place in the wider context of a European health union, and this aims to provide stronger surveillance, scientific analysis and guidance before and during future crises. This is why we have with us today the European Commission, DG Sante and DG HERA, and the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control, ECDC. Together, we aim to give you a picture of the wider context into which EMA's new roles will fit. With this first public meeting, we want to share with you what EMA and other public health bodies are doing to implement the new legislation. We will highlight benefits and implications for stakeholders, and we want to listen to your questions and concerns and to address these as much as possible. We want to benefit from your insights and to get your support and collaboration to help us deliver on this important milestone in strengthening the EU response to public health emergencies. Since use of real-world data will be key to support crisis preparedness and response, continuation of the amazingly fruitful engagement we have enjoyed with you, our stakeholders, will lie at the heart of any future developments. It's my pleasure now to hand the floor over to Fergus Sweeney, EMA's Head of Clinical Studies and Manufacturing, who will moderate today's event. Over to you, Fergus.
Thank you very much, Emer, and good morning, everyone. It's really going to be an interesting day. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this important meeting. I will be moderating during the day and joined for the different sessions by expert session chairs. As explained by Emer Cook, our Executive Director, this meeting is organised to inform you about the adopted legislation and EMA's new tasks. It explains plans for the implementation of EMA's new processes and their timelines. We want to listen to your views and concerns, so there'll be opportunities to ask questions both from the floor and via Slido during the different sessions. And we'll discuss processes and opportunities for engagement and collaboration, which will come in the future also. We'll start the meeting by providing the wider context of the EU's work on addressing future health threats with an introduction by the European Commission, followed by contributions from EMA, from Ecdc, and from HERA. We will also hear opening statements from representatives of key stakeholder groups. And I think it's important that we hear from you all because it's really an important part of the new mandate that the elements of stakeholder outreach and engagement are expressed both in the legislation and in our practices. Now, we want to collect views from members of the public who are following the meeting via Slido, so please prepare your devices, log into slido.com with hashtag EMA extended mandate. And my colleagues will show a slide when the time comes later in the session, which also has the QR code. After a short coffee break, then, the meeting will continue with 3 main sessions. So in this first session, we won't have a Q&A per se, but in the following more explicit sections, we will do that. So the first session will address EMA's responsibilities in monitoring and mitigating shortages of medicines and devices. The second session will focus on addressing public health emergencies through the Emergency Task Force, the ETF. And the final session will cover EMA's role in coordinating expert panels on medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. Now, as I've said, as part of each of these sessions, we will have ample time to listen and respond to the views and questions from participants with the support of panels of experts in these sessions. Each of them will have a short introductory presentation, and then there'll be ample time for questions, and we will have the Slido open in each of these sessions also. By the end of the meeting, we hope you will have a better understanding of the transition from existing structures to structures and procedures based on the new regulation, including for the management of shortages of both medicinal products and medical devices, with different modalities and timelines for both. The formalization now and the transition of the old emergency task force, if I can call it that, the COVID-19 emergency task force, which has been operating over the last several years, to the new emergency task force in the context of this new legislation, and EMA's support for expert panels on medical devices. As we conclude the day, we also expect to have a better understanding of your expectations and concerns. This meeting is being broadcast and recorded. We encourage that all participants to turn on their cameras, but those who do not wish to appear in the recording may turn off their web camera. So without further delay, I will give the floor to the European Commission, DG Sante, who will introduce the new legislation as part of the overall Commission's efforts for a strong European health union. And this will give us a broad overview of the whole context, and then we'll continue with the more specific points on the roles of ECDC, EMA, and HERA. So please, European Commission, you have the floor.
So thank you to all those who are here. And I mean it, thank you in the sense of all the work you have been doing over the last 2 years or more. And let's say also for the work you will continue to do, because apparently COVID is not leaving us. And even more challenges are looming in the offing for all of us. So thank you from my heart. You have been my pals together with Andrea, Ammon in this adventure, Emer. You know, it is not finished yet. We can see we're now struggling with the fourth dose. You know, this is now the next task, the next challenge. So I hope I'm amongst friends here. I was told that the audience is composed of people that basically are in the know of all that we do, so that, you know, this is not an audience that is, you know, we need to cultivate with pedagogical speeches. So I go immediately to the core of, I would say, what I want to say. This is a very difficult context that we have around. You can see it from my pin. And I think it matters for EMA, and it matters for one of the missions that you have. Of course, you know, we have been on the 11th of November 2020. I still remember the mad moments, you know, when we were launching all the things, because, you know, in that year there was a lot of activity around health. Everybody wanted to have more and more things around health. So we launched a big health union package. There was the revision of the mandate of the EMA, Ecdc, but also, you know, I would say cross-border health threats, from which the big flower of HERA was born. So let me say to you, these were momentous, I would say, papers that we produced, and they are bringing fruit, bringing all that they needed to bring. We still are having trialogues on the cross-border health threats. The last piece, which I often quote or describe as a software. Without that, it's very difficult. But in actual fact, your new mandate is, I would say, entered into force on the 1st of March this year, apart from a small part that we will mention later. So I would say congratulations, you are already in your new skin. And I hope it fits your aspirations as an agency, but also as a driving motor for all that is medicines in Europe. You know, we are a bit in a competition in this respect, and we can see it all too clearly with all the other agencies in the world and with all the other systems that, you know, get innovations, get elements that, you know, attract investment. So it is important that EMA stays as a massively effective and efficient component of our system. So, as I was saying, there were lessons learned. We went ahead with the health union package, and, you know, obviously, from the point of view of what we wanted to have, is something where we could have teamwork, cooperation. This will be the leitmotif of all my words here. We need to work better across DGs, across agencies, at European level, because, you know, at the very beginning we had some struggles. This is why we have Hera here today present, Andrea here today present, and I rejoice at this, because, you know, we have different instruments, different structures, but we need to work together. Now, I know you will be presenting the extension of the mandate to all the stakeholders here, and I think it's a very good initiative. So congratulations for taking the initiative on that. I would say that I still remember my first days of the pandemic, when there was Guido Rasi, and, you know, I had Marco Cavalieri, and, you know, I was completely new, and I was trying to understand. So poor Marco suffered more than one call with me not being knowledgeable of many things. So my feeling was that it was extremely important, if not vital, that EMA adopted this rolling review approach for the vaccines. It was really a huge, massive boon. It helped us. It helped us to keep abreast with all that was being done also elsewhere, not necessarily in Europe. So I would like to say that the assessment of the COVID-19s and the emergency task force, they have been vital for me, for all European citizens, because without these two things, we would have been, I would say, in a very ugly place, and I would say without even a paddle to come out. So the regulation tried to reflect at best, but then, you know, in the trialogues, things go, things come in. What sort of approach we thought was best? I think the EMA mandate was extended with a sufficient degree of ambition. I think it reflects very well where we wanted to be for our response to future crises. I would say that, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have had all the mandate implemented since 1st of March, but there is a small part concerning monitoring and mitigating shortages of critical medical devices, which still is going to be applied, I think, if I'm not wrong, on 2nd of February 2023. So my briefing says that I need to highlight your tasks, and I will do so dutifully because my colleagues prepare for me beautiful briefings and I need to do justice to that, but also because I believe it's good that I recap what we think is, you need to know what we expect now from EMA. So we expect, of course, the monitoring and the mitigation of the risk of shortages in medicines and medical devices, especially for the critical lists. And here we have had many discussions with EMA, what is critical, what is not critical. So I hope one day we will have some further discussions. We refer to health emergencies, but let me say, and here comes the pin, when you have very difficult situations like an aggression on Ukraine by the Russians and all that ensues, meaning, I would say, a disruption of supply chains, you must understand that we are regularly meeting at Director General's level for Ukraine because there are many things that are happening, and it's good that we all partake of the griefs and sorrows of every single DG. So the shortages in a disrupted supply chain are, I would say, very probable. So it's very good that we have EMA to help us there. There is also the issue of the interoperable IT platform at European level to enable the monitoring of the reporting of the shortages of medicinal products. On this one is a huge task, and it's clearly something that will require our attention. Then obviously I have been privy to the good scientific advice of EMA and also the Ecdc, but for EMA I'm waiting to have all the scientific advice possible on medicines that may have the potential to treat or to diagnose even diseases that may cause also public health emergencies. I think that EMA is really the drawers of EMA are brimful with very good things that could become realities in the future, and there is a discussion that we are having also on this topic. Coordination of the studies to monitor the effectiveness and the safety of vaccines. Well, I don't need to stress that. I would say coordinate the clinical trials. This is also a major, massive piece of work for all medicinal products, and here I think it's really we really depend on the EMA for all this precious work. Obviously, we also expect EMA to provide all the support for the expert panels of the medical device regulation. Now, I would say that the legislation also has formally established I would say medicines and medical services, medical devices shortages steering groups, which is a very good thing. This is formal now. And the emergency task force also is formalized. So these are pieces which are now enshrined in legislation. I would say that these are precious as fora because they link all the member states and with the member states ourselves. So let me say we are benefiting from the expertise here that can be gathered in this fora and these groups. Now, I know that I would not be doing justice if I were not to mention that EMA will work with the Commission to prepare a response to health crisis. I would say that EMA is better placed to somehow assess what sort of regulatory flexibility or changes that we may need for the procurement and the deployment of medicines, countermeasures, I would say, in emergencies. Now, I must say that the regulation is also a first step to go towards a better management of shortages. So I hope that this function will really be quite well followed and exploited, I would say, even by us Commission in all services. Now, I would simply like to conclude by saying that the spirit of today's discussion should be that of cooperation. We need to work well together. I have nothing to complain. We have been working very well with EMA. I'm very grateful. We have, I would say now, some legal interlinks between all the actors of the health union. You know, DG Sante still stays very prominent in all the elements of public health. DG HERA is dealing with the countermeasures. So, I mean, I would say we are now in a much better place than we were when I arrived in this DG, where, you know, we were dealing with the countermeasures with I would say, on a string, on a piece of string, really. So now, in all of this, I would like to mention the role I expect EMA to have in helping us also on a big building site, and EMA knows the pharmaceutical strategy. This is going to be, I would say, almost the missing piece in all that we are doing together for the future of Europe, to have a future-proof legislation. There are many topics that go under the label pharma strategy, and these topics, you know, need to have the patient at the center. We need to go, of course, for, I would say, affordability of medicines, but, you know, without medicines existing, they are definitely not going to be affordable. So we need to have an environment that promotes innovation, that promotes research, that somehow gives to the patients the best treatment available, you know. So availability comes first and foremost, and for availability we need to foster a climate of innovation. And here I'm looking at Fergus, who is on my screen. We had a long discussion also on trials and on all of this. So there's a big set of issues. I don't think you will go there today, but let me say thank you from my heart, because without EMA we would not have managed the COVID-19 crisis. I hope I did justice to my colleagues who had a fantastic brief, but I cannot read, also because I'm very short-sighted. So, you know, this is the way I interpret their notes.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And really, I think we all share the energy to move these initiatives forward. It's really important for the whole of our European citizens, and indeed citizens in the wider world, because I think we contribute so much there. So as you've heard from Sandra, the European Medicines Agency, Ecdc, and the European Commission have complementary roles in the context of the European Health Union. And in the slide we are presenting now, you can see how collaboration and stakeholder engagement are essential elements in the European health emergency preparedness context. You'll hear from the directors of the EMA, Ecdc, and HERA about how their different organizations will contribute, and also, of course, from DG Sante. But at the core of this is a set of complementary activities. We are working together, carefully aligning what we're doing so that each contributes to the other, and we all contribute to our citizens and their better future. So I'm really very pleased now to be able to initiate the next part of the session, where
Bless you all, huh? God bless us all, because, you know, it's a difficult time. Thank you. Take care. Take care.
Bye. Thank you.
Ciao.
And we will now hear from our director, Emer Cook, director of EMA, Andrea Ammon, Ecdc executive director, and Wolfgang Philippe from the European Commission, who's acting director and deputy head of DG HERA, to share their reflections on how they see each other's roles and responsibilities in this context. So to continue, I pass the floor now to Emer. Emer, the floor is yours.
Well, Thank you very much, Fergus, and thanks to Sandra, though I know she's not still online, but really to give a flavour of the exciting times that we're in and the need for close collaboration and cooperation for us really to deliver on the ambition of the cross-border health threats. We are very, very proud to be part of the Commission's vision for a European Health Union. We see the extension of the EMA's mandate not only as an acknowledgement of the work that we've done over the past 2 years, but also as an opportunity to deliver better on our responsibilities for EU citizens. If we want to do this well, we need close collaboration with all of our partners. So this means DG Sante, this means DG HERA, this means the Ecdc, and we need to have the right platforms in place to support, coordinate, and evaluate all aspects relating to medicines and devices. So as you've heard, the new regulation puts several of the structures and processes in place onto a permanent footing. And I'm not going to talk more about this now because you will hear about these in great detail over the next couple of hours. So just let me mention some of the things that maybe haven't been covered in the initial introductions. I think the EMA's key role in providing scientific advice to developers, including on clinical trial protocols, we really feel this as being something that will help us speed up clinical trial approval during public health emergencies. And of course, the carrying out of rolling reviews that you've just heard about helps us to speed up regulatory assessments in crisis situations. And this means that we can help to facilitate patient access to much needed medicines. Our coordinating role in shortages, both for medicines and medical devices, will be vital to mitigate these in the future, and you'll learn about the 2 groups that have been set up in the new sessions. And as Sandra mentioned, the ambitious EU shortages monitoring platform will allow EMA and the member states to track information on shortages, but also to pave the way for a one-stop point of information for stakeholders on supply disruptions for medicines. The implementation of this platform will require significant IT and business resource investment. And as it wasn't anticipated as part of the original package, we have to be very, very careful about how we will resource these additional tasks so that we can deliver on this platform by 2025. We've also been given a longer period for implementation of the new tasks on shortages of critical medical devices. And this is important because it will help us to build the necessary expertise, the necessary networks and the tools to help coordinate this work in what is essentially a new area for us. We will be working even more closely with Ecdc on measures related to vaccine effectiveness, and this will build on our COVID experience. But we also need to work with national public authorities on safety monitoring studies using relevant real-world data. This is important because real-world evidence has provided key knowledge on the safety and effectiveness of medicines, and this has enabled us as regulators to adjust booster recommendations, to monitor vaccine effectiveness, and indeed to make recommendations on certain groups such as pregnant women. Making the most of high quality real-world evidence available to support crisis preparedness and response is one of the key goals of the recently established pan-European network Darwin EU. This real-world interrogation network on data sources, a federated data model, will help to provide EMA's scientific committees with real-world information from the healthcare databases that exist across the EU. And the vision is that by 2025, the use of real-world evidence will be firmly established across the spectrum of regulatory use cases. The very specific and limited role for EMA in the area of medical devices is is a pragmatic solution which will help us to enable monitoring and mitigation of shortages of certain medical devices during public health emergencies. And this is extremely important because during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was not such a structure that was able to coordinate these activities. You'll hear later on today about our expert panels. Already since the 1st of March, so already a month ago, we took over the job from the Joint Research Centre, and we now coordinate the EU expert panels to support and advise on the scientific assessment of certain medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. But let me be very clear, the new regulation does not give EMA a regulatory role in the field of medical devices, and this will remain with the national notified bodies. We have been working very, very intensively to be ready to implement the new legal mandate. We have undertaken an extensive analysis of the consequences of the changes to be implemented, and we've developed a detailed roadmap for the implementation. As I said, this will build on the activities that we already put place during the pandemic. But I want to stress the importance of stakeholder engagement, the importance of communication, the importance of transparency and international cooperation. These are critical functions, not only in crisis response, but also in our collective preparedness to face the challenges ahead. Patient and healthcare professional input is key to the effectiveness and of our regulatory processes. We need input on specific knowledge, and we need this real life experience to help us to do our job better. The new mandate enhances opportunities for involvement of patients and healthcare professionals, in addition to the already well-established platforms that we have, the Patient and Consumers Working Party and the Healthcare Professionals Working Party. Patient and healthcare professional representatives will be members of the emergency task force, and they'll also be part of the steering groups from medicines and medical device shortages. As always, we count on the regulatory network in the EU, we count on our partners, we count on our stakeholders to work together with us to ensure a smooth and successful implementation. Dialogues, as we have today, are essential to keep us on track. I now hand over to Andrea Ammon, the Executive Director of the ECDC, who will tell us about how we can work together and give us some more insights from the ECD's perspective. Over to you, Andrea.
Thank you so much, Emma, and good morning to you, to all colleagues and all participants. I'm very happy to be part of this event and congratulate you to your new mandate, because unlike you, we are still in our old skin, but we hope to shed it soon when our new mandate is also approved. We, as the two agencies, have a long history of collaboration. We have a collaboration agreement already since 2012. And the ambitions set out in the European Health Union give us the opportunity to strengthen this collaboration and to strengthen then also our ability to improve the EU level protection and better prepare for and respond to health crises. We are proud to be part, like EMA, to be part of this vision set out and proposed by the Commission. And we see that our this proposal acknowledges and bolsters our role in several of the critical public health functions that we coordinate, and many of these functions are closely related to the way we work with EMA. So the main area of collaboration with EMA is in the area of vaccines and immunization. And there, both of our new mandates actually reinforce this collaboration and the way that we continue in the future, because we have seen that building a strong relation and a strong bridge between the regulatory and the public health dimensions of vaccine assessments is critical for the the success of vaccination efforts in Europe. And we have seen this particularly during the pandemic because it has proven that regulatory assessments and public health recommendations can evolve and go through adaptations very quickly. So we must ensure the right evidence base for decision making and the right model to communicate to the public the underpinning rationale with consistency in order to create trust. We need scientific decisions that are informed by each other's work in the interest of EU citizens' health. In this regard, collaboration between our network of the EU NITACs, that are the national immunization technical advisory groups that are responsible for recommending vaccination strategies to the ministries of health in the member states, and the EMA's regulatory experts have been paramount in the past month. The new mandates and ways of working of our two agencies will enable a continued structured dialogue between us and our respective public health and regulatory networks. As you just mentioned, Emma, the joint work by EMA and ECDC for real-world monitoring of vaccines is also a critical part of our agency's new mandate, both of our agencies' new mandate. We have already established and is invested in a solid base for this work with an initial focus on COVID vaccines, of course. But the idea is to extend this to all priority vaccines and their use in immunization programs in the EU to have an effective mechanism for the sustainable and independent post-authorization monitoring. Real life data on effectiveness and safety is the driver of sound public health recommendations and adaptations for vaccination strategies that we need to safeguard the protection of individuals and communities, populations. Our new mandates grant earmarked funds for this work, and it will be implemented by the national competent public authorities in the member states. This is critical in order to build trust in the quality of the evidence that we generate, and that we generate, and what we generate is fit for purpose to inform decision making, whether in the field of public health or in the regulatory field. And regarding the issue of trust, I cannot emphasize enough the need to massively invest in adequate, tailored, and sound communication to our citizens and health professionals on the science behind the vaccines and the decision making. Together with EMA, we have also established the European Vaccination Information Portal that is aiming to provide objective and transparent and authoritative information to lay audience on vaccines and vaccination in all official EU languages. The new ECDC mandate also echoes further the need to improve communications to members of the public at large and training of health professionals. And we will certainly continue to endeavor in these areas. Together with EMA, we have also organized national public with national public health authorities in Bulgaria, Estonia, and Romania webinars addressing key questions of public health professionals in these countries around COVID-19 vaccination uptakes and vaccines as such. And here I'm really grateful that we could do this together. So to assure and ensure that the agencies have comprehensive and complementary support to EU member states where COVID-19 vaccination uptake is lower than the EU average. So that is our joint work on vaccination immunization. But I would also like to mention the collaboration on antimicrobial resistance between actually not only the two of us, but also with the European Food Safety Authority, recognizing that human and animal health are interconnected based on the One Health approach. So I am very pleased that the third report of this collaboration, the joint interagency report on antimicrobial consumption and antimicrobial resistance in bacteria from humans and food-producing animals, has been published last year. And we will certainly continue this collaboration. So I look forward to continue our close collaboration with EMA and the EMA colleagues in these areas, and establishing an even stronger link between our agencies. In this respect, I also welcome the close collaboration that we are in the process of establishing with the newly created HERA, with a memorandum of understanding between our agencies being in good progress. DG Santé has been instrumental in supporting our work and in setting out the European Health Union plans and vision. And throughout the whole process, emphasized the need for a stronger role and mandate, both for EMA and Ecdc. And with these words, I would like to pass the floor to Wolfgang Philipp, the acting director of HERA. Please, Wolfgang.
Many thanks, Andrea, and also many thanks to the organizers, to EMA and EMA, for the kind invitation today to present to you the newly established Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, which is a service inside the Commission. So it's DG HERA. So this is even more important now, since we only exist since half a year. And we are working on our establishment towards becoming operational, and work closely in cooperation with other services of the Commission, and also with the two key agencies, EMA and the Ecdc. So just to frame it, HERA is one of the key elements of the European Health Union, Sandra mentioned it already, but it's a response to the need, which was early on identified during the COVID-19 pandemic, to ensure swift availability of key medical countermeasures to respond to the crisis. The idea behind HERA is not only to create a response mechanism, but also to ensure and to improve foresight and preparedness capacities, in particular in both areas around epidemiology and supply chains, and to reinforce the EU health security architecture beyond a cooperation that would end simply in recommendations. The US BARDA, which was mentioned during the pandemic very often as a good example, gave obviously some inspiration, although the concept was extended and adapted to the EU reality. The pandemic stressed the need of a closer cooperation between the 27 member states, and a good example is the implementation of the vaccine strategy. This setup, as well as limitations of the EU competencies in the founding treaties of the EU, determine the HERA tools and mechanisms of action. Just to summarize it, HERA is a full end-to-end solution, starting with intelligence gathering functions, assessments, research and development, production and delivery of essential medical countermeasures that would help to respond to upcoming health emergencies. So HERA is a Director General inside the Commission in its full rights, and was created to mobilize all existing Commission powers, tools and programs to streamline the EU response to cross-border health threats, and finally to ensure in the future the availability of medical countermeasures to all kinds of threats, including civilian threats of natural or man-made origin, of natural, intentional or unintentional release. So we work very closely with other Commission services, just to mention DG Santé, DG ECHO, DG RTD on the research side, and obviously DG GROW to ensure a streamlined approach, coherent policy, and effective Commission action in the area of health emergency preparedness and response. It was already mentioned that the basic role of HERA is to ensure the availability of key medical countermeasures, including medicines, medical devices, personal protective equipment, and other goods and services which are necessary to ensure a response to a crisis. We pursue three main objectives. Firstly, to improve the EU health security coordination before and during crisis. So we will ensure the link between the Commission and Member States, as well as facilitate the dialogue between Member States, the industry, as well as with the broader civil society to determine the real needs and the best way to ensure the future availability of medical countermeasures. The second issue is around the development, the production, the procurement, the stockpiling, and obviously the equitable distribution of medical countermeasures at places where they're needed and when they're needed. And the third objective is to reinforce the global health emergency response architecture. We are developing operational links with WHO and other relevant international organizations, as well as with national counterparts of HERA-like agencies, such as the US BARDA, but also with other countries. So we have different modes of operation during preparedness in crisis times. Obviously, the maximum of the work will be concentrating on on the preparedness times, hopefully. So we will basically work to identify and prioritize threats early on. We'll gather intelligence on medical countermeasures necessary to ensure the highest level of preparedness to such identified threats. We will identify promising countermeasures and support their development, if not yet in the market, and work to detect also at the same time supply chain risks. This is obviously done in cooperation with the agencies, but also other Commission services. Finally, HERA will then ensure the availability when necessary through joint procurements, stockpiling, or any other relevant mechanism that would have to have access to such medical countermeasures. We work, basically the governance is structured through a close cooperation with Member States, in particular through the HERA boards, and then we are establishing, in addition, an advisory forum that also involves industry and civil society cooperation. In crisis times, the HERA role will be strengthened through functions which are laid out in a proposal for a council regulation, which is still under negotiation. We ensure stronger coordination with Member States, but also EMA and Ecdc through the Health Crisis Board. What will follow for what then allow for swifter decision making. HERA will activate additional mechanisms to ensure crisis response, such as reserve capacities, emergency research plans, emergency funding, very important, as well as we monitor the supply chain of key products. So the work of HERA is embedded in a broader health and pharmaceutical policy, to which obviously HERA will actively contribute. For DG HERA, EMA will be key partners, both EMA and Ecdc will be key partners both in preparedness as well as in crisis times. Looking at the EMA extended mandates, formalizing the EMA role in shortage monitoring will obviously result in important information gathered that we hope to rely on also to direct action carried out by DG HERA. We have a clear mission to ensure that key medical countermeasures are available at scale in sufficient quantities at times of needs. Signals of shortages or tensions in supply for medical countermeasures will obviously require a profound assessment. In crisis times, these links would be strengthened as a coordinated approach between HERA and EMA to deepen the intelligence on the needs in case of health emergency, both as regards medicines, but also medical devices. We will set up, EMA will set up a list of critical crisis relevant medicines and medical devices, which would be a basis for our operational efforts. EMA will have has a key role in providing scientific advice to developers of such critical medical countermeasures, which HERA will support through emergency research funding. For example, also advanced purchase agreements as they were used for the vaccines in the current crisis, or through access to reserve manufacturing capacities. So when we conclude, we can only reiterate what the previous speakers said. This new architecture will require very close cooperation, and it's going beyond that word, not only within the Commission, but also between the Commission and the key agencies here, the EMA and the Ecdc, but also with additional stakeholders, in particular at a global level. Most importantly, a good alignment and complementarity with activities in member states are essential to ensure that we all have the right access to medical countermeasures at scale in times of need. So let us work together to ensure that in the future, the EU, that Europe is better prepared and able to respond swiftly to health emergencies than we were in the past. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Emer, Andrea, and Wolfgang. You've really made it clear how important it is to ensure coordination and collaboration, both for preparedness and crisis management. And indeed, I see in the chat, there's a good comment about engaging with the EU education domain for preparedness, as indeed education is a key part of preparedness, so something for us to reflect on. But it's now my pleasure to invite all of you in the meeting to share your views on what is the value, the added value, and your expectations for this new legislation. You can see the QR code and the website and code for the hashtag EMA extended mandate for the Slido. So please do share your views, and my colleagues will try and collate them, and we'll have a look at those already before the end of this session, and then in each of the following sessions. As we collect your views, I'd like to now invite our 5 stakeholder representatives to give a brief statement from each of them, addressing their expectations, challenges, and priorities for implementation of the new legislation, as well as how they foresee the stakeholder involvement from the particular perspective of their different communities. So I'll give the floor to the speakers. We have Adrian Vandenhoven, who is Director General of Medicines for Europe, Jesus Rueda, who is Director of Strategies, Special Projects and International Affairs at MedTech Europe. Adrian will give the view from the medicines associations, and Jesus for the medical devices. Marcus Guardian, Chief Operating Officer for UNETA, for the health technology assessment bodies. Ulrich Jäger, who's co-chair of the Healthcare Professionals Working Party, so give the perspective of healthcare professionals, and Kaisa Immonen, who's co-chair of our Patients and Consumers Working Party, and she will importantly give the perspective of patients. And as you've heard, the healthcare professionals and patients are also represented in the ETF and can attend the Mssg as well, and you'll hear more about that in further sessions. So it's my pleasure now to hand the floor to Adrian Vandenhoven. I think Adrian has a couple of slides. Remind all our speakers we've got 5 minutes each, so to stick to that, but I think everything's going well. So over to you, Adrian.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate having the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the pharmaceutical companies and industry associations. I want to just quickly rebound on some of the remarks made by Sandra and by Emer, that indeed it was great to cooperate with the EU institutions, with the relevant EU agencies, and very importantly with the national agencies during the crisis, but I fully agree we can do better. And I think where we can do better is in the context of a crisis like this situation, it's really doing better in terms of solidarity of cross-border cooperation between the national agencies, the industry, and of course, orchestrated by the EU institutions and agencies. And concretely, what this solidarity is about is when you're dealing with demand surges and shortages, It's about the willingness and an ability to share those resources across the member states, which sounds very easy, but really depends on having a huge amount of trust between regulators and industry, but also trust between member states. And for that trust, we need better data. And so this is really going to be the theme of my discussion today. How can this legislation help us work together to enable good data, to allow trust and sharing of that data, and that greater EU solidarity between EU member states? Because I can remember during the crisis, many awkward conversations with national regulatory agencies who were always pro-solidarity, and I thank them for that. But with better data, we could do this even better, even faster. So let's talk a little bit about the added value of this new legislation. In many ways, it is a great legislation because it details in a very, very good way the important things that are needed. First, it should increase the ability and agility of the EU to respond to shortages and crises. It should provide greater efficiency and predictability during major events and major shortages situations. It should enable greater collaboration with marketing authorization holders, with the industry I'm speaking on behalf of today. And most importantly, it will allow the generation of good quality data and data sharing for appropriate mining to create that trust and that solidarity basis that we need. Of course, what's important is that we're able, once we have this data, to act and to allow the quick reallocation of medicines across member states, addressing things like electronic leaflet, regulatory flexibility, which were also used during this crisis, of course. And of course, what's important is that we can work together in a coordinated way, and the EU institutions and agencies play the key role here. So what are the challenges? For us, the challenges are the risk of a fragmented implementation of this legislation, which would lead to a confusing and unusable data. We therefore need to have an IT solution that is really designed for the purpose of creating this data that can be shared across the EU. And for this, we need to have interoperability, which is easier said than done. So how can we do this? With clear governance and decision-making process on how the implementation should be done, designing clear deadlines for each building block of this database, ensuring interoperability by design across the member states, but also considering future data systems that need to be established or are already established, such as SPOR or EMVS. We want to make sure that the data codes are aligned, for example, with SPOR, to ensure we have good quality data in the future. And we want to make sure that an IT provider builds this system so that we have a system that is very functional and interoperable. What we want is that the national reporting into national agencies goes into a common database that all regulators, national and European, can use to deal with these crisis situations. And of course, we want a good business process to make sure the system works. What should be the priorities? We want a good governance model and decision-making process. We will need to work together with you, the regulators, to establish clear lists of therapeutic groups of medicines for emergency care, for surgery, for ICU, crisis lists, and we need to do this together. Of course, we need a common data set so that companies report the same thing in each member state so the data can be aggregated at a European level. And of course, we need a good IT infrastructure to make sure this data can be shared and used appropriately. And of course, longer term, we need to make sure that the appropriate links are made to other systems such as SPOR and ENVO. Now, how stakeholders should be involved? Certainly, we as the industry, we want to be supporters of this work and want to work with you as closely as possible, recognizing there are competition law limitations and issues that we need to address. We also want to work with you on the critical medicines list as discussed earlier. We want to work with you to ensure that there's maximum benefit from the future information available. So we want to design that system with you to make sure it's good and that the data inputted by industry is usable. We also want to collaborate to discuss mitigation measures. It will be very new for the EU to be involved in mitigation, as this is mainly done at national level. So we need to find the mechanisms for this to work. I have a few more slides. I know I've taken a little bit more time just outlining the process, but I'd like to just repeat the line. For us, we want to build this system with you. We believe this is critically important, and we'd like to see how we can cooperate to build that data to enable good solidarity. Thank you very much.
So Thank you very much, Adrian. And if I could invite Jesus Guerrero now for the MedTech Europe for the devices perspective. Please go
Thank
ahead.
you very much, Fergus, and congratulations to the Medicines Agency on its new mandate.
Thank you.
It's a new chapter in the life of the agency and one that we hope to be a part of. And it actually is very timely because we see over and over how the practice of medicine itself is changing. And as the practice of medicine changes, we see a shift towards things like more personalized care and also shifts within the industry, both the medtech and the pharmaceutical industry, more towards a solutions-based approach rather than simply trying to produce any given item for a healthcare setting. And this requires a change in the thinking and in the way that these solutions are also regulated. But if we're talking about changes in the practice of medicine, it is of course impossible not to talk about COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that this has had for us all. One of the more interesting aspects for us in the new EMA mandate is the question of the management of essential medical supplies, which will include medical devices. So we are very interested in cooperating with you in doing this. Like my colleague Adrian has said, we are more than happy and would be willing to help define the kind of supplies that are essential in a pandemic. And I have to say we have much more experience than I ever hoped to acquire in this particular topic after the past 2 years we've been through. And of course, we're also looking at how to improve and manage supply chain security. I know that there's a lot of work there going to be carried out for the pharmaceutical sector as well, but I think there's a lot that we can learn on supply chain security overall from the work that will be developed under the new mandate. All of this to say that as we move forward, there is always a growing interface between pharmaceuticals and medical devices. We see this in many ways. We have all kinds of novel combinations between medtech and pharma, in everything from normal combination products to companion diagnostics that are becoming more prevalent, and we're having more and more diagnostic solutions that are essential for the good use and good outcomes of different therapies. And we're also seeing a really big growing trend in the use of digital technologies and even AI systems to ensure the best possible outcomes for patients from a therapy. And this has all kinds of implications, and it goes from the way in which a patient himself manages his medication through to the tracking and safe administration of pharmaceuticals, which is something that medical technologies can provide a lot of support for. So we're very interested in seeing how this is going to be handled under the new mandate. Now, of course, the Medicines Agency actually has a small but critical formal role in the regulatory system of medical devices. You know, we're going to look at how expert groups are being managed by the Medicines Agency from next year onwards. There are, of course, questions where the Medicines Agency is formally consulted, be it for combination products or for companion diagnostic approvals. And we're looking at how those systems can integrate as seamlessly as possible with the existing regulatory framework for medical devices, and also to ensure that beyond the mandate, sufficient resources, both in terms of manpower, expertise, and whatever else might be necessary, to make that integration a success going forward. Because we know that a mandate is great, but you need to actually move forward and implement it. So anything we can do to help there, we're more than happy to do so. And finally, there's an interesting thing that happens between the pharmaceutical sector and the medical device sector overall, in that we learn from each other as things move forward. And there are a number of really interesting developments in the EMA mandate that we'll be watching very closely, because we expect that they're going to have an impact on us in some point or another. For example, Emer Cook mentioned the discussions and the use of real world evidence in the pharmaceutical sector. That is something that we in the medtech sector are also looking at. So I believe there are many opportunities to learn from what's going on and how these things are implemented in order to be able to provide better care for patients at the end of the day. Also things around technology assessment, procurement, and access to affordable medicines. All of these are things that we can work together on and learn from each other going forward. So we're really looking forward to a future cooperation, and it's really through cooperation that we believe that these things can be best implemented. And with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to share our views on the situation, and maybe we hand it over directly to Marcus Guardian, CEO of EU Net HTA.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Emer and Fergus for giving us the opportunity to be here today. And I think it is, of course, celebration to see the mandate grow. Having looked at and listened to the ambitions and the scope of what is going to change, I also sort of have to state that in the true sense of the word, this is an awesome responsibility towards our society as a whole that now has bestowed upon EMA and the other elements on the European level for within the current and future mandates. So I stand in awe before that, and I'm sure, and we all are sure, that with EMA we have a very strong and resourceful agency that will live up to the expectations. I also want to say that I hope that society will provide the resources to EMA to live up to that mandate, as I imagine this is not an easy task to do. I think it was a beautiful orchestrated start of the day where we saw that EMA, of course, in concert with other players on the European level, tackle these really most important topics that we see and face in the future together. And I would only like to mention that we, of course, hope that in these tasks there's as little non-duplication as possible, that partners coordinate themselves very well amongst each other, but of course also with member states and their agencies and their representatives wherever possible. And the HTA community, of course, like the previous speakers, stand strong and ready to support wherever our mandate and scope allows us in all of these processes. We stand strong as long-standing partners to the EMA, and we are, of course, looking forward to collaborate on these and all other topics and to find new avenues for new modes of collaboration, aligning with the new mandate and potential changes that come with it. And change is a challenge for any organization. It requires dedication, flexibility, creativity. You have to step outside of the comfort zone of your institutional framework. You have to meet societal expectations and a fair amount of willingness to change. So that is not an easy feat. And it bears the risk of isolation where one very much focuses on the internal processes. And we would like to extend the HTA invitation to include us in your thought processes, include us in your work wherever we can. We stand to support and learn together with you in these new processes. But change is also an opportunity. And I think this is an amazing opportunity to build existing bridges stronger, to step into new fields of collaboration. And the basis for stronger and more integrated partnership is given by such change. And I hope that the strong and trustworthy and constructive collaboration between EMA and the HTA world in the past with UNETA, in the future with the HTA coordination group, will be a great basis for such collaboration. And these opportunities will hopefully also be enshrined in more and more structured approaches between the two. Crisis preparation is a joint effort. I think the current crisis has shown that crisis preparation and response must always be a joint effort of all players. The coordination of that is an enormous task, and I think the Commission and the players in the field have done an outstanding job in dedication to coordinate this across Europe. And it is important to keep in mind that member states, Parliament and Council have created a union-level HTA process and procedures. And of course, when we talk about crisis preparation and crisis response, on a union level, we need to ensure that also HTA procedures are applied for such union level response. So it is our wish and our desire to ensure that also in these elements we can collaborate and build strong and sustainable bridges and collaborations and frameworks for collaboration. The HTA coordination group, which will begin its work June this year, I think will be a perfect opportunity to ensure that strong collaboration between the institutional frameworks are established and that we can create elements that speak to the needs of the new mandate, but also speak to the needs of the wider HTA community to ensure that the work of the EMA can be met with relevant structures from member states and the HTA community in general. And with that, I try to end on a note where I would like to say that emergency definition and the use of the terminology emergency is an important one and should be used prudently. We must ensure that emergency does not become a commonplace and overloads all our systems. And with that, good luck. And we are very much looking forward to this day. Thank you for the invitation, and we're looking forward to future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. And I invite Ulrich Jäger now to take the floor for healthcare professionals.
Thank you very much, Fergus. First of all, we are very happy as healthcare professionals that EMA has obtained this extended mandate, and we congratulate you for that. And we are also very grateful that we can be part of this initiative and action. I'm representing a large number of healthcare professionals and learned societies, and as such, we feel the direct responsibility to care for patient outcome. We have to manage patient expectations, and we should provide adequate state-of-the-art care for our patients. So what are the threats and problems for healthcare professionals imposed by shortages and crises? I think the first problem we have is that we all of a sudden are unable to follow guidelines and recommendations, which we usually have, if medicines or high-risk medical devices are not available, and that will result in a direct loss of quality of care. And of course, through that, we are also forced to take other measures, to go to off-label use or repurposing of drugs, for instance. And that, you may not realize that, but that imposes a personal risk on healthcare professionals because they may come into a situation where they are not insured for their actions and will be made reliable directly. On the other hand, we have to deal with unexpected or unknown side effects if we use drugs that we are not familiar with. And that, of course, is a threat to patient safety. We have some examples of the loss of availability of medicines, for instance, immunoglobulins, during the last few years, where we almost every year have situations where we cannot manage patients with immunosuppressions. Or during the crisis, all of a sudden there was a shortage of the drug tocilizumab, which imposed a threat on patients who received cell therapies, for instance. So we could not manage our regular patients. What is the added value of the extended mandate from our perspective? So I think we welcome very much an early warning system, and we can be better prepared starting from the pharmacies to the doctors, nurses, etc. And we can devise backup strategies and, of course, better coordination that has been said before between the stakeholders will greatly improve this situation. And Therefore, of course, I think the EMA involvement also reinforces the position of healthcare professionals. What are the challenges? I think implementing a database will need human resources and administrative staff. And as healthcare professionals, we usually experience that this administrative burden will be put on our shoulders. So what we really expect is help on these resource matters and administrative burdens. I think that's very important because somebody will have to fill these databases. Then, of course, every crisis is different. We will have to be a bit flexible and adapt to the crisis altogether. And of course, there are things that we cannot influence. For instance, the strategy of the pharmaceutical industry, how they export drugs, etc. And that's out of our scope, of course. How can we help? Be involved. I think we can provide our expertise. We have numerous experts with the required competencies within our associations and societies. We can help prioritizing activities to immediate life-threatening conditions. And of course, if we have the resources, we will probably be the ones who will compile the lists for databases and registries. And with that, of course, thank you once again, and we are happy to collaborate with all other stakeholders, and we are ready to contribute.
Thank you, Ulrich, and if I could invite Casey Ammon now to speak for the patients and consumers. Casey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Fergus, and good morning, everyone. I'm happy to give a few remarks on behalf of the patient and consumer organizations working with EMA. We have a few points of initial feedback from our members of the working party that I would like to share with you briefly. Clearly, the added value of this new legislation and the extended mandate is very welcomed by patient and consumer organizations in recognition of the critical role of EMA in protecting public health. And there is a general feeling that this will help reinforce the EU's framework for crisis preparedness and management and help prevent and mitigate the impact of crises on public health and, of course, on patients and on citizens. In particular, there's a hope that it should ensure better coordination for multinational clinical trials, something that has certainly emerged as a priority during the pandemic, to ensure consumer and patient protection against shortages of medicines and medical devices, but also to ensure consumer and patient engagement in decision-making, particularly in relation to shortages. There was some criticism or some concerns that the proposals did not go far enough, and patient organizations in particular have pointed out that since shortages are a long-standing and structural problem, it would be important to have in place a comprehensive system for monitoring, mitigating, and preventing them, not only in the context of public health crisis, but on a continual basis. And perhaps these proposals will be a step in that direction. There was also a concern that whether the resources will be there within EMA to support the greater level of patient and consumer engagement that will be required to implement these new activities. Some of the challenges in implementation that have been identified will be that setting up the European shortages monitoring platform will take some time. Of course, this needs to be done very carefully and well with the right infrastructure. And as the EMA will set up several new bodies and formalize some existing ones with new tasks, it's really important that all of those bodies will communicate efficiently amongst themselves and that stakeholders involved from all the different fields will be able to collaborate. Also, what was raised is the importance of a harmonized approach to data collection and reporting. I think this was also mentioned already, so that member states will report information in a way that's consistent. And generally, civil society would like to see better public reporting at European level, especially on shortages, and improved transparency in relation to clinical trials. A particular question that was spurred by the war in Ukraine and some recent cyber attacks against European and national health institutions was how the agency is planning on protecting its confidential information. Perhaps this is a question that may be addressed later. And finally, on the involvement of patient and consumer organizations, the general message is that patient and consumer organizations absolutely must be involved in the implementation of the extended mandate. Our perspectives and our expertise must be considered in all public health decisions, and the PCWP should be regularly informed about the activities of the various steering groups and the ETF. It was suggested that PCWP representatives in these groups can act as a link between these bodies to ensure synergy and communication. But of course, the expert groups should also invite other patient and consumer representatives to attend their meetings when there is a need for more input on a specific topic. And one important case in point that's been raised several times is the critical importance of patient and consumer groups to give input on the criteria for establishing the list of critical medicines and devices. Going forward, patient involvement in discussions may be particularly relevant in any case, as they are the experts in understanding how a specific medicine is used by them and the implications, for example, of whether if it's not available and using alternatives. So in short, the expectation is that the revised mandate will strengthen the EMA's commitment to patients and consumers, that it will deliver concrete improvements, and also increased transparency and increased engagement. Our members are very keen to work with EMA in implementing the new mandate, and I see there are quite a few here today who will no doubt participate in the discussions. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of PCWP.
Thank you very much, Kajsa, and thank you to all our speakers. Really a strong message of cooperation. I think this regulation is building on systems that have been put together over the last years and really tested to the full and strengthened the collaboration across all the groups who've spoken here, and it really reinforces these possibilities for the future, not just the EMA extended mandate, but all of the other parts of the legislation that's coming forward. And as we've heard from the European Commission, DG Sante and HERA, and also Ecdc, I think the last years have shown the value of cooperation and the value of listening to all of the voices in the room and making sure that we capture the needs and the urgencies and connect on those. And I'm sure that I think it's really beneficial that we will have the patients and consumers and healthcare professionals present in the different working groups and able to make sure that their voices and concerns continue to be heard. So thank you all for the opening statements. We'll now take a moment to share what's coming in on Slido. I can see people are already active, and I think what's really good is that this offers, it's warming you up for the larger discussion sessions and the opportunity to directly ask questions and discussion that will come with the more specific sessions on the shortages on the ETF and on the devices. But what we can see from the Slido, you can see people are voting. So the increased information on medicines availability, so more actions can be coordinated and anticipated. So patients continue having access to their medicines. This has received high votes, and I think this is something that, especially in emergency, when so many unexpected things happen, the ability to coordinate and really act fast on pending shortages to streamline the process and remove barriers is a really important feature of how this can work. And I know from the way we've worked with the Commission, with the regulatory network in Europe and with the various stakeholders from industry and other areas, that this is something that is really important, and taking quick action but having information to support that action is important. Streamlined shortage preparedness system, and the word preparedness there I think is really important as well, and helps us to be ready so that when issues arise, we can act in the quickest way possible. And I can see from the Eurodis, Francois, more union, more health policy in the union, more union in health policy. I think again, the collectiveness, the cooperation coming through is really important. Evidence-based decision-making. There's a lot about research, about clinical trials, as Sandra has mentioned, about real-world evidence, about really monitoring effectiveness and safety of the various agents, vaccines, and others that we're using. So a lot of ideas, a lot of understanding, I think, already of what we can make this deliver, but clearly the cooperation will be important in delivering that and make sure that we have all of the activities aligned, and also that we're really bringing in good data, and the common database for shortage reporting, another key feature. A little bit more scrolling down, but really encourage everybody to keep on using the slide on and bring it in. ESMP, big challenge, but one we need to work carefully on, and I've heard a number of people comment and seen in the chat on the need to be clear on terminology, need to be clear on the data and the standardization of data that we're using, and make sure we have a good common process for doing that. Quality and availability of devices and medicines to cover the emergencies. The devices are, of course, a key feature of this, supporting both the management of shortages, but also the scientific input in the assessment of devices. More preparedness again, shortages monitoring, better preparedness. I think really good overviews. So I think, again, ultimately, this is about saving lives, reducing risks, acting quickly and as quickly as we can, both in managing shortages and underpinning the development of new medicines to respond to health emergencies. We're almost at the bottom there, are we? So keep going down. So I think all again, more support for the different aspects. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to all our speakers and to everybody for being active in the Slido. There'll be opportunities to put hands up and ask questions as well in the next sessions. So with that, I think if we break now for coffee, we have a 10-minute coffee break, and we'll start promptly again at 10:40 with the next session. Thank you very much. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you again for all our presented in the first session. And now we will start with our 3 dedicated sessions. Each session will provide an outline to the content of the regulation and of the immediate actions needed to transition from the current situation, as well as an overview of timelines, actions needed to implement additional tasks, and activities under EMA's extended mandate. So we're now focusing on the EMA mandate. And our first session will address EMA's responsibilities in monitoring and mitigating shortages of medicines and devices. The session will be co-chaired by Monica Diaz, who's Head of Supply and Availability of Medicines and Devices Workstream at EMA, and Karl Broich, Head of the BfArM from Germany, and who has been recently appointed as co-chair of the Executive Steering Group on Shortages and Safety of Medicines of Medicinal Products, also referred to as Medicines Shortages Steering Group, Mssg, which is established by this new legislation. So Monica and Karl, I hand the floor over to you for session 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Fergus. So it is a pleasure to welcome everyone to the session, and to my co-chair as well, Karl Broich. Unfortunately, we cannot hear him. I would like to start by explaining the focus of this session, which will be 3 areas. So first will be the monitoring and mitigation of shortages of critical medicinal products, as well as management of major events. Then we'll move on to the setting up, maintenance and management of European shortages monitoring platform that was already referred to by the previous speakers, the SMP. And then we will finalize with the monitoring and mitigation of shortages of critical medical devices. So I would like now to introduce João Ferreira. João is EMA's Medicines and Medical Devices Shortage Specialist, and he will take us through the content of the regulation and the immediate actions that are needed to transition from our current ad hoc structures and processes, as well as it will give us an overview of the timelines and actions needed to implement those additional tasks and activities that are foreseen under EMA's extended mandate. So I give now the floor to João. Please, over to you.
Thanks, Monica. I hope that you can hear me well, and good morning, everyone. So indeed, so a very quick outline for this presentation, if we can move to the next slide. So indeed, first, the plan is basically to go about how actually shortages are managed in the EU. So here we'll also explain why the COVID-19 pandemic was indeed the tipping point for the setup of the new structures and also processes to manage shortages of medicines and devices during, but also in preparedness for crisis management situations. Second, we'll bring to you what are basically the key milestones for the implementation of medicines and devices shortage regulation, just before we guide you through the roles of the two new executive groups that are foreseen in the legislation and that are linked to the monitoring and mitigating of medicines and devices shortages. And most importantly, what are the main actions that the agency is basically going to look at in the course of 2022 to implement the new tasks. Finally, before we conclude, we'll also highlight to you what is the new European medicine shortage platform and also what is being asked to the EMA for its delivery. So if we can move to the next slide, I wanted to start by giving you also a bit of context on how regulatory authorities also manage shortage in Europe. So indeed, shortages of medicines are a growing issue of concern, not only in Europe, but also globally. And indeed, shortages can occur for several reasons, such as, for example, manufacturing difficulties or problems affecting the quality of medicines. But also shortages, they can occur linked to increased demand for medicines, just like it happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, where a surge in demand actually was experienced primarily for medicines that were used in hospital intensive care units. So one important element that we have to highlight is that indeed in the EU, most medicine shortages are actually dealt with at national level by the national competent authorities, and also marketing authorization holders. They are already required by the EU legislation to inform regulators in the event of supply disruptions that can lead to shortage or market cessation. So indeed, improving the availability of medicines has been a key priority for the EU medicines regulatory network, and actually since 2016, a task force that was set up by the EMA and also by the heads of medicines agencies in Europe has been looking at availability issues for medicines that are authorized but not marketed in order to improve the continuity supply of human and vet medicines across Europe. So really by bringing experts from the EU member states, the work of this task force actually laid the foundations for an improved EU approach in addressing medicines availability issues also during the pandemic. So if we can move to the next slide. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, indeed, the EMA went beyond its initial legal remit and actually has been asked to take on a role to coordinate actively the work of the member states on shortage prevention and also management actions. So basically, in this front, the agency has initiated a number of activities. The first one being the setup of the EU Executive Steering Group on shortages caused by major events that was actually created to provide strategic leadership for urgent and coordinated actions in order to address supply disruptions within the EU during the pandemic. The same group also set up in April 2020, in collaboration with pharmaceutical companies, a monitoring system to help mitigate supply issues for a subset of medicines to treat COVID-19 patients, the so-called Spock system. Also, in the context of COVID-19, the EMA also engaged with shortage single points of contacts in the EU and the national competent authorities in order to continuously share information between the EMA, the member states, and the Commission about critical medicine shortages. Finally, the agency also together with the member states developed a common framework for forecasting demand data in the EU and in the EA to improve the forecasting of demand of medicines used in ICUs and also primarily to better match the estimated demand with the available supply. This brings me now to the new legal framework for the new EMA role in shortage management. So in the next slide, we will reflect much of the processes that actually the EMA has to put in place for the new regulation. So the new mandate actually strengthens the current role of the EMA when it comes to shortage of medicines and also crisis management. And here, a completely new role in managing medical devices shortages. As we've mentioned today already several times, the regulation became applicable on the 1st of March for shortages of medicinal products. However, the provisions for the shortages of critical medical devices actually will only begin to apply as of 2nd of February 2023. So in this slide, we have basically a series of mandate milestones, and amongst the main important ones, we have first, the establishing of a list of many therapeutic groups of primarily hospital care use that will help to identify critical medicines for crisis situations, and this has to be set up by the 2nd of August this year. The agency also has to update its own IT processes and also tools to allow marketing authorization holders to appoint industry single points of contact for all the human product portfolio. So this is something that has to be done according to the legislation by the 2nd of September. And finally, the agency also needs to set up and maintain the European Shortages Monitoring Platform, the SMP, by early 2025. So the agency will actually work with the medicines regulatory network and also with stakeholders to implement the regulation, and we're actually going to be giving you more details on how we will go about this implementation in more detail in the next minute. So if we could get the next slide. So amongst the main responsibilities for the EMA for monitoring and mitigating medicine shortages under the new regulation, we have first the monitoring of events, and this can include also events like medicine shortages, which might lead to a crisis situation. Second, the agency also needs to establish processes and tools for shortages reporting, and also to coordinate the responses of the EU countries to shortages of critical medicines during crisis situations. And third, the agency also needs to set up a steering group that will coordinate EU actions to mitigate medicine supply issues, so the so-called EU Executive Steering Group on Shortage and Safety of Medicinal Products, the so-called Mssg. So this executive group is actually going to be supported by two supporting structures, the Industry Single Point of Contact Network and also the Medicine Shortages Spock Working Party. And more details on the reporting obligations of these two structures will be covered in the next slides. So primarily, the key benefit of the new role is actually really facilitating the setting of recommendations and coordination of measures to prevent or mitigate potential or actual shortages. So here, the key goal is really to move from a reactive approach on shortage mitigation towards a more proactive approach where we can actually prevent shortages from occurring in the first place, not to impact healthcare systems and patients ultimately. So if we move now to the next slide, where we have a schematic representation of the composition of the Mssg. So this actually includes as permanent members, representatives from patients and consumers, healthcare professionals, working parties, as well as the Commission, the member states, and the EMA. Importantly, other observers can also participate and be invited to the meetings of the Mssg. This is the case of interest groups, for example, industry trade associations or representatives of patients or consumers and healthcare professionals organizations. And this will certainly allow for continuous and collaborative dialogue during crisis periods, also similar to a setup that was also initially put in place by the EMA in the beginning of the pandemic. Finally, also the regulation foresees other interactions with union agencies and also with commission services like DG HERA. So what are the main Mssg responsibilities? So in the next slide, we will be covering those. So during public health emergency or a major event, the Mssg really has or will have a dual role that should be clearly distinguished. So on the one hand, the group has a role in medicine shortages, and the main responsibilities here are establishing lists of critical medicinal products that are to be closely monitored. For public health emergencies, those lists will be developed also in consultation with the Emergency Task Force, ETF. Also, still on the shortages stream, the group also has to provide recommendations and also coordinate measures to prevent or mitigate potential or actual shortages. On the other hand, the MSSG also has a role in the area of quality, safety, and efficacy of medicinal products. And here, the MSSG has been tasked to evaluate information that is related to the public health emergency or the major event, and also provide recommendations regarding quality, safety, and efficacy of medicinal products concerned. In addition to that, the MSSG also has to provide recommendations to the Commission and to the Member States on any appropriate action that it is believed to be undertaken at union level for the products that are concerned. There will be, as I mentioned before, two main groups of single points of contact, both in the member states and industry, that will support medicine shortage reporting and primarily support the MSSG operations. And we will now address those structures in the next slide. So the first one is the Medicine Shortages Spock Working Party, which consists of Spocks in the national competent authorities. Here, the Working Party will be quite active in preparation for health emergencies and major events, so during the so-called peacetime, as well as during public health emergencies or major events. So here, the main responsibilities are reporting of shortages in peacetime. So these are actually, for example, shortages that are critical according to predefined criteria, and also monitoring of events that can lead to shortages. Here an example is, for example, an event like Brexit and the impact that it had on basically having a series of products at risk of supply. Another important responsibility is also the reporting of estimated data on volumes of demand. The second group is the industry Spock network. So this concerns basically a subset of marketing authorization holders according to a list of critical medicines, which requires close monitoring. It's important to note that the list of critical medicines will be made publicly available, and that the agency will also notify the companies in scope of such concern reporting obligations. So the iSpock network will basically be activated only during a public health emergency or major event, and I can't stress this enough. So this will only be for a pre-selected list of critical medicine. So amongst the main obligations for the iSpock network, we have the reporting of shortages. In addition to that, a reporting of additional information like active or alternative manufacturing sites, marketing status, and also available stocks. And finally, also information to the level of forecasts of demand, as well as supply capacity. And in addition to that, also prevention and mitigation plans. So the agency will continue to also engage with stakeholders, and in order to deliver the new mandate in the next slide, I'll be telling you more about the main actions that we are looking at in 2022. So basically in April, we are now formally establishing the Medicine Shortages Steering Group and its supporting working party. So in addition to that, we'll also work on setting up the guidance for the reporting of shortages and also for demand and supply data from industry and NCAs. Also, in April, we are setting up the list of critical medicines for COVID-19, and also the related single points of contact from industry in order to monitor shortages of medicines that are on the critical medicines list. We will also continue monitoring events, and this is, for example, the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on the availability of medicines in the European market. So this is something that we are following quite closely at the moment. Also, the new regulation brings enhanced transparency requirements on the publication and communication of shortages information. So in the coming months, we'll be publishing lists of critical medicines and the list of many therapeutic groups, as well as actual or potential shortages in the agency's website. So we'll also be working on developing the electronic monitoring and reporting systems by initially establishing interim reporting tools for both industry and NCAs to collect the relevant data, primarily in the beginning through secure submissions, and later this year releasing strategic web form-based reporting systems that will also integrate product structure data. Regarding the development of the European shortage monitoring platform, we are now working, and we will actually go into more detail in the next slide, on the platform legal provisions. We are now working on undertaking a feasibility study for which its objective is actually twofold. The first is to align on the strategic direction on how to best deliver the platform, and second, to present a delivery proposal basically to the MSSG to initiate the discussion and planning on the technical specifications. So this is the European Shortage Monitoring Platform. So Article 13 of the regulation actually defines a new obligation indeed for the agency to set up, maintain, and manage this IT platform that will facilitate the collection of information on shortages, supply and demand of medicinal products, but also including information on marketing status and market cessation. So ultimately, the establishment of such a centralized platform will allow to report, monitor, and prevent medicine shortages, taking into account, obviously, the information that we'll receive from both MAHs and member states' single points of contact. So in the next slide, we will basically digest a bit more Article 13 of the regulation to illustrate who should report the information through the platform to the EMA, and also what is the scope of the NCS and the industry's submission. So here the scope is really monitoring, preventing and managing shortages, and these will take place under two particular scenarios. So scenario one in the blue box, this is what we call preparedness, and it concerns monitoring of shortages that can lead to public health emergencies or major events. So here the scope is really any actual or potential shortage of a medicine in a given member state that can lead to a major event or public health emergency. And it's important to highlight that this is actually different from the shortage routine monitoring that is undertaken at national level. Then we have scenario two. This is in the red box, and this concerns during crisis-specific situations like public health emergencies or major events. So here, the ESMP will collect data on shortages, including also other data of medicinal products that are on the critical medicines list, again, during a public health emergency or a major event. So for crisis-specific situations, as an example, we'll have the icebox of the MAHs expected to submit, again, amongst others, data on marketing status, shortages, and also, for example, available stocks or forecasts of demand. In addition to that, the medicine shortages Spock working party will be expected to submit also, amongst others, data on demand, but also data on volumes of sales and prescriptions. So once fully functional, the ESMP basically is going to help us supporting the new structures and also operate both the medicine shortage Spock working party and also the iSpock network. In the next slide, we will be talking about in more detail what are the development requirements that are foreseen in the regulation to ensure the best use of the SMP. So in order to develop the ESMP, the agency in collaboration also with the Mssg has to establish and draw up a plan for the implementation of the platform. Here, the outcome of the feasibility study, as I mentioned before, will inform the agency's implementation plan. In addition to that, the EMA also has to develop the technical and functional specifications of the platform in collaboration with the Mssg in order to allow for the reporting of information from companies and member states. In addition to that, the agency also has to ensure that the submitted data is compliant with ISO standards and also based on sport domains, and also guarantee that any commercially confidential information is protected against unjustified disclosures. So the agency also needs to develop standardized reporting terminology and also guidance to industry and member states in collaboration with the Mssg, and finally ensure also data interoperability between the ESMP, the member states' IT systems, and also other relevant IT systems and databases, and making sure there's no duplication of reporting. We get now to the last part of the presentation. So in the next slide, we'll be talking about in more detail about the new role for the EMA on medical devices shortages. So here, the regulation, as mentioned before, also assigns new tasks to the EMA in monitoring and also mitigating potential and actual shortages of critical medical devices, but only in health emergencies. So here, the provisions on shortages of critical medical devices, as we mentioned before, will only apply from February 2023, and most of the legal provisions actually that apply to medical devices really mimic those that apply to medicines, obviously with the necessary adaptations to the medical devices sector. So here, the main difference is that the agency's role on medical devices shortages is exclusively to public health emergencies, so there's really no monitoring or preparedness activities for EMA during peacetime. Also in line with the medicine shortages, the agency is also tasked to set up a steering group to coordinate actions to mitigate supply issues of medical devices. This is the so-called EU Executive Steering Group on Shortages of Medical Devices. So from February next year, the MDSSG, how it is called, amongst others, will have a role on adopting lists of categories of critical medical devices, but also monitor supply of demand for medical devices. So here also similarly to the shortage structures for medicines, also the steering group will be supported by a working party of Spocks in the member states, but also a sub-network of Spocks from economic operators from medical device sector and also notified bodies. So the next slide will also present a diagram of the MDSSG governance. So as you can see, very similarly to the MSSG, here the MDSSG will have a permanent composition, obviously with the necessary adaptations for the invited observers. So here we'll be gathering expert advice from representative of medical device interest groups and also notified bodies and manufacturers and other relevant actors from the medical device sector. In the next slide, we basically list what is expected from the supporting structures to the MDSSG. So here also single points of contact for industry and member states for medical devices shortage reporting. So here very similarly to the medicine shortage structures, we have a working party with medical device shortage Spocks consisting of member states representatives. Here the activities are exclusive to public health emergencies only, and the group is expected to report of estimated data on volumes of demand and also forecasts. Then we have the industry Spock network that will consist of medical device manufacturers or their authorized representatives, as well as notified bodies and importers or distributors as appropriate. So according to a list of critical medical devices, this industry Spock network will be established. Here, the responsibilities are again very much linked to a public health emergency only, and amongst the main reporting activities, we have the reporting of shortages, data on sales and market share and available stocks, also forecasts of demand and supply capacity, as well as prevention and mitigation plans. So in the next slide, we summarize now what type of preparatory work needs to be undertaken in 2022 by the EMA to basically enable the implementation of the mandate in the area of device shortages in 2023. So here, the implementation will have obviously to take into account the specificities for medical devices. So in this year, we'll be working towards establishing a drafting group that will support the activities within the preparatory phase. We'll also undertake preparatory work with a view of establishing the medical devices shortage steering group and also its supporting working party at the end of this year. We're also working now towards identifying the sources of information for critical medical devices currently in the absence of EUDAMED, and also we are putting most of our focus on establishing the interactions with existing groups that are responsible for medical devices and a national competent authority. So we're going to be working towards that during this year, and in particular also developing and creating relationships with key medical devices stakeholders in order to develop this strategy to be compliant and fulfill the reporting requirements. So this basically concludes my presentation. However, I'd like to quickly summarize in the next slide the main points. So as we've mentioned, the new mandate provides the tools to prevent shortages of medicines and also ensure supply during public health emergencies, and for the very first time also extend the monitoring to devices during public health emergencies. So 2022 will actually be a very busy year for the agency, working on the process and also the tools to enable and be compliant with the new regulation, primarily on the chapter for medicine shortages, which became already applicable on the 1st of March. So currently, we're really working on transitioning from the pre-pandemic ad hoc structures and processes put in place also at the start of the pandemic to those foreseen in the regulation in order to try to make them more robust. Also, we are, as we've mentioned, starting the preparatory work to ensure a smooth and efficient delivery of the ESMP by early 2025. And here on the platform front, we'll be continuously engaging also actively with stakeholders towards the delivery of a minimum viable product that will meet the regulation provisions, but also stakeholder needs. And finally, for critical medical devices, most of the preparatory work is ongoing to set up the necessary structures and processes by the 2nd of February next year. So here we'll also be, as we mentioned, establishing the necessary interactions and also relationships with authorities and stakeholders in the field of medical devices. So I'll stop here. Thanks very much for listening. So I'll hand over now back to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean, for that very clear presentation. I would like to inform all participants and also those that are following us through the live broadcast that this presentation, together with the recording of this session, will be published in the EMA website. Now, I would like to see whether my co-chair, we can hear my co-chair, so I would give them the floor to introduce the panelists for today's session. Carl?
So, Monica, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's a pleasure for me to welcome you here to this session as well. And as you heard already by Joanne, Monica and I will be working closely together in the months and years to come to deliver on the roles and responsibilities set out in the new regulation in the area of shortages. I think for the Mssg, it is very important that it has a steering role, and therefore I'm happy that many heads of agencies are members of the Mssg, as it will work out only efficiently when we work together. And this is one of the key messages from our lessons learned in the EMRN. So after now, Joao, thank you very much for this clear presentation and summarizing all the details which are in front of us. Now we have today a rich alignment of panelists to support our discussion and answer your questions to it. I will now invite each of them to briefly introduce themselves, and starting with Sylvain.
Carl, thank you very much, Monica. Thank you for inviting me to join this conversation from DG Health and Food Safety, the European Commission. I'm the head of unit medical products in this DG, and today in this panel on shortages, I'd like to bring maybe briefly some background information on how we've come to this mandate extension. Most of you would know, but from the early days of the crisis with respect to shortages, the Commission and EMA and the national authorities actually have been working very much together in a collaborative way, establishing tools and ad hoc processes to react to the emergency situation. A certain number of these have proven quite efficient in providing the coordinated response that we needed to preventively and reactively to the challenges we had, and in particular the challenges related to shortages. And therefore, when the Commission proposed the proposal that ultimately became the regulation that we are talking about today, what we had in mind is that when we were still in the middle of the pandemic at that time, what we had in mind is to ensure that we could establish further this coordination and codify a certain number of the practices and mechanisms that had been put in place and that had shown a certain usefulness. So this primarily meant to reinforce the role of the agency and the network of national authorities in the way they work on shortages and the way they can improve and build capacity to go one step further into the coordination and the preparedness. This was supported by the co-legislatures and ended up in the form of the regulation that we are talking about today. This now very much complements and further develops the tasks that the agency has already had in the funding regulation and the practices and activities, with a focus on preventing and mitigating potential and actual shortages. So if you allow me for another few inputs as we're starting, and we can come back to that, I'd like to highlight a few important elements from this regulation. First is that it is lessons learned, and I used the word codifying. It is about that. It is about codifying. It is about lessons learned. It is about, but it is also about establishing a new system. First thing. Second thing, that it's about crisis management. It's about emergency action, but it is also about preparedness. And to be able to manage the crisis, to have the tools, the appropriate tools in place in times of crisis, we need also some structural changes to our work, and we need to put in place a certain number of structural tools in place. This is what is very well reflected in the use of the words in the regulation, the potential and actual shortages, and also prevent and mitigate. This idea that this is about crisis, but it is also about peacetime. Joao used this expression and explained very well these different elements. It's also about teamwork, teamwork across, teamwork at EU level between agencies, and this was between agencies and the Commission. This was highlighted in the previous session. It's about cooperation, it's about working together, but it is also about clear allocation of tasks and responsibilities and empowerment of each of the different players at EU level. It's also about teamwork between the EU level and the national level. And the core place for that is the medicines shortages steering group, and actually also the medical devices shortages steering group for that matter. So we talk a lot about the EMA mandate extension, and this is what this regulation is about. But of course, when we say the EMA mandate extension, we should all understand and realize, and I'm sure Carl and the other colleagues from the national authorities will highlight that, we should all understand and realize that it implies also a reinforced role and a reinforced cooperation and reinforced capacities for the national agencies to work together and to input into that process beyond what the EMA itself is going to do. And
So
last,
thanks, Sylvain. So we
1 second and I finish. Last but not least, and a very important element in that conversation is the need to generate data and knowledge. We already talked about this, and I would like that we have the opportunity to come back to this in the next few in the rest of this conversation in the panel. Thank you very much. I apologize for being too long.
Yeah, thanks, Sylvain. We planned it only 10 minutes for this first round to have time then for the discussion. So I asked your followers to be short with an introduction. So we will follow up now with Thierry, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for EMA to give me the opportunity to speak today about shortages of medical device. So I'm Thierry Sirdet. I work for the French competent authorities for medicinal product and healthcare product, and I am director of the Department for Medical Device and AVD product. Obviously, very briefly, it's a very important question of to manage shortage of medical device, not only in emergency situation, but I think too in the normal time and peacetime. Obviously, it's a new field of interest for competent authority because we are in front of an open market and a wide range of products which cover all sectors of the industry. So we have to put in place a process. We have to define what is a critical medical device and if a critical medical device could be exist. And we have a lot of work to done to allow this European coordination needed. And we saw the need of this kind of coordination during the last COVID crisis. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Thierry. And we will follow up with Darren, please.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to be brief. My name is Darren. I manage the medicine shortages team in the Irish Medicines Competent Authority. And as has been described most of today, the crisis the pandemic has really put into perspective and kind of given us an organic development of where we are today. And from our perspective, the three key pillars are the communication, coordination, and cooperation, which is fundamental to the mandate extension. Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. So we can then go on with Marco, please.
Thank you, Carl, and thank you everyone also for inviting me to speak today. So I'll also be brief. Marco Farinelli, I am the chair of the supply chain working group in FBIA, and I work in the global supply chain of AstraZeneca. Just allow me maybe to raise three quick points for the discussion, which I believe are interesting. We are talking about developing an ambitious system. We want to develop it as best. And I think there are three elements that require consideration. One is the system's internal consistency. So avoiding to have a piecemeal approach on that, avoiding data redundancy, potentially submitting the same data through different channels, because that would pretty much weaken internal consistency of the system and then the use of the system. We have spoken about interoperability, which is a key factor. We need a common language for that interoperability. So that's an important point, I think, to be discussed. SPOR IDMP elements of that are an important common language that allows us to interconnect different systems, because there is a lot of information in neighboring systems. We believe in different files when it comes to supply, more information on supply chain, like the market authorization, GMP files, a lot of information can be found there. So simply gathering that information will provide us half of the work done in a way. And the final point is working with the future in mind. We have talked about shortage prevention plans. These are very important for critical medicines. There will be more and more of these. And of course, this also provides data, supply chain data into the pot. So it's important that we already sort of have the future in mind in terms of how are we going to connect this data and information coming in as we move on with the project and we develop more and more shortage prevention plans for critical medicines, as this information gets into EMA or national competent authorities. So we also need to think of the future in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Marco. And please, Adrian, you can follow.
Thank you very much. I'll just raise a couple of key points. I really want to underline that I 100% agree with Sylvain on the need for a new structural approach, learning from the lessons of COVID. And here I refer specifically to the Spock, iSpock experience, where we had a non-harmonized approach to the collection of data, and that did not work. So we cannot repeat what did not work. I need to underline here that today and in the future, almost all shortage reporting is done nationally and will continue to be done nationally to national agencies. So the key is to align on common definition and standards nationally so the data can be shared and readable cross-border between France and Germany, between Poland and the Netherlands. This is what really, really matters here. So we need to agree what are the operational points that need to be reported digitally, what are standards around issues like the duration of the shortage, the criticality to patients, how do we align this data so that it's readable cross-border, and how do we create this interoperable IT system so all of this national data can be shared cross-border at a European level. This is absolutely critical. And I must say, I'm a little bit concerned about what I just saw in terms of different processes and what looked to be different systems for both within medicines and across medicines and medical devices where you may have combined products or combined issues. So I think we need to have another discussion to make sure that in the end, the regulatory agencies, the whole of the EU, each member state can have usable, readable data from this system. I'm quite concerned about, I'm afraid, what was presented, and I think we need to rediscuss that because we want to move towards simple and usable data, not additional complexity. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian, for these comments and concerns. We will come back to that and please now, Jesus.
Thank you so much, Carl. I think I echo some of the concerns from Adrian and also some of the great points that have been made by the other panelists. There are two aspects that I would like to quickly highlight, though. One is the fact that collecting data from industry and manufacturers on shortages only tells half the story. We have seen throughout the pandemic situations where manufacturers themselves were providing materials and products into the market sufficient to meet the demand. So that was being done. But nevertheless, there were major shortages at the level of hospitals. So it is actually, at least in the device field, important to understand that if your only data input comes from manufacturers, you're going to miss some potential shortages at the level of hospitals because of distribution inefficiencies and other problems that do arise. So that's something that to take into account, because those are critical situations where patients are impacted directly. The other thing I would say is that it's all well and good to collect all this data and monitor how shortages are coming along and so on, but it's really important to keep in mind the next step. So what happens next with the data that you collect when you realize a shortage is coming? Who is going to react and how is that going to happen? It's important to understand that in this situation, the Medicines Agency is not acting on its own. There will be work also from HERA, from other agencies, from member states, and it's necessary to understand how the monitoring work at the level of the agency is going to plug into the mechanisms that can then be triggered to address the shortages. So I think both of these aspects, could benefit from further discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Jesus, for this. And today, Hilmar Hamann will not be available, but his colleague Alexandra will take over. Please, Alexandra.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Alexandra Dacic, and I'm head of department in EMA Information Management Division that mainly collaborates with internal and external stakeholders on delivery of extensive technology portfolio. So now having in mind that extended mandate and specifically the topics around the medicine shortages and medical devices shortages, counts on number of tools and technology platforms to facilitate these enhanced and new processes. I'm here today with you to answer the questions or support the panelists and have a good discussion on how we can collaborate in order to create something that is good and useful for all the participants in the process.
Yeah, thanks, Alexandra. For these introductory then statements, and before we open now the floor to the various stakeholders, representatives who have been invited to join us here in the virtual WebEx room, I would like to invite all of you to, following the meeting, to use this session to share your views on what should be priorities in the implementation process and how stakeholders should be involved. You can use the Slido, as you know, and use again then EMA extended mandate for this. And we have already heard some concerns. And with that, I hand over to Monica again, and then we will start with the panelists in the virtual room. Please, Monica.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carl. Just to say that within the virtual room, we have representatives from patients, consumers, healthcare professionals, pharmaceutical industry, academics, national and international competent authorities. So I would ask you please to raise your hand to take the microphone and speak. And when you're speaking, we encourage everyone to turn on their cameras so that we can make this discussion more interactive. Along with oral interventions, participants in the WebEx room can also type their questions in the chat box. And we have already a wealth of questions within the chat box. So I would ask the colleagues in the web room to please raise your hand so that we can give you the floor so that you can ask your questions. You will need to raise your hand so that we can give you the floor. I think we have a question from Jurate.
So actually, thank you very much for the presentation, and we heard a lot of calls for cooperation, collaboration, etc. So we hope that also there is a willingness to collaborate and cooperate with the industry. We are ready to do our share, And I actually have a question, and maybe this is actually to Joao, is to ask, you talked a lot about the systems, etc. One of the first things that you have to deliver is the list. So we just want to have a bit more details how you will actually work on that to deliver it by August, and if there will be any opportunities to engage on that, I mean, on behalf of the industry, because we think we have also valuable insights and what we can bring to the table. And also, I mean, not forgetting the work we have done last year on the structured dialogue and some of the things working on sort of the criteria for criticality, whether that is going to be picked up or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Jurate. So I will now ask perhaps João to answer your questions. And João, if you could please clarify the difference between the various lists, I think that would be helpful for Jurate and other colleagues online. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Monica. Thanks, Jurate, for the question. So indeed, I mean, I think it's very important to distinguish that we're talking about two sets of lists. So the first one is the list of what we call the main therapeutic groups. And here, the scope is very much about gathering therapeutic groups of scientific disciplines or medical disciplines that concern intensive, surgical, and emergency care use. So products that are primarily of hospital care use. So this is something that has, according to the legislation, to be delivered by the 2nd of August. So this is a list of main therapeutic groups that will be primarily developed in cooperation with the Medicine Shortages Spock Working Party, and also together with the support from representatives from the healthcare professionals and patients and consumers working parties, because they have a seat at the level of the Mssg, and we will rely also on the clinical expertise to inform the preparation of this list of main therapeutic groups. So this is one type of list. Then the second type of list is what we call the crisis specific list. So this can either be a list of critical medicines for a major event or a list of critical medicines for public health emergency. And here we do not have any legal deadlines established in the regulation, but we need to come up with this list of critical medicines for, particularly for current pandemic, as soon as possible. So here, again, if you would like to have more details on the methodology here, we're also going to be consulting primarily the Medicine Shortage Spock Working Party, because the substances that need to be put together for that list of critical COVID-19 medicines have to also be learned from the experience that member states have at national level. So this is going to be a very important contribute on defining the substances for the list of critical COVID-19 medicines from the member states, together also with the support from the patients and healthcare professionals working parties. Now, indeed, it is foreseen that from a methodological point of view, we can also consult, and we will also consult for a list of critical medicines for both major events and public health emergencies, also industry stakeholders. And this is actually something that is foreseen in the regulations. So as part of the review process, indeed, industry stakeholders can be invited to review the list as appropriate. So I wanted to also reassure you of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, João. Jurate, I hope your question was answered. And just perhaps to also highlight that there is the third list that you're referring to, the list of critical medicines, both peacetime and crisis. This was the started development under the structured dialogue part of the European Commission pharmaceutical strategy, and that is not really foreseen in the regulation, in this regulation and the extended mandate of EMA. So I believe that we have also a hand up from José Drabuel. Please, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you very much for this very interesting information, although I am suffering a bit from information overload at the moment. However, I just wanted to mention that IPOPI represents a patient group for primary immunodeficiency. And as already has been mentioned by Ulrich Jäger, that there is a severe shortage of immunoglobulin. And I'm a little concerned, or rather concerned, how quickly this critical shortage can be resolved, because by all the different ways that you have described, it will still take a very long time before there is an actual positive result to collect more plasma. Now, I think more investment is needed as well, because during the pandemic, it was possible to collect convalescent plasma because there was an investment from the EU in order to facilitate this. So we need to continue to implement this type of system to collect more plasma very urgently because patients are losing their lives. So maybe Yao can perhaps give me an answer on how quickly we can reverse the situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose. I will perhaps ask Darren to take the floor here. I think he might also help with your question on the immunoglobulins, Darren.
Thanks, Monica, and thanks for the question. The immunoglobulins, as you pointed out, is a pretty significant issue for patients. And one of the key things to understand is also, and I'm sure that it doesn't go unseen, that it is a complex, because of the manufacturing process, it's complex. So it's not something that can be turned around very quickly. Within the context of for example, the Spock working group are doing is this has been on our agenda for some time now, trying to understand across different member states what's the issue in terms of their particular situation, the donations, the interactions with all of the companies, excuse me, to try and come up with an identification on how we try and facilitate easing the barriers, for example, to donations and things like that. Some of our member state colleagues have initiated some in-depth, detailed surveys to try and understand other causes outside of a medicine shortages, as in dealing with the specific shortage to try and fundamentally understand root causes, so that not only does the acute situation at the moment try to be identified and resolved, but also the broader fundamental reliances and dependencies that are there. It's interesting that the situation with immunoglobulins, it might not be something that comes under a direct list that could be seen for ICU and the way the mandate has been developed, but because of a consequence of the situation with the pandemic, the donations obviously have reduced across different countries. Excuse me. And then therefore that's I suppose a different way and how that gets to come into our challenges in terms of trying to react to it to get patients treated. With the acute situation, there's a lot of interaction with healthcare professionals as well as industry to try and understand what mitigation, what alternative products can be used, and how you triage, let's say, the patients that most need those immunoglobulins, and to try and target to get the products to those in the first instance, whilst the other patients are managed through potentially alternative mechanisms. I go back. It's a difficult question that I can't answer in a very quick way. As you know, it's a very challenging supply network. It's fundamentally reliant on donations usually. So it's an excellent question. It's a challenging approach, but I hope I've tried to illustrate a lot of the different work that's happened during the last 2 years. It is something that's on our agenda every month on how to deal with it, and there's a lot of activity, and it's not just member states, and this goes to other questions that maybe have been raised with industry relationship. It's a multi-stakeholder approach. Even if it's the NCAs that might be doing it, it's all collective across the European member states, the EMA, and in industry representatives at a European level, as well as patients and healthcare professionals. So it's to try and get a holistic perspective on what the issues are, to be able to try and identify the solutions in specific instances such as this.
Okay, thank you. Then my next question is, because if a lot of patients do not get their immunoglobulin, they will end up in ICU. And what happens then? Will it then become a medicine that will need urgent care?
Yeah, trying to look around the corner to understand, well, what's the next issue is a challenge for us all, right? I suppose, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's not a critical product. I'm saying that it is part of what we are looking at. It's one of those tangential impacts that you don't necessarily see until it actually starts to happen. But your point is well made. It is those patients potentially will move on to ICU and it is something that that is taken into account. And that's where, again, it goes back to understanding from a health system perspective. And again, it goes back to the three things I said: the coordination, cooperation, communication. We need to understand from a health systems perspective, what is the impact if patient does not get the medicine, and how do we then translate that into trying to have a meaningful discussion with the other stakeholders to solve the issues.
Thank you so much, Darren, for that very, very thorough answer, and also for providing information on the work that we are doing within the Spock working party on immunoglobulins. So I have next with a hand up, Mary McCarthy. Would you like please to take the floor and put the question to the panelists?
Thank you. Yeah, my question really was that I applaud the initiative that is talking about a common European portal where shortages and ways to mitigate these can be registered. But to do this, we need certain structural things in place first. We need to have good coverage of IT. We need to have robust IT with proper speeds, but we also need to have consistent and reliable coding throughout the different member states. And I think that this is something that should be investigated. Are we all using the same codes in the same way? Is the information being put in by medical professionals or by administrative staff? Because these may have different priorities and may input data in a slightly different way. And certainly I have found in my own area that information that is put in by family doctors, general practitioners, is different from that put in by hospital staff, who are often administrative staff and put in the information because of the tariff coding or for some other non-clinical reason. It would be good to see some sort of unified system across the EU which would try to ensure that this is reliable and consistent coding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for that question. I'm not sure whether we can comment on data inputted in hospitals and also at the level of community pharmacies, but certainly Alexandra can give you an overview of what we're doing within the European Medicines Regulatory Network. Alexandra, would you be able to take this question?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for the question, Mary. It's a really, really good point because unless we use the same standard and unless the whole Europe talks the same language when we talk about the product, then none of this, collaboration between the systems and some meaningful insight cannot be made. So legislation is also very clear that we should rely on ISO. So idea is really to utilize what was done in the previous year with the SPOR and specifically talking about product management system implementation and the working on the data quality for the products, as well as organizations and referentials. And this would be the way to follow the same standard and to ensure that when we collect the data that João was explaining extensively, through which groups, that this is something that we can consolidate, report on it, make an insight from it, and exchange in an easy way back with the relevant parties. And legislation is also mentioning that we should not increase the administration, not to repeat the inputs of the data. So of course that we will be looking on what is already out there. We've been mentioning feasibility study. That's exactly the initiative that EMA is doing currently, looking at what are the solutions that are already there, implemented, like European Medicine Verification System, maybe some local initiatives. I understand that there will be some joint activities from the MSGs on this. So absolutely, the idea is not to do this in isolation, but to benefit from what have been done so far in a previous years, try to implement the standards so that we can all speak the same language between our local and European systems.
Thank you very much, Alexandra.
Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you, Mary, as well for your question. And now we have Ansela Santos. Would you like to take the floor, please?
Yes, thank you. Wait, I'll start the video. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask something for clarification, because when Joao, so when you gave your presentation, you mentioned that in April you will establish the list, so the methodology, no, for establishing these lists of critical medicines. And then now in your last intervention, my understanding is that the PCWP will be consulted in these processes. So I would like to know a bit more about the timeline, because if this is going to be developed in April, does it mean that we're going to receive something in the next month to comment on, or just wanted to ask for clarification? Thank you.
Thank you, João. Over to you.
Yes, and thanks, Angela, for the question. So that's absolutely right. So in the course of April, we are going to continue with the work towards developing and adopting this list of critical medicines for COVID-19 in May by the Mssg. So this is some work that's going to be also undertaken in consultation, as I mentioned before, with the Emergency Task Force, so the ETF. So this is something that we're working towards drafting and developing in the course of April. So indeed, as part of the stakeholder interactions, the patients and consumers, patients and healthcare professionals, working parties are going to be consulted towards the review of the list of critical COVID-19 medicine. This will happen certainly in April, as I mentioned, towards again the adoption of the list later in May by the Mssg. So indeed, I mean, we'll try to take the benefit of the fact that indeed, as part of the Mssg permanent representation, we have representatives from PCWP and HCPWP. So we will use those representatives indeed to trigger the written consultations of that particular list of critical COVID-19 medicines. Yeah.
Thank you, João. And the next the next person to give the floor is to Dominika Mitzela.
Yes, good morning. Dominika Mitzela from the Plasma Protein Therapeutics Association. We represent the private manufacturers and collectors of plasma-derived medicines. And this is because I want to tag on to what Ulrich Jäger and Josie Drabble have said. For considering that immunoglobulin shortages have been raised as part of this meeting, and on several occasions, we as industry certainly want to offer our collaboration in all the areas that you have mentioned. We would like to again emphasize that one of the key issues with access to PDMPs is the shortage of plasma being collected in Europe. And certainly what we would want to emphasize, it is critical that EMA and any other stakeholders involves patients as well as industry in any decision making, because simply if the active material to manufacture immunoglobulins and other PDMPs is not collected or not present in Europe, shortages cannot be mitigated. So certainly we as an industry, we would like to offer our collaboration and participation, and also much has said about utilization of existing systems for shortage monitoring and mitigation. We as industry, we do have our own data program to allow patients and any other stakeholders to view which products are available in which European region as well as in the US. So we can certainly offer to share our system with you. So certainly willing to collaborate with all stakeholders in this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominika, for offering your support. I don't know, Darren, whether you would like to perhaps respond to Dominika or add any other point.
Thanks, Monica. To Dominika, thank you for the point. It's well made, and we do know that there's been interactions with the likes of the industry, like yourselves. I was actually going to make a point on it was a complementary point to Zhao's response, which is relating to the medicines and the level of interaction with the different stakeholders. I just want to point out that when the NCAs in the Spock working group are looking at the critical medicines, it's not done in a vacuum. It's done within the context of the health system. So there is a close cooperation and collaboration between the NCAs and the health system. So that involves patients and healthcare professionals in order to identify what are the important medicines, which then goes into part of the Spock working group, which then develops the medicines list, and then there's a supranational consultation through the mechanisms that Zhao has said. I just wanted to add that just to tie it in, because I've seen a few questions and points relating to getting the different views and the different stakeholders' points across, and they're all very valid. And just to say that that does happen, and it's coordinated through the Spock working group and up into then the Mssg. Thanks. And then Dominica, if there's anything else that you needed me to respond to, I'm sorry.
No, I think this is it. I think we certainly appreciate the assurance that that industry will be involved in the decision making, as we have pointed out. It is we do represent a specific sector that requires specific considerations, and as Josie and others have pointed out, it cannot be done without. So we certainly appreciate that assurance. Thank you.
Exactly, it's not done in isolation. And then I would also say, and it's to a point that had been made earlier, we're not reinventing any wheels here. What we're trying to do is build on lessons learned that we have all experienced throughout the last 2 years, and that includes the interaction with all the different stakeholders. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Darren, for that further clarification on the process for establishing the list of critical medicines. And I think that's what the information you just provided, I think perhaps is not necessarily obvious to everyone. So thank you. And conscious of the time, so I'll move to the next person that raised her hand, was Sabrina Conti. Would you like to put your question? Well, while we wait for Sabrina to connect, and so that we can take a question, I propose that we give the floor now to Adrian Vandenhoven.
Thank you very much. So just in reference to the EMA slides, I noticed for the crisis committee, the crisis committee, there were 2 issues written down there. One was that the industry should provide demand projections, I suppose, for surge demand in a crisis. And my question here is, of course, FP and Medicines for Europe, we led a special project under the surveillance of DG Santé and DG Competition to do this on ICU medicines during COVID. But this was because the ECDC didn't have a mandate to produce 3 to 6 months predictions. But it is my understanding that with the new mandate, ECDC can make these longer, let's say, industry valuable predictions. A second point, as I mentioned, there's a lot in there about production capacity, but in reality, in a crisis, this is not the relevant information. The relevant information is allocation. And the reason for this is because for ICU medicines, for example, what was done was we increased the output. What that means is the speed of production. You add a 3rd shift to your factory and you can produce faster. You don't change your production capacity, but you produce faster to meet the surge. When it came to the vaccines, what they had to do was add a bunch of contract manufacturers. And here again, it's about allocation. It's not what is the capacity of those contract manufacturers, but how quickly can you tech transfer? How quickly can you increase biologic yield? And how quickly then can you allocate the stock to the EU? So I think really we need to discuss these 2 points and if how we do this in the most efficient way, again, based on the lessons learned from COVID.
Thank you, Adrian. And I believe the regulation mentions both production capacity as supply capacity, but I'll give the floor to João so they can address your question. João, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Adrian. So indeed, so basically the legal provisions are indeed quite clear, when it comes to the reporting requirements by industry. So here we're talking about a wealth of data that indeed has to be submitted by both member states and pharmaceutical companies. So for pharmaceutical companies, primarily, we're talking about not only information on shortages, but we're talking also about information on available stocks, also shortage and mitigation and prevention plans, as well as we're just discussing supply capacity and production capacity. So indeed, that information is captured in the regulation, and obviously now that we are working towards defining the right way to basically collect that information from industry, we know which are the requirements, but we will also want to work with industry towards understanding how can we facilitate best the collection of this type of data. So what we envision also at this stage is that because we are now working towards deploying a set of solutions for industry to report that information to us. So you may be well aware about the as-is Spock system that was initially deployed in the beginning of the pandemic, and for which obviously we knew that it was not the optimal system, but it was the system that we could come up with due to the urgency of the situation at the beginning of the pandemic. So we now fully replacing those systems that rely on emails with attached Excel files by more secure type of submissions. Now, for these type of reporting systems that we have to develop before the ESMP becomes fully functional, I think it's critical for us also to involve and engage also with industry trade associations, and also primarily with those companies that have an experience also with the use of the system. So we want to engage and we want to understand how to collect also best that information, provided that the information is also in line with the reporting obligations that the regulation tells us about. So indeed, I mean, we plan to have a few targeted consultations with companies in order to consult them at the level of their reporting requirements. So if there are concerns about how to collect best data when it comes to production and supply capacity, we want to work together also with companies in order to optimize and to understand best how to get that information reported through the necessary web form. So this is something we're going to be looking at in the coming months. So interacting continuously also with companies and with industry trade associations in order to get this also job done right. So yeah, I think that's my immediate reaction for now. Thanks.
Ciao, just if I can just respond to this, being very concrete. In a crisis situation where there's a demand surge, what matters? How many vials my factory can produce a year, or how many vials we can get to Germany, Poland, France, the Netherlands, etc. I think this is really the question. I think we really need to move from reading the law and very theoretical considerations to the practical ones of when are we getting the medicines to the patients. And I think we need to move beyond this theoretical discussions.
Thank you, Adrian, for your comments. So I will try to see whether we can bring back Sabrina Conti and connect her so that she can put a question.
Yeah, thank you, Monica. Now you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I was not able to unmute myself because of the control system. So thanks. During the presentation, it was mentioned that there will be for the platform an interim system. So we know that the platform should be fully operational by 2025. So I would like to understand better what we mean by an interim system, and also if it's part of the feasibility study to understand if the sport terminology that it's there can be already used to have, even it's in a stepwise approach, sport can be easily interoperable quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Sabrina. I give the floor to Alexandra.
I'm sorry, Monica, maybe some of other panelists can help me out with this one.
João, would you like to answer Sabrina?
Yes, so I'll start with a reference to the tactical or the interim solution. So this is something that we are working now at the moment. So basically, as I mentioned before, so we currently aim to replace fully the systems that rely on industry's reporting that have a particular format that relies on emails and Excels that are attached to those submissions. So we really want to replace those type of submission formats in order to be compliant with the regulation provisions that concern information security and the data confidentiality aspect. So we are now towards getting that particular tactical solution that relies on secure submissions deployed by the agency during June. So this is something that's part of our priorities. But again, this is just a tactical solution. This will not be the long-term strategic solution, because indeed we want to move away fully from those submissions that rely on Excel uploads, and we want to indeed have, from a user-friendliness perspective, indeed web forms that have addressed all these product data integration concerns that a few colleagues have already raised today. So this is what we're going to be looking at. So in the first stage, getting those interim solutions deployed by June, and when we work towards the end of the year, indeed have these sort of more permanent web forms that are going to be indeed the pillar also for the minimum viable product of the ESMP in the long term. So this is a lot of work that we're working towards the IT front. So when it comes to also the strategic web forms, indeed, I mean, this will have to be compliant with ISO standards, and also have into account the sport domains as we've just also appointed to before. So I think this is for now, Monica. My question, I don't know if Alexander now you'd like
just
also
maybe to add more on now tactically how we will approach it gradually to ensure the secure submission, but then on more a general note, recently Executive Board of EMA has endorsed a new EMA information security strategy for the next 5 years, which really outlines the agency's strategic approach to information security for the next period as an important milestone to demonstrate the commitment of protecting the information asset and the business processes, and to continuously improve the maturity level of information security while supporting these new business and technology challenges. Current crisis is also urging us to closely monitor the IT environment, and we are following the recommendations from the European Union to increase this cybersecurity level. So it's absolutely right that whatever new we are implementing, we really have this in our mind, that it has to be done in a secure way, and also in mind to have the Sensitive Data Protection Act.
Thank you both for answering this question. And I'm afraid that we have to now move on to the next part of our agenda. So for that, I will hand over now, give the floor to Fergus. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Monica, and everyone. That was really lively. So we're going to display the points on the Slido, but just before I switch there, I've seen a few questions in the chat, one on AMR, one on medication errors, and another on the more strategic robustness of the EU manufacturing. So perhaps to emphasize, particularly for AMR and medication errors, that clearly these are key priorities for the European network, but not specifically addressed by this mandate. And to remind everybody that this new mandate sits inside and interacts with the CHMP, the PRAC, the Medicines Regulatory Network, and all the other things that the medicines agencies are doing. So these other priorities are nonetheless very strongly addressed. But perhaps but not specifically the topic of this mandate, and they will come back in other discussions and significant initiatives. If you could look to the European Medicines Agency's network strategy to 2025, you can see clear focus on that. So if nonetheless, I ask colleagues to display the Slido. We have input, I think really reflecting the discussions we've just had. So I'll just go down the aspects and then perhaps hand back to Monica if one or other of your panel felt wanting, or yourself or Carl, to react on any of these points. But really a lot of emphasis on standardized reporting terminology and guidance and coding across the member states. And I think for building ESMP, the terminology and the coding is going to be really important, and that comes up in the next point again. Harmonized data fields include all supply chain stakeholders. So we need to make sure that all those who need to be involved have a clear understanding of the standards. And Alexandra has referred earlier to the ISO IDMP, and there is a lot of standard terminology already established and being built into the network. So I think we've got the building blocks there. We just need to make sure we focus and use those that are essential to this process. Involving patient organizations and healthcare professionals is key. I think we want to really make sure we continue that dialogue with you, and your presence in both the ETF as members and observers in the Mssg will be a key point in ensuring that the concerns of these wide community, who in the end are the real users of medicines, are being taken into account. Clear reporting instructions and criteria in routine mode as well as crisis mode. Obviously, the plasma industry, there are various particular types of medicines and supply chains for different sorts of medicines, which have their specificities, and they need to be carefully taken into account. And we've been watching this very closely during the COVID crisis. I think we will continue to fast track on critical shortages. Clearly, the veterinary area will become involved where applicable, and there are references out to the veterinary area, but this legislation in itself focuses on human medicines, but there are clearly interactions and cross dependencies in a variety of situations. Common standards, again, shouldn't be a separate way for different types of products. Yes, we'll have common pathways for products and scrolling down. I think from Francois, your orders defining information needs for patients, I think is, how do we feedback to patients and indeed to healthcare professionals on shortages and alternative medicines where that becomes necessary, and how to deal with that. So I think keeping going. So a lot of shortage reporting is clearly coming through national level, but the advantage of this now is we're bringing all this together to a single common set of information that we can use in a collective manner. Governance and responsibilities are important. One health approach. Keep going down because there are cross dependencies in supply chains. So I think, well, yeah, you may want to comment, Monica, on the industry interaction with Mssg, but I think there are clear provisions in the legislation for the Mssg to invite the different parties for discussions, whether it's a specific company or industry or more generally. So I think that brings us close to the bottom then. Is there anything? So global mitigation strategy, I think it's important to emphasize that in the regulation, it gives us also the role to reach out internationally and discuss with our international partners in the different platforms that apply. And this is something that has been ongoing right throughout the crisis, and we will continue to do that. Finding creative alternatives is always part of the agenda. So I think probably I should hand over back to Monica now to wrap.
Thank you.
Want to wrap up?
Yes.
Just a lot
Thank
more.
you, Fergus. Actually, Carl will do the wrap up. I just want to perhaps say from my perspective that the session was very helpful because it provided us really insight on the views and concerns of the stakeholders. And I think that is essential for us to engage with stakeholders, essential to ensure a successful implementation of the regulation, which is ultimately all that we want. And I think one important or two important points came up. One is data, importance of data, and we addressed that question during the discussions. Another important aspect to me that was raised is the importance of having all stakeholders involved, both during the preparatory activities for early signal of shortages, for instance, and during crisis as well, and in particular in the development of lists of critical medicines. Just to reiterate, this is foreseen in the regulation, and we will engage with stakeholders and we will reach out to all in order to develop those lists of critical medicines. And last but not least, communication. I think clear and timely communication to patients and healthcare professionals is is very important as well, and I think that was highlighted. But I would like to now give the floor to Carl to do the formal wrap up for this session. Carl, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Monica. So I only can echo what you have already said. So I think we made clear that we have to distinguish between the crisis time and the peace time. And then we have to address in the different settings the criticality. We have the main therapeutic groups list and the crisis specific list, and clarified what is seen in these lists. I think harmonization, interoperability, data protection, of course, is key to the shortages monitoring system. And then the close relationship between us as regulators and all stakeholders involved is important key here to take the lessons learned from the COVID situation. And of course, we will take into consideration the comments already done by industry on the demand projections, production allocation, and how we can deal with that in a dynamic way in a crisis situation. So thank you very much to all the panelists, and with that, back to Fergus.
So thank you very much, Carl, Monica, and all the panelists. So now we're going to break for lunch. We will be back promptly at 12:50, so at 10 to the hour, for our next session, which is on the emergency task force. So thank you all. Have a good break, but be back promptly at 12:50. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you've had a good lunch and time to reflect on this morning's proceedings. So we're going to start now again with a session on the emergency task force. So how that works to address public health emergencies, and obviously building on a lot of experience from the last 2 years. So I'm delighted to welcome Marco Cavalieri, who's head of biological health threats and vaccine strategy at the EMA, and Bruno Spodes, who's CHMP vice chair, and Marco and Bruno are co-chairs of the new ETF now as it launches. So I'll hand over to you both for session 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fergus, and it is my pleasure to welcome everybody to this session and to co-chair with Bruno, with whom I've been working in the past year as part of the COVID-19 task force, and we will be working even more in the future. So I don't know, Bruno, any initial remarks from your side?
Just a thank you, Marco. The pleasure is mine to start this new adventure by your side again, and also to extend a warm welcome to all the participants, not only in the panel, but of course in the World Wide Web that are attending.
Thank you, Bruno. And just to say that indeed during this session, we will focus on the composition, tasks and responsibilities of the emergency task force during a public health emergency, and we will also address preparedness activities for future emergencies. So in this respect, I would like to introduce my colleague Manuela Mura, who is from the EMA Biological Health Threats and Vaccine Strategy Office as a specialist, who will take us through the content of the regulation and the immediate actions that are needed to transition from the current situation, as well as the timelines and actions that are needed to implement additional tasks and activities under the EMA's extending mandate. So over to you, Manuela.
Thank you very much, Marco and Bruno. If I can have the slides. Thank you very much. So my name is Manuela Mura, and I will not spend any more time on this introduction as was already provided by Marco. So if we can move forward to the next slide. This is just to summarize what I will tell you today. I will speak about the role of the EMA in public health emergencies. I will tell you a little bit about the new emergency task force. What is this group, its composition, tasks and responsibilities. I will also tell you a little bit about the next step for this group. And finally, I will give you an overview of the EMA tasks, which are also stemming from the new regulation to support the work of the ETF. And finally, I will leave you with a few take-home messages. So if we move to the next slide concerning the EMA role in public health emergencies, The role of the agency is framed by the decision on cross-border health threat of the European Union. And within this legal framework, the EMA has prepared an health threat plan. Here you have the link to it, which is an internal guidance document describing how the agency operates during an emergency. And within this health threat plan, a key role is actually given to the EMA Pandemic Task Force, which is the ETF, old ETF, so to speak, a group of experts which is leading crisis-related regulatory activities, including interactions with manufacturers and evaluation of data, and it's in operation since the influenza H1N1 pandemic in 2009. And in the years after that, it will also was also convened for the Ebola and Zika outbreaks in the years between 2014, 2016, and 2018, 2019. So the mandate of the old ETF, EMA Pandemic Task Force, has been expanded in 2020. And here you have the link to its to the EMA web portal to cope with the COVID-19 specificities. So what is changing with the new regulation is that now the ETF is set in the legislation, and its role has been strengthened, building on this decade-long experience, and especially based on COVID-19 experience. Also, its name has changed a little bit. It's called Emergency Task Force. The acronym stays the same, but the mandate is clearly now for the ETF to operate upon declaration of a public health emergency by WHO, the Commission, but also during preparedness, during non-emergency periods. And if we move to the next slide, you can see more information about the new ETF. This group, which now, as said, has a formal legal mandate to operate, it's supposed to work as an advisory and support body to support the committees of the agency in terms of authorizing medicines for public health emergencies, monitoring for this medicine after authorization, and also, as I said, for preparedness. The regulation is also establishing objective and composition of this group, but allows ample flexibility, which is extremely important for a group that is tasked to operate in emergency situations. And also the membership of the group is based on expertise, also a very important point. Now here you see 3 squares, which are actually highlighting the key responsibilities of the ETF as established by the regulation. These are tasks that the ETF has undertaken even in the past, but has now been strengthened by the new regulation, as said, building on the successful experience during the past emergencies and especially during COVID-19. So I will tell you more in the following slides, but essentially the ETF will be responsible for providing scientific advices and support to clinical trials to developers. For example, it will be directly involved in assessing scientific advices application, and also it will be responsible to conduct scientific reviews, systematic assessment of emerging evidence on medicines targeting the emergency, and to provide recommendations to the committees of the agency on the use of medicines, for example, prior to authorization in case of an emergency situation, or to provide other recommendations to support to support member states and public health authorities in terms of scientific or public health matters of key relevance. And moving to the next slide, I will give you a little bit of the timelines of the activities which have been undertaken so far by the agency to support the initiation of the new ETF. Here you see the main date, which is the 1st of March, since when we started official activities, which is the date of implementation of the regulation. The ETF composition has been prepared in advance of this date, building on the experience, building on the existing composition of the existing ETF to ensure continuity of expertise in dealing with the same ongoing pandemic. The nominations have been then proposed by the various entities which are represented in the group, and I will tell you more about this in the next slide. And the composition so defined has been scrutinized and adopted by the management board on the 16th of March. The newly established ETF has then adopted its rules of procedure. This just happened yesterday, and now the rules of procedures are under consultation by the management board, and the Commission, the European Commission. We foresee a positive opinion by around mid-April, and following this adoption, everything going well, it is foreseen that the ETF will then become fully operational around approximately the second half of April. We have therefore, as you can see, a transitional phase, and before the new ETF will become operational, under which the existing COVID ETF is continuing its daily activities under the current practice, the current mandate in support of the regulatory role of the agency during the COVID-19 pandemic. If we go to the next slide, you can see here what is the composition of the ETF, and this composition is specific for COVID. This is as adopted by the management board. There are two co-chairs, an EMA representative and the CHMP vice chair, which are actually chairing these sessions. And we have then a number of representatives from various groups, which you see here represented in these squares. The individuals have been chosen based on their personal expertise. So we have 14 members coming from the scientific committees of the agency, the CHMP, the PRAC, the PDCO, and the coordination group for mutual recognition and decentralized procedure, and the EMA representatives. We have 19 representatives from the various working parties of the agency, which have an expertise on vaccinology, quality of biological medicines, infectious diseases, biostatistics, inspection, clinical trials, and others. We have 4 representatives from the patients and consumer working party and the healthcare professional working party, which have greatly contributed to the activities of the ETF even before, during the past 2 years. And finally, a new addition, we will have 4 clinical trial experts from various EU member states, and these experts have been nominated as representative of the CTAG and the CTCG, the Clinical Trial Advisory Group and the Clinical Trial Coordination Group. Finally, in addition to these members, we will also have additional experts and observers. They have a different role versus the members. They will contribute nonetheless to the activities of the group, and they will be coming from academia, national regulators in the EU, international regulators, and other agencies and bodies of the European Union. And if we move to the next slide, it's important to note that the composition that you have just seen, it doesn't remain set on stone, but it will change based on the needs. It is possible to change the composition during an emergency if there is the need, and to adapt it to a future emergency upon a declaration of a new emergency. So this is to focus the expertise, the activities of the group on the specific emergency. At the end of the crisis, for example, at the end of COVID-19, when the emergency will be declared over, the composition will be revised to then focus the group on preparatory measures. And finally, we have also foreseen possibly, we hope, an unlikely scenario where 2 emergencies are happening at the same time. In this case, for example, if we have now COVID-19 ongoing, potentially we could have a nuclear incident or a chemical incident, and in this case, the co-chairs of the ETF will consider whether new or ad hoc members may need to be nominated in addition to further support the activities of the group with specific expertise depending on the nature of the new threat. And if we go to the next slide, we are moving now to the third part of the talk, which is an overview of the tasks and responsibilities of the ETF. And I will go through these main 3 pillars, which you see here, and I have already introduced them to you: the scientific advice, support to clinical trials, scientific reviews, and scientific recommendation, which are the 3 main tasks of the ETF. So if we go to the scientific advice, the next slide, this slide is showing you a very high-level process for the scientific advice submission. If we start from the left-hand side of the slide in white with dotted line, you see the fate of an advice submission within the agency, the application for a scientific advice, for a standard advice, but is also what is currently done for COVID-19, will go to the scientific advice working party, and then upon finalization by this group, will go to the CHMP for adoption before being sent to the applicant. For a COVID-19 medicine, what is happening right now is that an advice, after being discussed and agreed by the scientific advice working party, will be discussed by the emergency task force, and we'll go back then to the SAWP and then to the CHMP for adoption. This process has been accelerated during COVID-19 to up to 20 days and has been also given free of charge based on ad hoc decisions by the executive director of the agency. Now, what happens with the new regulation, if you focus your attention on the right-hand side of the slide in blue, you see that the scientific advice for a medicine that is targeting an emergency or a potential public health emergency will be handled directly by the emergency task force without going to the scientific advice working party. So it's streamlined to go from the ETF directly to the CHMP for adoption when ready and then to the applicant. It is also, well, now the acceleration to 20 days and the waiver of the fee is actually embedded in the legislation. So this is set by default if the advice includes clinical trial or question on the protocol, but leaves ample room for the agency to extend incentives and acceleration to other aspects of the advice. And importantly, the ETF will have to involve clinical trial experts belonging to national competent authorities, especially coming from the member states where the clinical trial is intended to be submitted for authorization or already submitted for authorization by the developer. And this will certainly provide an added benefit in terms of harmonization of advices across EU authorities to facilitate trials authorization and ultimately improve access to medicine in the European Union. If we go to the next slide, here you see the other task that is under the responsibility of the ETF. The group is responsible for conducting scientific reviews and then subsequent recommendation based on emerging evidence, available evidence on medicines which are targeting the emergency. Such review and recommendation are then intended to be published on the EMA web portal with the benefit that we have already seen during COVID-19, for example, reducing the use of medicines with insufficient evidence. That was the case, for example, for hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, among others, or also increase a safe and harmonized use across Europe ahead of a formal authorization. For example, the case of the ETF recommendation that was jointly with the ECDC on mix and match COVID-19 vaccination or safety of vaccination during pregnancy. Another review of the ETF is to consider the emerging evidence for medicines which are in the pipeline and for getting ready for an approval by the CHMP. And this activity of the ETF will basically support the CHMP to decide when is the best time to start the rolling review based on the amount of evidence that has been accumulated. And ultimately, this will allow the committees to streamline the process, the rolling review, the authorization, and finally improve access to medicines in the European Union. If we go to the next slide, the final main task under the ETF responsibility is to support the committees with other kinds of scientific recommendations, both in a pre-authorization or post-authorization phase. For example, pre-authorization supporting the role of the PDCO in deciding on pediatric investigational plan, supporting the CHMP in assessing rolling reviews and conditional marketing authorization, and supporting the PRAC in the assessment of the risk management plan. Post-authorization, the ETF is a forum for discussion for major variations, for example, vaccine booster, and also for critical pharmacovigilance issues which are identified by the CHMP, by the PRAC chairs and vice chair. An important role of the ETF is also to support the CHMP in finalizing opinions on the use of investigational products or compassionate use programs. So this is the provision established in Article 18.3 of the regulation. The ETF can prepare a recommendation for the CHMP, and the CHMP will take it into account when making a decision on following a request from member states or the Commission on the use of unauthorized medicines. And also the ETF can prepare recommendations or position statement on scientific or public health matters related to the emergency, including, importantly, joint recommendation with, especially with the ECDC. Now, if we go to the next slide, this slide will give you an overview of other tasks of the ETF. They do not represent procedures per se, but they are nonetheless very important. And starting from the top, the ETF will have to liaise with clinical trial sponsors which are involved in conducting or planning similar or linked clinical trials to discuss potential joint trials and establishing agreement between sponsor and co-sponsors. And in doing so, the ETF will have to involve competent authorities for trial authorization. This will have the benefit to facilitate large multinational clinical trials in the EU and beyond. The ETF will also have to liaise with the Mssg and the expert panels on medical devices. You have heard about this earlier today on matters, specific matters related, for example, to reviewing the list of critical medicines in the case of the Mssg, or specific support to the expert panel on certain diagnostics, for example, concerning the expert panels on medical devices. Now, this is to ensure that within the agency there are robust cross-links that can support the role of the EMA during an emergency. And last but not least, the ETF will support the agency role in coordinating and interacting with EU bodies such as the Ecdc, first of all, but also the agency activities under the umbrella of the International Coalition of Medicine Regulatory Authorities, the ICMRA hub for international regulatory cooperation worldwide, collaboration with WHO and with other international regulators, among which you see listed here FDA, MHRA, and others. These activities will improve preparedness, will improve global harmonization and of regulatory decision, and ultimately will improve support to developers. Finally, but not least important, the ETF will have to collaborate to support the agency role in coordinating independent monitoring studies on the use, safety and effectiveness of medicines post-authorization, always targeting an emergency, and specifically for vaccine will concern the creation of a monitoring platform, but I will tell you more about this in the next slide. And the scope of this will have to coordinate the generation of improved, better quality real-world evidence, and also the possibility to further support public health authorities with the publication of joint recommendation. And if we go to the next slide, this is very important, is the role of ETF in preparedness, which is also establishing the regulation. The ETF will monitor outbreaks and epidemics that could become serious threats, especially focusing on developing the countermeasures, continue to provide scientific advices also for medicines which are targeting potential public health emergency. And in doing so, the ETF will consider strategy, developing requirements, drafting scientific guidance for developers on this medicine to prepare for future emergency. We'll have to maintain also an overview of the medicine in the pipeline for future emergency and maintain up-to-date information on potential agents which could be used, for example, for bioterrorism or radiological or chemical agents also deliberately released. And an important part will be to continue to coordinate activities with EU bodies, including HERA, ECDC, but also WHO and other regulators, which will remain important also to improve preparedness. And if we go to the next slide, I would just have a few, this is for the summary of the next step of the ETF. Just, here you have a summary of all the dates I already mentioned. And just to tell you that in the second half of April, the ETF is expected to become fully operational following the adoption of the rules of procedure by the Commission and the Management Board. So we expect that the first operational meeting of the ETF will occur toward the end of April, and until then, the existing COVID-19 ETF will continue to address the pandemic. Now, in the next slide, I just have a few more for you to show you some tasks which are also emerging from the new regulation for the agency to support the work of the ETF. This you already heard of from EMA and others. It's the creation of an IT platform for real-world evidence, Darwin EU, which means Data Analysis and Real-World Interrogation Network. It's basically a platform to provide high quality validated real world data on the use, safety and effectiveness of medicines, which can be used by the ETF and other entities in the agency to address specific questions by conducting non-interventional studies or interrogating data sources, will provide further support for solid and robust regulatory decisions. The establishment of Darwin started already last year. It's been officially established in February 22 with the appointment of a provider, and the first studies are expected to be performed later this year as the pilot phase, for them becoming fully operational in the next coming years. And if we go to the next slide, another important task for EMA is to coordinate independent monitoring studies on use, effectiveness and safety of medicines jointly with the Ecdc, and especially for vaccines targeting an emergency. This implies the creation of a new vaccine monitoring platform, again, jointly with the Ecdc. This is not an IT platform, it's actually a network of study providers building on learnings from COVID-19 study with the idea to then expand possibly to other vaccines. It includes the creation of a joint advisory board, including both representatives from national competent authorities and the NITAGs, the national expert groups for vaccination recommendation. It's already been established. This board met already twice last year to discuss protocols and results on safety and effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines. And the next step will be to create a blueprint for the vaccine monitoring platform, which is currently under preparation with the Ecdc. And if we go to the next slide, just the last one is for the EMA to improve transparency. These are also provisions which are set in the regulation. Some of them are new on the left-hand side of the slide, which relate to the new ETF. The agency will have to publish information on the work of the ETF, will have to counteract this information targeting the ETF. The list of ETF members is already published after the 16th of March. The rules of procedure will be soon published following adoption, as said. And also the ETF will have to continue to keep updated the list of medicines which are currently under review by the committee for the emergency, in this case COVID, but also to create a list of medicines which in the view of the ETF has the potential to address the ongoing emergency. And then the agency will have other transparency requirements to comply with related to committee's decisions. For example, publishing an EPAR within 7 days from authorization, or the entire risk management plan or clinical data submitted to the EMA in support of this application within 2 months from authorization. And all of this is related to medicine targeting an emergency during a public health emergency. And this concludes my talk. So if I go to the next slide, I will just leave you with a few take-home messages. So what I told you today is that the emergency task force is now a legally established expert group which has been given by the regulation new tools to facilitate and accelerate approval of medicines during public health emergency, building especially on the COVID-19 experience. The regulation is also reiterating the importance of preparedness, with the ETF having a key role in leading and coordinating activities in preparedness for future emergency. The ETF has an important role to facilitate large multinational studies during a public health emergency, but especially in preparation for it, by supporting clinical trial sponsors. And this is a task that is embedded in a wider scope as established by the clinical trial regulation. There is room for improved collaboration and coordination across the various stakeholders, especially EU agencies like DG ERA and other groups, Ecdc, and clinical trial groups, especially CTC, GNC, TAG, and national competent authorities. This is an important part. Now, all these aspects will lead to a better preparedness, and a better preparedness will translate into an improved response to emergency when this will be declared, and this will mean a guarantee for protection of public health in the EU and globally. And with this, Marco and Bruno, I give the floor back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuela, for a very clear presentation of what we can expect and hope for the new ETF. In addition to Manuela and what was just presented, we have today with us a rich alignment of panelists to support this discussion and to answer a few questions and participate actively in this discussion. I will now invite them to present themselves briefly and share a few words. And without further ado, we can start with Florian Schmidt. Florian, welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and welcome from Brussels. Yeah, had actually snowed today, so it is. Yeah, but you are not interested in the weather forecast from Brussels, but in a few words from the Commission side. I'm here from DG Sante, deputy head of unit in one of the pharmaceutical units, and obviously excited to see the ETF now taking the final route to being established under the new mandate. Is it the new kid on the block? Probably not. It is just codified, if I use the lawyer speech, kid on the block. But good to see it fully recognized, and happy to participate in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Florian. It's a growing kid on the block. Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Lucia Pastoric-Celentano. Thank you for joining us, Lucia.
Thanks, Bruno, and good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Lucia Pastore-Celentano. I'm the head of the Vaccine Preventable Disease section at ECDC, and I've been working many years at ECDC as a medical epidemiologist, leading before the surveillance parts, and then the entire program of VPI. Bruno, would you allow me now a few reflections on the role of ETF and our
Yes, Lucia.
contribution? Okay, many thanks. Because I would like to share with you some notes very briefly. After the 2 years of pandemic, I think this experience has clearly shown us that we need a flexible, adapted, and rapid system that is tailored to emergency situations and when it comes to informing vaccination strategies. In the case of new vaccines, as for COVID-19 vaccinations on the market under conditional authorizations, we need to deploy at a large scale in the population vaccines very rapidly. And then we have many knowledge gaps as regard the best and most suited vaccination strategies, and as well as the objectives of the vaccination programs. We have seen that we had to rethink in several steps what was the best strategies, also according to the new variants that were emerging. And as scientific evidence emerged, in fact, our experience is that there was a need to adapt approaches or implement changes in the way even a specific product is used. And this has important implications and challenges for the practical implementation of programs, and as well as the communication to the public. That is a very important aspect. And we believe that doing this work efficiently requires rapid exchange, regular dialogue, and hand-in-hand work between regulators, NITACs, public health authorities, and program implementers, including vaccinators. And with the new ECDC and EMA mandate, we think that this can address the gaps, can address more efficiently in a more structured way. The agency can establish, learning from the way we worked jointly in the practice during the last month, ways of working that can efficiently shift from regular work in peacetime to an emergency phase. And in this context, the ETF, as Manuela has shown, it's a very important forum where ECDC is regularly invited to attend and contribute, and where this junction between regulatory and public health aspects on vaccine-related decisions or recommendations can be discussed. Likewise, the collaboration between our network of NITAGs and EMA regulatory experts is critical. I would like to really thank EMA because the colleagues, Marco, Manuela, have been instrumental in our exchange with the NITAGs in providing and discussing critical evidence on COVID-19 vaccines in the context of a rapidly evolving situation. And more of this is to come, particularly with the newer COVID-19 vaccines currently undergoing clinical trials. So we look forward to continuing working with you and to build a bridge of this gap between regulatory and public health bodies. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lucia. Already several aspects that will probably raise some comments in the discussion, but very positive feedback that we sincerely thank. Continuing the introductions, I will give the floor now to my colleague, Martin Huber, Vice Chair of the PRAC. Martin, welcome.
Thanks very much, Bruno. Dear colleagues, I'm more than happy to be here today. Yes, my name is Martin Huber. I work for the BfArM, one of the German medicines agencies, and I'm also the German PRAC member. I have actually been following the activities of the current COVID-19 ETF very much, of course, from a pharmacovigilance perspective. And I think we all know that there were a couple of issues that required thorough discussion. I am also honored to be part of the future ETF in my role as PRAC Vice Chair. And looking back a little bit based on the experience so far, I have learned that ETF is really a forum for very rigorous scientific discussions on any emerging issues in relation to the pandemic on a European level. And based on this experience, I'm also very optimistic that the new ETF will continue to be this forum, which is really essential and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. It is also my pleasure to introduce another colleague, Dr. Powell, Mayor Powell. Welcome.
Thank you, Bruno. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Mayor Powell. I'm employed by the Irish Medicines Agency, the HPRA. I'm currently chair of the Vaccine Working Party of the EMA, and I also sit and am a past chair of the Infectious Disease Working Party. I was also part of the task force that dealt with the 2009 influenza pandemic. And I think that was really rather straightforward compared to what we've just been through and are still going through. And perhaps that is one of the main reasons why I also support and can see the great value of moving towards having a more formal and permanent ETF in place. I'll just take you back quickly 2 years ago now, just to illustrate what we've been through. I mean, 2 years ago, when the ETF started to convene regularly, we had no vaccines and we had no known treatments of any benefit or other preventive modalities other than restricting physical contact. And so the sort of advice we were giving to companies at that time about how to develop their products, and we were really in at the ground floor, as well as obviously discussing with other major health agencies and the WHO at regular intervals, the sort of advice that we were giving has had to be highly adapted as we've moved over the last 2 years. You know, we've gone from placebo-controlled vaccine efficacy studies to considering approvals based on comparable immunogenicity, for example. We've gone from treatments that now have to be given in addition to what is standard of care not being without any benefit at all. And we've had to rethink several other issues. For example, 1 year ago, we wrote a document that outlined what we might expect from variant vaccines. And although there's nothing wrong with that document, we've had to rethink since then several times what is actually now practical, feasible, and has it slightly changed what it is we absolutely need for regulatory approval. So I think we've come an awfully long way in 2 years. We have shown that we are a very adaptive group of people. And I think we also fully recognize that we will need to continue to be very adaptable, not just during this pandemic, but in the case of the next health emergency that will come to a head in Europe. And of course, we all know there's going to be one, but none of us can predict when it's going to be. So it's been a very exciting and I think fruitful time. The regulators have learned a great deal and we're still learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I will give the floor now to Anne-Marie Jensen-Lang, who's also been with us at current ETF.
Thanks a lot, Bruno. So we have snow here in Stockholm also in the northern corner of EU, EEA. My name is Anne-Marie Jensen-Lang, and I'm from the Swedish Medical Products Agency. So I'm the former co-chair of the Clinical Trials Facilitation and Coordination Group. This is now abbreviated as CTCG in a new structure. I'm also the Swedish member of the Clinical Trials Coordination and Advisory Group. So that's the Clinical Trial Regulation Group. My background is physician by training with a clinical and research background as associate professor in neuroscience. And I have represented the clinical trials perspective in ETF since 2 years back. And I'm honored to continue to coordinate CTCG and CTAG on ETF members. So looking back a bit, what is it that we have done? One thing we have understood is that we have, as assessors of clinical trial applications, to work faster and to work in a very coordinated way, both the competent authorities and the ethics committees. And I'm proud to announce that we, the member states, have launched a multinational initiative to expedite clinical trial application assessment when it comes to COVID-19 therapeutics. So we think that expediting assessment without having any effect on quality of the assessment, of course, is a very important step, and this is one of our major challenges. We have also cooperated with the Commission and EMA working groups on guidance documents, for example, how to manage clinical trials during the pandemic. So here we need to be agile and flexible, and we have done as much as we can. You can always do more, and we have not finished, but I think it's important really to have this agility, not only on when it comes on application assessment timelines, but also when it comes to looking into the problem in new ways. And let me just finish by expressing what is perhaps clear to everyone, that clinical trials, they have the purpose, of course, to generate robust and reliable data. Later, you can use it as improved treatment strategies in the clinic, or you can apply for marketing authorization. But the prevailing interest from the clinical trial perspective is always the safety, well-being, and of course also rights and the even dignity of the trial subjects, and that's especially important when trial participants also are vulnerable subjects like children, pregnant women, and so on. So just to explain to you that as regulators by the clinical trial regulation, we have the role to say no to clinical trial applications if the participants receive inferior treatment compared to normal clinical practice. So I'm just giving you this background so that it's clear for everyone that we come together, we have ambitions, but we also have different roles, and the clinical trial perspective is first of all really to safeguard the subjects, the participants. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, it's time for me to give the floor to Alexandra Dasic-Pilcevic from the EMA.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Dacic, and I'm head of department in EMA Information Management Division that collaborates with internal and external stakeholders on delivery of technology portfolio, extensive one that we are doing here in EMA. You're all aware of a big recent go live of a clinical trial information system that we did together with the member states and the Commission, and now we need to evolve more on that to make sure that system is continuing and evolving. But then with an effect of extended mandate, it's really also about providing the right tools so that we can facilitate in a better way this enhanced ETF process, and also to ensure that all relevant data is available in order to make the right decision making and opinion. I'm here today to provide an update and support the panelists on any related question to technology involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexandra. And this concludes our very brief tour de table, and the dynamic nature of ETF became very clear for many of the interventions, and we certainly will have the chance to further discuss this. Before opening the floor to the various stakeholders, representatives who have been invited to join us here in the virtual WebEx room, I would like to invite all of you following the meeting to use this session to share your views on what should be the priorities for implementation and how stakeholders should be involved. You can use Slido code, hashtag EMA extended mandate. It's on your screen, and you have the QR code to give you faster access to that. In the virtual room, we have representatives from patients, consumers, healthcare professionals, pharmaceutical industry, academics, national and international competent authorities. So please raise your hand whenever you wish to take the floor, to open your microphone and speak. When speaking, we encourage you to turn on the camera and to make it more interactive, independently of the weather forecast on your region. And along with these oral interventions, of course, you can still use the chat. I have seen Francois and others have already started to use the WebEx chat room to introduce some questions that we'll try to address. And with this, Marco, I think we can open the floor for questions.
Indeed. So please raise your hand, as Bruno said, and I see already some question coming into the chat. So I would ask all of you, Francois, Michel, Dominique, maybe to raise your hand and to raise your question. I don't know who wants to start first. I see some of the questions were related to stockpiling, which indeed is not the primary scope of the ETF to start with, but I don't know, Francois, would you like to?
Thank you, Marco.
Please.
Yeah, it's more for a clarification, and you just replied that it's not the scope of the ETF, but to prepare for future emergencies, and even if we don't know which products from the critical medicine list will be flagged for this exercise, but will the reflection, the recommendation of the task force will go as far as recommending which products should be stocked at national or EU level due to the complexity of increasing the manufacturing capacity immediately, or any other factor which would drive the decision to maybe have some larger supply available at all times for these products, or not?
Yeah, indeed. I don't know from the panel who wants to try to answer. I don't know, Manuela, maybe to start with.
I agree with you, Marco. I think a recommendation of the ETF to the extent of what can be stocked at national level is beyond the scope of the group. The ETF will collaborate with the Mssg to define a list of critical medicine for the purpose of a specific emergency. So that will be then the role of the group in that context. And whilst there could be discussion in terms of stockpiling, and the support of the ETF and the committees will be in terms of authorizing medicine, in terms of preparedness, even before a future emergency, so that these medicines are available for stockpiling, such as the case for Invanex, for example, or a pandemic preparedness vaccine for future influenza pandemic, which can be then very fast modified, via type 2 variation with a minimum required set of data, and those are available for stockpiling also through initiatives by the European Commission. So this is as far, in my view, as far as the ETF can go within its mandate.
I think, Marco, if I may, this is Fergus here. Probably there's a role for the Mssg in terms of monitoring shortages and making recommendations, and some of those may be triggered or linked to the balances of stock, and then with here also on the member states themselves in how that's all managed. So the ETF is more on the scientific evaluation of the different medicines coming through the system, and the management of stocks is at the member state level, and then cooperating through HERA and the Mssg.
Yeah, no, thanks to both of you. I think it's important to clarify this aspect. I don't know if other panelists want to add anything on this. Okay, so I don't know, in case not, Bruno, I saw this comment in the chat from Michel Stoffer from Vaccine Europe, which I think it's an important one around the role on preparedness, which indeed is something that we will have to build on. So I don't know, Michel, do you want to say a few words and to expand a little bit on your statement in the chat, and maybe we take this as a topic for further discussion?
Perfect, thank you. So Marco and panelists, yes, first, it's a general comment. As Vaccines Europe, we conducted a quite in-depth exercise regarding the learnings from COVID-19 vaccines. And I think there was a general agreement from all companies who have developed COVID-19 vaccines that ETF has a very, very important role to play. And we are very happy with what I called the codification of ETF. If we looked at the learnings, basically what we believe is that preparedness is certainly critical. And basically, as priority, probably I would say, the first thing is to look at the learnings from COVID-19 and see how we could improve the system, knowing that a future crisis might even be more severe than what we have seen with COVID. And basically, time is really essential. And just as an example, what we have heard from all companies is that labeling packaging requirements are certainly a major hurdle if we want to produce very fast vaccines and to cover a very large population. So there are certainly improvements on those aspects. And I think it would be good, as I was saying, to look at what we have learned from COVID and reflect how the situation could be even further improved for the future. The other aspect, maybe, which is also something to be taken into account, is the early activation of the ETF. I mean, we have seen with H1N1 and with COVID, basically, that some activities, some interactions with authorities, for instance, were taking place before the official declaration of the pandemic. And so it's certainly very critical, again, to move very fast and basically that ETF as a kind of pre-activation form a few months maybe before the official declaration of the pandemic, if we want to save time. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michel. I don't know if there are any additional reaction here, Manuela.
Yes, Marco, thank you. No, these are very important points made by Michel on labeling and packaging requirements. We have already indeed tried to ensure some flexibilities during COVID in discussion with the member states, which are also responsible for example, waiving specific requirements for labeling. But definitely, this is an area that would benefit from further discussion in terms of lesson learned from this pandemic and preparation for the future pandemic. So that's an important point, you know, in view of future digitalization of labeling, etc. But you also made another important point, Michel, which is the early activation of the group. Now, I want to clarify. I think it's important to understand that the ETF is now established as a group of experts within the agency. So it will not disappear at the end of COVID, for example, to appear when an emergency will be then declared. So it will continue to remain active. In time, the activities, the frequency of the activity, the frequency of the meeting of the group may be adjusted to the level of the activities required, but essentially the group will remain active. And this is, we believe this is critical, so that an interaction with the developer, with the stakeholder can continue during preparedness outside of any emergency context, so that pathway and routes for authorization of medicines are defined and discussed with the stakeholders as applicable. So this is I think is is a very important point, which also links me to another point, which is the health threat plan of the agency, which is what I mentioned, will define what the agency will do in preparation during an emergency. And this is a document that we will have to update and revise to incorporate the new regulation and also the learning from COVID-19. So we will make sure that the agency has steps foreseen to react very rapidly together with the ATF and to better support the work of the ATF in preparation and during upon declaration of the public health emergency, which includes that period when we have an outbreak starting and the activities are going up before we have a formal declaration of an emergency, as you said. Thank you, Marco. Back to you.
Thank you, Manuela. And I guess maybe it's good also to say with respect to the scientific advice that this will happen also for products that will be developed in the preparedness phase, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, that's correct. And this may happen also during COVID. So during COVID, the ATF may also support the CHMP in finalizing scientific advice on products which are targeting potential emergency for the future. So this will ensure that there is a consistency of approach for also for future emergency and a definition of strategies and requirements going forward, especially where vaccines are concerned.
Yeah, that is an important point. I guess it would be good maybe to hear from other panelists and
we have Florian. Florian raises his hand.
Florian.
Yeah, thank you. No, I just want to say, I mean, what is also an important message from the EMA mandate legal proposal is to clearly separate the tasks of the different groups. And therefore, because as we all know, in a crisis situation, if several groups deal with the same issues, then it will get complex. And therefore, it was good to make this comment of the role of the shortages management group compared to the ETF, and you mentioned the labeling and packaging requirements. The ETF, I mean, the primary responsibility of the ETF will be the scientific support during a crisis situation, while regulatory aspects will dealt with by other forces. So it is important to acknowledge the core task of the ETF, because in a way it will only function, or it has only functioned also greatly during the last 2 years, because it was clear they can focus on these aspects and then provide this important input to the other committees, exchange with the other stakeholders, and there we have seen the great value of the ETF on the aspect of the scientific matters, and that's also what the new ETF will do in the future. Just so to manage expectations, ETF is certainly not the doing everything. They will focus on the scientific aspects, building on the great expertise they have there. Thank you.
Thank you, Florian. Important point. Anne-Marie?
Yeah, I think we can do much more in seeing that we can have expedited procedures. And I think we have shown that now with rapid scientific advices. I think we have to learn now what we learn in CTCure in the initiative on expedited assessment of COVID-19 therapeutics. I think it should also be clear for everyone that since the last January this year, we have a clinical trial regulation that gives a stage for much faster decisions than we have seen. So it's going to be a combined decision in each member state from ethics committees and competent authorities. And this is the system where we now see how much faster we can do the assessment when we do it together for multinational clinical trial applications. So I just would like to challenge a bit here to say that once we get more used to working in this EU portal, the clinical trial information system, and find ways how to work as smoothly as possible and not redundantly, then I think in the future, Europe will be one of the fastest regions for having authorization of clinical trial applications by large multinational clinical trial applications with ethics review, with competent authorities reviews. So this is where we are from the clinical trial perspective now, gathering information and planning for the future. So we did not have this clinical trial regulation until just recently, and we have just actually authorized the first trial within this clinical trial information system. But I think it's really important that we learn how to work fast, because in that way we can keep the clinical trials in Europe. And the lessons we have seen so far is that a lot of trials were mononational, just started in one country, and even more of them were done outside Europe.
No, thanks a lot, Marie. It would be fantastic to see this happening in the future. Indeed, during this pandemic, there have been quite a bit of hiccups around how fast was clinical research for trials that involve multiple countries. So it would be great to see all the efforts that you are taking in order to make this reality. And of course, here we are trying to go one further step, so to have a discussion within all the clinical trial authorities that are approving clinical trials in Europe and EMA, because we all have understood that during a crisis such as a pandemic, things have to move fast. And the more we can converge on all the different level authorization for the products or authorization of the clinical trials, the faster it's going to be to move ahead with the protocols that are robust. So
yeah, and one aspect I think we have learned is that we have, as Bruno said in the beginning, different perspectives. And I think we have learned from each other. So from marketing authorization, from clinical trial application authorization, from PRAC, and from all the different committees, from inspectors and so on. I think that's one of the big gains here, that we are now exploring ways to work as one in the European medicines regulatory network. And when we have explored this way, how to work more together with knowing more about each other, what are the different frameworks of each other, then I think we can be much better prepared for the future.
Yeah, that is really a strong and very good message. Thanks a lot, Marie, for that. So I don't know, but remaining on the preparedness, I don't know, Bruno, because this is an important aspect. I wanted to ask maybe Meyer, as chair of the Vaccine Working Party, what is her perspective, indeed, as chair of this very important working party in the area of infectious diseases, with respect to what the ETL will be doing in the preparedness phase?
I guess that to some considerable extent, it's going to be based on horizon scanning. Marco, would you agree?
Yeah.
We can all work out principles in terms of what are the ways that we could react most quickly when we have to. But at the same time, it's going to come down to horizon scanning that is looking at the next most likely threat. I mean, to some extent, that's what we did in the early 2000s, and I've been a regulator long enough to remember this. But first of all, we started off with the idea that the world could be threatened by a deliberate release of smallpox. And a group that preceded the VWP was put together to look at how we could facilitate the rapid approval of additional smallpox vaccines. And then we had the H5N1 scare, which actually prompted the development of all the pre-pandemic guidelines, because before 2009 and H1N1 came along, it was our fear that the next influenza pandemic would be an avian reassortant strain, and the most likely candidate seemed to be H5, which was having very high mortality rates in some parts of the world. And that was actually what precipitated the development of all of the pre-pandemic guidelines, including the ability to produce a core dossier and then to rapidly vary the strain content. So you know, we've sort of done it before, and I would see that this will be a very important driving force into what we do in inter-pandemic, or let me perhaps use the word inter-threat periods of time. But yes, it has proven to be very important in the past that we did this, and I think it is a critical thing that we will continue to do going forward. And in terms of the ETF taking the lead, but yes, I think it is also the clear intent of EMA that it will draw upon the expertise within its working parties as it needs to, which is indeed highly appropriate. And that way of interacting, working, is working now, and I think it will work well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Myron, and really a couple of excellent examples of the type of products and pathogens for which probably the ETF will have to be working on. So, and indeed, as you said, essentially almost the entirety of the vaccine working party was involved in the ETF, as it should be, as you said, and we will continue to have this strong connection with the key working parties of the agency. So, okay, I don't see other hands up. Bruno, I don't know if there are other points that we may want to raise.
Building on this that was just shared, and I think I like the concept of inter-emergencies time, which we actually call preparedness. I think ETF brings or showed that we can actually have different people from different committees or origins within the system sitting at the same table, and became the privileged fora for these kind of discussions. And I think, as Mayor said, that this is a major change, because it will allow us, instead of having scattered discussions or perhaps not so organized ways of preparation, now we are all sitting at the same table. So this is really good. We had, as Marco said, a tremendous amount of members from the vaccines working party. We could not have done that without them. But also, and I take the opportunity to reach out to Martin, because I'm here also from the side of CHMP, but Martin from the PRAC as vice chair. Martin, in terms of interactions with committees, and we have basically 14 members of this new ETF coming from committees. What's your perception on the way it has been working so far, and what you think will be this in the future, this connection with committees, and how have they worked from your perspective?
Thanks very much, Bruno. I think indeed a very valid question, and I very much liked what Maya said here, but also what Anne-Marie said earlier. We all come from different areas. We have a different background, but we have now learned to work as one. And for me, the experience from the pandemic with all the challenges and also the negative aspects is that we really have learned to come together, to sit at the same table. And for me, the ETF was kind of a best case example how to collaborate and how to work together. And Bruno, I think you mentioned that we have different committees at the European level. They all have their roles and responsibilities and their area of expertise, but all these bodies and committees have members representing them in the ETF. And from my perspective, these discussions at ETF have very much improved the interaction, but also the collaboration between the committees. Everyone has a different aspect to contribute, a certain expertise that is helpful, but I think at the end the challenge is the same for all of us, and more importantly the objectives are also identical for all of us. And I am very optimistic based on the previous experience that we will continue to work together in this very collaborative way, and that is important to have this collaboration in a rather established forum. So I think the ETF or the permanent ETF is really a good way forward to further strengthen this collaboration, but also to show that we have learned to work together, and it's not so much about competition, but really to work together and to share the common objectives. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. And just to actually agree on that from the CHMP side, and I think it's ETF became a facilitator of dialogue on very difficult questions that we were faced with. And I think from the side of stakeholders and mainly those who apply for marketing authorization, without ETF during these 2 years would have been very difficult to navigate through the system. So it became an enhanced support or pathway to reach the committees who in the end will issue the marketing authorization and the final opinion, well, not the marketing authorization, but the opinion to the commission. So definitely, I think we need to learn from that experience and from the side of the committees. I really would like to pick up on your words on the, it's not a competition, it's we complete each other and we try to sit together at the same table, and ETF became the place to do so. And we hope that in times of preparedness, Marco, we continue again, because it's a new way of work. And instead of waiting for the crisis to happen, we'll actually prepare in a very organized way and having everyone at the table with the dynamics that the new ETF allows for the chairs to actually adjust the composition based on the needs. So that's also something very good for ETF. And passing the ball again to you, Marco, about communication, I think there's also an important role. Well, you've been doing that and ETF has been doing that, but I think now it's further reinforced, right?
It is, in fact, it is heavily reinforced, and I think Manuela mentioned that. And you know, during a crisis like this, how much communication can become important, and that's why the ETF has been playing a bit the role of starting to come out with certain position that needed to be timely in order to have an impact on public health decision in Europe. So there will be a continuum here, and we will see also in the coming days, you know, there is continuous discussion on the best use of the vaccines that we have for COVID-19. So ETF will have still to play a role in try to be ahead of the curve and coming up very rapidly with maybe some limited emerging evidence, with some criteria, recommendation, or position statements that could help member states in taking decision and in order to try to get a more harmonized views with respect to the use of vaccines and therapeutics during an emergency. So definitely this is something important. And I see Anne-Marie raise their hand.
Yes, one other aspect I think is that you can say we have two types of sponsors in trials in Europe. Briefly, we have the academic, non-commercial, and we have the commercial, the companies. I think we have had a lot of rapid advices when it comes to companies and their strategies, but I think we need to plan more for how really to involve the very competent academic networks we have. We know that some are financed through big funds from the European Commission, but I think here we might be even better in the future if we try to figure out some things where we can do better, because these academic results from trials done outside the marketing authorization holder are also very important when it comes to repurposing drug, when it comes to doing trials to get additional information about clinically relevant questions. So just to make a proposal on something I think we need to explore more in the future.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And just to say that during this pandemic, anyway, the ETF has had the opportunity to give some advices to these academic groups. And of course, they are not used to interact with regulators, but we have been able to reach out to them and to establish some connection that in certain cases has turned out being extremely helpful in designing the study in a way that could then lead to an approval of medicine. So indeed, as you rightly say, this is an important area, and we need to see how we can do better in the future, interacting more with the academics group, because there are important data also emerging beside what is done by manufacturers. And here maybe I take the opportunity to ask Lucia from the Ecdc, as she mentioned, and Manuela mentioned as well, the fact that within the task of the ETF, there will be also this role in the establishment of this platform for conducting also post-approval studies that are so important as we learn throughout this pandemic, both in terms of understanding the effectiveness of the vaccine as rapidly as possible, but also to try to understand what kind of safety signals really are important to be followed up and really requires to be monitored carefully and to get in a timely way data. So I don't know, Lucia, of course, this is a bit of a journey, but it's very important that we work together to establish this framework and this platform. And what would you see as the main challenges in establishing networks that could run observational studies like effectiveness studies for vaccine in a timely manner, as we've seen coming up, like, for example, like from Israel or from the United States, and whether we can do something similar in Europe in the future?
Thanks, Marco, for this question. I think that the new mandate offers a great opportunity, not only for Ecdc and EMA, but also for, all the citizens, because this establishment of this joint platform means that together both agencies work to facilitate, not only to facilitate the exchange of information on effectiveness and safety studies in real time, but also to build a very strong network of experts that and also, let's say, study sites as hospitals or healthcare workers cohorts that can be easily mobilized in case of need in the post-marketing phase. And the pandemic is teaching us that the big challenge we are facing so far is that we had simultaneously to set up this infrastructure and at the same time try to obtain data in a real time. And this is the big challenge right now, because we should have set up this platform, we should have funds available for that much earlier in preparedness time. Now we are in the situation in which we have few months to generate the data, but we are still setting up, SARI systems for monitoring vaccine effectiveness in hospitals, trying to mobilize and increase the collaboration with the hospitals to run vaccine effectiveness studies with the doctors and healthcare workers in general. And also we are trying to put together all the registries in countries that have electronic immunization registries. So the big challenge now is to maintain this system, improve, expand, and have the data. I think we will have the data of COVID quite soon, both on safety and effectiveness, with a bit of delay, but this will be very important to test the system and to improve the system together, and to use this system on a more permanent base also for other diseases and other vaccines. And with at ECDC, we have been doing this since 15 years on influenza, and then we have pneumococcal network, pertussis network, but I believe it's now time to integrate all these networks, to have the possibility to have a forum of experts and panel of experts to discuss the scientific questions, the priorities, and what are the knowledge gaps that we need to address in according to the disease and vaccine we have, from both regulatory point of view and public health of view. But it's a long journey. It will not happen in one day. And I think we have done in 2 years already a tremendous effort from both agencies, perhaps a bit invisible at the moment, but I'm confident that soon the data and that we have generated will become available to the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Lucia. That's really an important area and is a challenging one, but definitely one that I'm sure we will do better. And there is a lot to build up here. So thanks a lot for all the efforts of the ECDC on this. I don't know, Bruno or Fergus, if there is anything else, including comments in the chat that we need to discuss here.
I haven't seen any further comments in the chat, but Fergus, you've been on the other side.
Monitoring the chat, and then my colleagues will be bringing up the Slido in a minute. So perhaps a few things just to your yourselves, maybe Bruno, you might want to comment yourself, that it's been partly discussed, but there's a question about the overlap between ETF activities and the conditional marketing approval authorization at the level of the CHMP. I don't know if you want to say a couple of words about how the ETF supports that.
Very quickly, it won't change much from what we've been doing so far, and it's been working very well. The CHMP remains the guardian of that decision, and the advice comes and maintains from ETF. But again, as you could see, there's a very tight interaction, and we've seen that with the COVID products, between the committees, between the rapporteurs and the assessors involved. They are all invited to the ETF, they participate, committees are invited. So ETF becomes basically a pre-discussion forum, a facilitator of interactions with the sponsors and with the applicants. That makes the navigation through the decision phase, either conditional or full marketing authorization, much easier. So that's very rapidly, that's the experience we have. I don't think it will change. It will only improve, if anything.
No, I think that's a really good feature of the process, and indeed, the further adding of the clinical trial representation and strengthening that, and the advice on clinical trials just helps the results that finally come to the CHMP to be so much better. There's another question, and Mayor, you referred to this in part, is what plans are there possible medication against biological warfare effects? So I don't know if Mayor or Marco want to reply briefly on clearly there's a part of preparedness also with these, what might be deliberately released pathogens.
I don't know, Maya, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, clearly this is now going to be an obvious and stated part of the ETF's mandate to look at these potential threats. But again, it's going to come down to perceptions in our changing world as to what the next threat might be. And the next threat, as I mentioned, might not be a pandemic. It might be, as Fergus has said, something quite different. But the ETF's remit now would cover all of these things and would also cover working with the relevant experts depending on what the perceived threat is going to be. So I think it's now going to be properly covered by the constitution of the new ETF. So that's really good, rather than what we've maybe had to do in the past, which is scrabble together a group of people as and when. So that I see as a very positive move. But again, it's going to come down to what we perceive in terms of horizon scanning as the next major issue, or at least is a reasonable expectation of what the next type of major issue might be, because we might end up drawing up broad guidelines that are not absolutely specific because we can't be specific. And again, we've done that sort of thing in the past. Over to you, Marco.
Yeah, no, completely agree. And I would just add by saying that indeed on the EMA webpage, we have already a list of biological or chemical threats. And this is coming because there is an article in the legislation that asks the EMA to keep a list updated with respect to countermeasures for specific biological or chemical threat. This was a list that was done many years ago. So what we will be doing is to constantly review that and update that as needed. But I guess that will remain the starting point for having a list of what might happen in the future, even if, as Mar said, it's very difficult to predict what might be causing the next problem, but still we have to be vigilant and we have to at least monitor those pathogens or scenarios that are more likely to cause outbreaks, epidemics, or crises in the future. And that's what we will be looking into. And of course, more in the general sense, we are looking into a number of efforts that have been put up, like from the WHO, in defining list of pathogens that might be causing epidemics in the future and therefore requires to be followed up. So that probably will be the starting point. But with the ETF, we'll be discussing what could be a reasonable list to start with of threats that we have really to monitor carefully.
Okay, thanks very much, Marco. Now, there are a couple of other questions that I'll just try and address directly. One thing, just to apologize to those asking, there have been a number of questions on specific medicines, and it's not the form of this workshop to enter into discussion on particular individual medicines, but also a lot of questions about veterinary medicines and what's the scope of the ETF, what's the scope of the Mssg. So I think the easiest is if I refer to the regulation directly, because it's a small paragraph for those that want the reference. It's Article 5.3. And there, I'll just shorten it slightly in reading, but it says the Mssg may consult, and the ETF articles cross-refer here also with the CVMP, so the Committee for Veterinary Medicinal Products, in order to deal with public health emergencies or major events relating to zoonoses, so infectious agents arising from animals, or diseases that affect only animals and that have or may have a major impact on human health, or where the use of active substances for veterinary medicinal products may be useful in addressing the public health emergency. So it's always about human health, but there may be reasons to bring in our veterinary experts, either because of the nature of the disease or because of the active substances that are used in both animal and human species, so antibiotics, for instance. Another quick couple of questions. One about links between the EU clinical trial website and the FDA clinical trials website. So both the US clinicaltrial.gov and our EU clinical trial register are providers of data to the WHO International Clinical Trial Registry platform, and it's there where the different clinical trials from US, European, and indeed other registries are joined together. So you can see the links at that point. And I think finally a question on the links between ETF and ACT-EU. So ACT-EU is Accelerating Clinical Trials in the EU, is the joint initiative of the heads of medicines agencies, the European Commission and the European Medicines Agency, to really build up Europe's capacity and attractiveness as a location for clinical trials. And this obviously spreads far beyond the public health emergencies into oncology, cardiovascular, the whole range of clinical trials and medicines. But clearly there's a lot been said, and Anne-Marie expressed some of that very well. We've learned a lot during the pandemic as well about how we can be better at that, how we can support academia better, and the need to run larger and multinational clinical trials. So I think there'll be an interaction, particularly in the lessons learned at the policy level, but ACT-EU is more a policy body. But could I ask colleagues just to bring up the Slido and see if we've anything different there that we haven't addressed? But I think probably, okay, so again, we get the veterinary medicines question is there at the top, in fact, so good I answered that one. What does preparedness concretely mean? So I think the panel have discussed that well. Clearly there's a lot more to discuss there, and these are things that will evolve. People have used the term lessons learned. We will never stop learning lessons, and we should never stop learning. So preparedness is as both a reflection on what has happened, anticipating the future, but constantly learning and adapting. The stockpiling, as we've said, that's issues to do with shortages, stocks, etc., more in the realm of Mssg, HERA, and the member states. I think going down then, ACT-EU, we've addressed. Can we have a public introduction video? So I think my communication colleagues will listen to that, and certainly it's good to know these are useful. Another threat could be on connected devices to inject. Okay, well, I think this is really a device safety issue about the security, cybersecurity of devices. I think is I'm sure something that's looked at by device experts. And I think we've covered the rest there. So I'll hand back to Marco for a quick wrap up. All yours, Marco.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Fergus. Thanks a lot, Bruno, and to all the panelists and to all of you for your really good points and comments and questions. I think what might be, the key messages that I'm hearing from the discussion we just had now is that the ETF has been very successful in providing really rapid regulatory feedback to developers and enabling the agency to move, rapidly into decision making in the context of a very complex emergency such as this pandemic, but also importantly has found its place within the different committees of the EMA. So really being a group that serves as a key advisor to CHMP mainly, but also to PRAC, PDCO, and also giving rapid scientific advices to companies. And this has been the added value of the ETF as a whole. And also, as Anne-Marie mentioned, the important link to the clinical trial authorization, particularly when there are multi-countries clinical trials, because there is really a need of converging rapidly into what are the key aspects that needs to be addressed. So this is the first element. So the position of the ETF in the context of the different groups and the regulatory network in Europe. And then secondly, what I'm hearing loud and clear is the importance that the ETF maintains its activity also in the preparedness phase, because also, as Manuela said, there is not a good response without good preparedness. So it's very important that we think about maintaining ETF active and scanning the horizon, as Mar said, in order to see what will be emerging and having maybe a list of the pathogens and scenarios to be focusing on to start with. And then from there, we will start in giving scientific advice to developers and see what has to be done so that we are better prepared in the future. I don't know, Bruno, did I miss anything relevant?
Excellent as always, Marco. Full support.
Thank you, Bruno. Back to you, Fergus.
Okay, listen, thank you very much, Marco, Bruno, Manuela, and the whole panel and audience for really excellent presentation and discussion. So we'll take a 10-minute break now. We'll come back at 2:30 on the dot, and there we'll look at the expert panels on devices and in vitro diagnostics, and we'll have a chance to explore that part of the new mandate. So thanks again very much, everybody, but please stay connected, and we'll all rejoin at 2:30 in 10 minutes. So welcome back, everyone. And we're now going to start our third session. So it's the closing session of this workshop. And we're going to cover EMA's role in coordinating the expert panels for high-risk medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. The session will be co-chaired by Alexis Nolte, who's head of Human Medicines Division at the EMA, and Ana-Eva Ampelas, who's head of Unit of Medical Devices at the European Commission. So welcome, and I hand over to Ana-Eva and Alexis for co-chairing this session. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fergus. So it is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this session. And I'm co-chairing today with Ana-Eva Ampelas. So as you will hear in this session, the new regulation provides EMA with the legal basis for the coordination role of the EU expert panels for the clinical and performance evaluation of certain high-risk medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. So initially, the second of these expert panels was provided by the European Commission Joint Research Center, and we have just transitioned that responsibility to EMA successfully as of 1st of March this year. So we have received, in advance of this session, we have received information from our stakeholders that the main question is to better understand what the regulation is about and how these panels will operate. So we will spend all the time we need to give you this information in the presentation. And then we have an expert. We have a panel of very distinguished and experienced people who will then be able to address any questions you may have after the presentation. So with this, Ana-Eva, you want to extend your welcome?
Thank you, Alexis, and well, huge welcome from my side as well. I'm very glad to have been invited to this panel. As Alexis said, I mean, we have been working from the DG Santé side very closely together with JRC, who managed the secretariat in the preparatory phase and also in the starting phase of the panels. And we have been witness to the very smooth handover that is now taking place from JRC to EMA. I would just say that I think for us and from the Commission side, this is a very, very important step for the overall implementation of the medical devices regulations, the MDR and the IVDR, and it is a very, very, very important priority because the expert panels really play an essential role in increasing the requirements of the regulations and thereby also hiring the safety and high level of health, which is very, very essential. So a huge thanks not only to everybody who is participating, but also to JRC and to EMA for the smooth work, and also to the experts. And I know that we have some in the panel today, which is really good as well, because they have really invested a lot in the work. And I think that the entire medical devices regulation and area will really benefit a lot from their very extensive expertise in the area. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna-Eva. And yeah, I would like to reiterate as well, it was an absolutely fantastic collaboration in transitioning the responsibilities, and it was seamless overall. So this was a great effort. So now I would like to introduce my colleague Sylvie da Rocha Diaz, who is coordinating the implementation of the expert panels at EMA within the Human Medicines division. Sylvie will provide us, the background on how the medical devices and in vitro diagnostics are regulated in Europe, and explain the timelines and actions needed to implement additional tasks and activities under EMA's extended mandate. So with this, Sylvie, I welcome you to the session, and we are very eager to listen to your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexis. And good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sylvie da Rocha Diaz, and it's my pleasure to be here today to present the topic on the expert panels on high-risk medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. So in the next slide is the outline of my presentation. I will start with a brief background of the medical device regulation and then expand on the expert panels in the framework of the regulation for medical devices and in vitro diagnostics, provide the one-year review of the work of the expert panels, and describe the new mandate of the EMA in the context of the coordination of the expert panels, with some brief remarks in conclusion. Now, in the EU, it is estimated that there are approximately 500,000 medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. The previous regulatory framework of 3 separate directives was replaced by 2 regulations, one regulation on medical devices and the other on in vitro diagnostics. So with effect on the 26th of May 2021, the regulation 2017-745 on medical devices replaced the Council directive on the active implantable medical devices and also the Council directive on medical devices. And with effect of 26th of May 2022, the regulation 2017-746 on the in vitro diagnostic medical devices will replace the directive on these in vitro diagnostic devices after a transition period. Now, as mentioned in the previous presentations today, also it's important to note that the extended mandate on the reinforcement of the EMA's role in this crisis preparedness and management of medicinal products as well as medical devices came into effect on the 1st of March 2022. Now we move on to see what are the types of devices, medical devices, that are within the scope of the expert panels. So here we see that the classification of medical devices is based on a risk-based approach, which takes into account the use of technical and manufacturer characteristics of the device. The MDR describes the classification into 4 risk groups, with also additional 22 rules on how to classify the medical devices. Now, in general, for class 1 medical devices, these are very low risk devices, and it includes, for example, stethoscopes, wheelchairs, and corrective glasses. And these devices do not require notified bodies and are self-certified. As we go up in the risk class, we have class 2A, and these include devices such as syringes with needles, surgical gloves, clamps, and also suction pumps. And these devices would require a notified body conformity assessment. Now, some of these devices in class 2 and implantable devices in class 3 are the devices that are within the scope of the expert panels. For the class 2, it is only for the devices that follow the Rule 12, which are devices used to administer or remove medicinal products. And here we have as examples ventilators, infusion pumps, anesthesia machines. And for class 3 implantables, these devices also include breast implants, surgical meshes, joint replacements, or spinal disc replacements, as well as prosthetic valve devices. These are only a few examples of the medical devices, and a more comprehensive list can be found in the MDCG guidance on classification of medical devices. Now, if we go back a few years, the new legislation on medical device was really the result of a drive for change in the regulation of medical devices caused by two major safety signals that were highly publicized and highlighted in the press as well as in academic journals. The first was the metal-on-metal hip replacement implants. So studies show that people who had been fitted with this metal-on-metal type of implant were falling ill due to the release of metal particles of cobalt and chromium metals in the implant. And it caused a condition of where the particles of the metal entered the bloodstream and the soft tissues. Now, the next safety signal was in women who had received a particular type of implant from a manufacturer, PIP, that used industrial low-grade silicone to produce these implants. And the low-grade silicone had not been approved for this particular use. And there were also other problems where many of the implants ruptured. And without traceability, many women were unsure whether they had received these defective implants. So both safety issues highlighted some of the weaknesses in the previous system. Now, the new tools in the regulation are meant to address some of these deficiencies that have been just highlighted. Now, both regulations introduce a much stricter certification procedure and also monitoring of the devices once on the market. Some of the new tools in the regulation include a pre-market obligation for consultation on the clinical evaluation for certain high-risk devices. And this is where the expert panels will come into play, as they provide the mechanism of scrutiny for this assessment for these class 3 and class 2B devices. And there's the establishment of a new EU medical device database that will monitor the life cycle of the device, including post-market clinical follow-up data. And better transparency and visibility and traceability of medical devices with the introduction of the unique device identification system, which provides identification of the device on the market and facilitates the traceability to improve patient safety. There's also the introduction of an implant card for patients that offers patients easier access to information about the device that has been implanted. And with this card, patients will have access to safety information through EUDAMED on their medical device. Now, the approval pathway for medical devices is quite complex. And in this presentation, I don't believe that I could do it justice. So there is not enough time to fully describe and appreciate the different aspects and steps of this conformity assessment. But here I provide only a snapshot of the overall approval pathway for medical devices. The manufacturer provides the notified body with this technical dossier for review as part of the procedure for the conformity assessment in order to receive the certification for the CE marking. The notified body, which is designated by an EU country, carries out this task to assess the conformity for certain products before they're placed on the market. And the European Commission publishes such a list of notified bodies. The authorities responsible for the enforcement of the regulation and vigilance remain with the competent authority, and notified bodies are supervised by authorities which are specifically responsible for the notified bodies. And in this process, what is new is EUDAMED, so the electronic system for registration of medical devices, and where information on medical devices will be made available publicly. And there will be information on post-market surveillance and vigilance on clinical investigations. But also this is where we will also find the availability of the opinions from the expert panels. Now, also within the new legislation on medical devices, next slide, please, are the expert panels who now have a role in the process for the conformity assessment. So the manufacturer submits a clinical dossier for medical devices to the notified body, and the notified body drafts what is called a clinical evaluation assessment report, which is the CEAR, which is then submitted to the expert panels via the expert panel secretariat. Now, the expert panels then provide an opinion on this report, and this procedure is called the Clinical Evaluation Consultation Procedure, or CECP. Now, for in vitro diagnostics, the manufacturer provides a performance evaluation report, the PER, which then is submitted to the expert panels for review. The panels will then provide a view on the report, and this is what is called the Performance Evaluation Consultation Procedure, or PECP. The opinions or the views that are provided to the notified body as part of the conformity assessment, which would lead then to the certification and subsequent access to the EU market. Now, the expert panels are organized into 12 different panels. There's a screening panel, 10 thematic panels with subspecialties, and 1 in vitro diagnostic panel. The chairs and vice chairs with representatives of the screening panels also constitute the coordination committee, whose responsibility is really the well-functioning of the panels. The experts that are assigned to the panels come from a central reserve list of experts that have been assigned by the European Commission. Now, what is the role of the expert panels? So next slide, please. Now, their main focus at the moment is really to provide the opinion on the notified body's assessment of the clinical evaluation of certain high-risk medical devices, and to provide the views on the performance evaluation of certain in vitro diagnostics, which I will discuss a little bit more in detail in a few minutes. However, they also have other roles, which are to provide scientific and technical in clinical matters, to contribute to the development of common specifications and guidances, as well as international standards, and to contribute to the identification of concerns and emergent safety and performance issues. But they will also play a role for the preparedness and management of public health emergencies along with the ATF. Now, if we look more closely at the CECP procedure itself, now the notified body starts, the notified body starts with considering first the legal requirements of the particular medical device, and therefore there is a class 3 implantable device or a class 2 device used to administer or remove medicinal products. There are certain exemptions to consider, but if the medical device is found to qualify for the CECP procedure, then it would undergo a first phase of assessment based on one of the 3 criteria listed, but most notably on the novelty criteria with a major impact on clinical or health of patients. If this is confirmed, then the thematic panel would provide an opinion on the clinical evaluation assessment report. Now, the opinion is non-binding and is publicly available on the European Commission's website. The procedure itself lasts a maximum of 60 days once it is assigned to the screening panel. Now, in terms of output, before the 1st of March, there were a total of 25 procedures with 3 scientific opinions for the CCP and 15 scientific views for the PCP that have been published. And in the last month, we've received 5 additional procedures, which are currently ongoing. So I would like to show you now just an example of the work of the expert panels. Here we have as an example, the first opinion given by the expert panels, and this was an implantable device intended to be used as a bone graft material for the repair or augmentation of bone defects in dental procedures. The expert panels reviewed the clinical evaluation assessment report and provided comments on the length of the study duration, the endpoint used in the study, and the potential immune adverse reaction from the source material. And as well, they commented on the adequacy of the dataset to support the intended use of this particular product. They also recommended in their report additional measures to implement in the post-market clinical follow-up plan. And these recommendations really show that the expert panels provide a certain level of scrutiny over the assessment of the clinical data of the medical device. Now, if we look more closely at the other procedure, which is the Performance Evaluation Consultation Procedure, named PECP, for the in vitro diagnostics. The procedure itself starts with the manufacturer providing the notified body with the performance evaluation report, and then it is then assessed by the expert panels, or the expert panel on specifically the in vitro diagnostics. There are certain exceptions on the IVDs that do not need views of the expert panels, and this is when there's already a common specification which is already available for the same type of device, and if the type of device is already has already been certified. Now, the expert panels provide a non-binding view on the performance of the device, and the advice itself is also publicly available on the European Commission's website. The procedure itself lasts also a maximum of 60 days once it is assigned to the in vitro expert panel. Now, over the past year, the expert panels have provided views on the performance evaluation report of 15 different dossiers of IVDs for the detection and screening of various infectious agents. For example, hepatitis E, West Nile virus, chikungunya, dengue virus, and also notably SARS-CoV-2 IVDs. The expert panels reviewed 5 different IVDs for SARS-CoV-2 that use different detection techniques such as RNA or detection of antibodies against SARS-CoV-2. Now, in the short term, the expert panels are focused, if I can have the next slide, on the 2 procedures as per the legislation, so the CCP and PCP, as we've just discussed. However, in the long term, it is expected that the role of the expert panels will expand to provide scientific advice to the Medical Device Coordination Group, the MDCG, and to the Commission on the safety and performance of high-risk medical devices and in vitro diagnostics, but also to manufacturers, notified bodies, and member states on clinical development strategies and data sets that are needed for the clinical evaluation part of the conformity assessment. Therefore, the expert panels will progressively will be a key source of independent scientific input to many stakeholders in the regulatory framework on the clinical development and data collection on medical devices. Now, the independent scientific contribution from the expert panels will have many benefits and value added to the system. So some of the key benefits, if I can have the next slide. Yes, the previous one. My screen is a bit slow. Some of the key benefits are listed here. There will be greater transparency for patients and healthcare professionals on the clinical assessment performed by the notified body. It will also reinforce the supervisory role of competent authorities with the added mechanism of scrutiny, and will help develop common specifications to support manufacturers and standardize the quality and performance of their devices, which will lead also to better preparedness during a public health crisis. So as of March 1st, next slide, please, the EMA is coordinating the activities of the expert panels, having taken over this role from the Joint Research Center and DG Santé. And over the past year, we have implemented a roadmap on the handover of the expert panels with close interaction and regular meetings to ensure the smooth process of the handover, with many aspects touching upon operational activities of the panels, such as expert contract management and handling of conflict of interest, to the coordination of the procedure management itself of the two main procedures, the CCP and PCP. So I can safely say that the handover has been a success with the establishment of the new secretariat of the expert panels at EMA, which is fully operational. So following the excellent collaboration between the different teams. Now, the extended mandate on crisis preparedness and management of medicinal products and medical devices, next slide, please, is really the legal basis upon which the EMA has taken up the responsibility to support and coordinate the activities of these expert panels. And EMA is well placed to perform this important role since it has a long-standing reputation of considerable knowledge in managing experts across the EU in medicinal product regulatory framework. And it offers excellence in the expertise and scientific knowledge on clinical trials because it has an established role as a regulatory agency for medicinal products. It encourages also innovation through various structures, schemes for SMEs to bring these innovative products to patients, such as advanced therapies of medicinal products. And with over 5,000 experts in our database, the EMA has experience in managing competing interests and ensuring impartiality and independence of their scientific opinions. It does all of this with transparency through publication of the scientific opinions, agendas, and minutes of committee meetings to allow the public scrutiny on how these decisions were made. So in conclusion, the expert panels are one of the new tools in the medical device regulation to improve the safety and performance of medical devices and in vitro diagnostics and safeguard the health of patients with increased transparency to patients and healthcare professionals. So the activities of the expert panels are now under the umbrella of the EMA, which has extensive experience in coordinating these expert groups and advisory groups as well as committees. And the new mandate really strengthens and provides further resilience to the EMA's role in preparedness for major public health crises, for the availability of medicinal products as well as medical devices, with the interaction between the ETF and the expert panels. And the expert panels under the coordination of the EMA will lead to a more integrated and synergistic approach for the management of medical devices and improve public health. So I finish here my presentation and I thank you for your attention. So I hand over the floor to the co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvie, for this very good and clear presentation. First of all, we have a lot of stakeholders participating in this session. We have patients, consumers, healthcare professionals, pharmaceutical and medical devices, industry, academics, and then also a number of national and international competent authorities. First of all, we should invite everybody to send your comments or your questions on the slide that has been established for this event. We have hashtag EMA extended mandate where you can post. We will open the floor to all the participants afterwards, but first we will have a round with the panelists that have been invited to this session. So we will call upon all the panelists and you can present yourselves and you can say a few words from your perspective of the expert panels. And after that round of introductions, we will open the floor for questions and comments on this. So I suggest that we first give the floor to Alexandra Dacic-Pilchevich. I hope I got the name right.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Dacic, and I'm head of department in EMA Information Management Division, with a goal to collaborate with internal and external stakeholders on delivery of a technology portfolio, extensive one that we are planning here in EMA. And in the context of extended mandate and specifically medical devices, we could hear from the previous presentation that the process has been existing on a commission side and different tools are used that now we are using with the you know, from EMA side, but then with the idea that submissions of dossiers from the notified bodies and publication at the end. One day will be a new system that is under development, and then how that all will fit together with our tools that we are developing in order to support the procedures and in the future shortages for medical devices. As you can see, a lot of technical components involved. Maybe they are not blocking on urgent point when it comes to panels described, but definitely something that we will be working on in the coming years with the goal to set up more sustainable technology around all these procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. We can now go to Claudius Griesinger from JRC.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. It's a great honor to be here. My name is Claudius Griesinger. I'm working for the European Commission Joint Research Center. And maybe just one or two words on the Joint Research Center. This is a Director General of the Commission. It's the Science and Knowledge Service of the Commission. So we don't have a policy agenda, but we basically support policy DGs in regard to the full policy cycle, conception, implementation, monitoring of policies. Also, foresight is an important activity in scientific collaborations. Within the JRC, we have a project. I'm leading that project on emerging health technologies, and we have a long-standing collaboration with DG Santé on the implementation of the two new regulations. We worked on various scientific aspects. We, for instance, work on artificial intelligence and COVID imaging recently, but we done a lot also for the implementations, as I said, like globally acceptable terminology for adverse events, signal detection, use of real-world data, and these things are actually also relevant for some of the key objectives of the regulation, and also relevant for the panels because they will or could use, when available, also decision criteria relating to increased incidence. And we've spent a lot of time with Santé working on setting up, designing, first of all, these panels, setting them up, establishing them in an operational way, writing guidance on decision criteria, importantly on innovation, on novel devices, and then coordinated the panels for the first year. As Sylvie already said, we had about 25 processes basically fed through, importantly also some COVID assays, but also important other medical devices. And maybe I close now to say a few words on the panels from our perspective. First of all, it's of course a novel element, as Anna already said, and it's a key element of the legislative framework. It brings together really an incredible brain power in clinical and scientific terms, and that's fantastic. First of all, there are lots of roles for the expert panels in the regulation. Sylvie alluded to these, and I think what is really critical with these consultations that are now in place, we have for the first time an element where independent clinical experts look actually at data quality, at sufficiency of clinical evidence for high-risk devices before they're used in patients. And that advice is being used by notified bodies, but it also informs the member states' mechanism of scrutiny, where member states have a lot of possibility to look actually at these new novel devices that come on the market, and could also request actually further advice from panels. Important is also this early advice. I think everybody is keen probably on that. The panels may advise on the clinical development strategies for companies if companies want that. And I think what is really critical is to see the panels as a really constructive new element within a wider community, of course, of industry, notified bodies, scientific community, to really walk the line between safety, enhanced safety, but also maintaining innovativeness. That's absolutely critical. We have a very innovative sector in the EU. We have to maintain that. I close with saying that I think there is a clear expectation and a fantastic opportunity that the panels will learn with the community about data, experiences with novel devices, and develop then actually benchmarks, basically common specifications that provide clarity for all the players to improve, hopefully, the clinical data that are associated with new devices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudius. And now Niall McLean from HPRA, please.
Thank you, Anna-Eva, and good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you very much to the EMA for inviting me to participate in this panel session today. Like has been reflected in the previous speeches, I would very much see the expert panels as being a key pillar to the new regulatory system defined by MDR and IVDR. And we very much welcomed their establishment back in Q2 of last year. And I must recognize all of the work that the Commission, Anna-Eva and her team, and indeed in particular Claudius and his team at the JRC have put into bringing us to this point. And I very much look forward now to the transition to EMA and what that will bring. From a regulator's perspective at HPRA, we would very much see the regulations and the objectives as being there to improve and enhance the safety of patients and citizens using medical devices to protect public health, and also to find that balance to provide an environment to support innovation, one and a regulatory system that is consistent and transparent. And the expert panels really have very important roles in providing a scientific, a clinical advisory foundation to achieving those objectives. The expert panels can help afford independence, expertise, and really provide a common platform on scientific and clinical knowledge to bring the system forward to the next regulatory framework. As the previous speakers have outlined, the CECP and the PECP, the two consultation procedures described in the regulations, have been the focus to date, and it will be very interesting and very useful, I think, to get feedback on the reviews that are ongoing about the experience to date to ensure that the panels can operate effectively and that we can continue to ensure that the assessments, I guess, are done as effectively as possible. I do think to finish up that transferring these functions to the EMA provides a very exciting opportunity, as Sylvie very well outlined in her presentation, the good fit that these expert panels are with the EMA, but also providing a really exciting opportunity to look to further expand the role of the panels in line with the regulations. As Claudius has touched upon many of them, we would very much encourage the prioritization of expanding the role past the consultation procedures. So in particular, really looking to launch a mechanism so that the expert panels can provide advice to innovators, to academics, to micro, small enterprises and other industry on clinical development strategies and innovation of new technologies. I think the expert panels will also have a very crucial role to input to the regulatory system to help define common specifications or guidance specific to medical devices, to help define the specific clinical performance safety criteria that in particular a high-risk medical device should have. And I think that defining those mechanisms for the expert panels would be very important, also in tandem with looking how the system can initiate common specification development, how it can select which devices should be subject to focus for specification development, and how to progress into finalization. And finally, I think the expert panels really provide a unique opportunity to help improve the safety of medical devices, in particular providing advice and guidance to the regulatory network through the Medical Device Coordination Group, the MDCG, in particular on some of the key safety issues and some of the examples, for instance, that Sylvie outlined in her presentation from a historical perspective would very much have benefited from expert panel advice. But thank you very much again for inviting me to participate, and I very much look forward to the further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niall, for your input. And we now go to the first representative of the expert panel, actually here, Rob Nellison, please.
Okay, thank you, Anna-Eva. It's nice to be here with you. So I'm one of those persons you are talking about in the former speakers. In my daily life, I'm an orthopedic surgeon and a professor in orthopedics at Leiden University Medical Center. involved in research and implants for already 25 years. I'm the founder of the Dutch Arthroplasty Registry, which is one of the biggest worldwide after the UK, with a 99% completeness. And I think the most important thing I wanted to be involved, and I'm very glad to be selected, is that one of my drivers in daily life is, that's the reason I work in academia and not in private practice, but I still do surgery, is that I try to improve the world still, better patient safety, and get rid of those blind spots of my colleagues and probably also industry and regulators. So we also have this nice grant, this EU grant, the Core MD, you probably heard about it. And hopefully we'll have some nice standards with our Core MD Horizon 2020 project, which is led by Alan Fraser, a cardiologist. And it's a very nice collaboration between orthopedics and cardiology. So I think the role for the experts is, well, hopefully in future we'll have some harmonization on standards on clinical evidence based on science. And when I'm working in my daily life, there is some very interesting discussions about what is clinical evidence. So, and the former speakers already alluded to this. I think it's very nice to use us as experts. And I'm the chairman of the expert panel for orthopedics, trauma, and rheumatology and rehabilitation. Use us to make these standards. At least that's you don't have to ask me. That's something which will originate by itself from my academic background. So we have better patient safety. And I think it's also a misconduct by some surgeons and some people when I talk to people is that it will stop innovation. I think by the new medical device regulations, it will improve innovation. It will improve innovation for the better and safety of patients with a high quality. My ambition would be we as Europeans or EU set the standards for the rest of the world. That's what I like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. We now go to Olga Polidoro. You are also a representative of the panel.
Hello from my side also. I'm Olga Polidoro. It's nice speaking after Rob because he said a lot of the panels and for the European and the part in the studies. Well, I'm the chair of the screening panel, and for the profession, I'm a dentist. I work also in the university, not in the private practice, where I have the clinical contact with the patients and additionally the research on the material section. I am the head of the preventive and restorative dentistry in the Department of Operative Dentistry. And actually, there is one more point that makes this easy to work here. I'm a member of a lot of the working groups of the DIN and ISO for dentistry. That's why it helps me see how necessary it is to have better standards nowadays. Inside the screening panel, I had the opportunity to work on this medical device that was presented before. We had excellent guidance and help from Claudius and his group. I believe that the use of the panels, as they are here, it can help to make better standards, like Rob said, not everybody, and to have the same standards always for the devices, and to to improve the regulations. So I'm excited being here. I want to help to thank you that I'm allowed to be here, and I'm excited for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga. We now go to Matthias Niedrig.
Yes. Hello. I'm Matthias Niedrig. I'm from professional virologist and worked a long time in the Robert Koch Institute. Now I'm working for the German Accreditation Office and in part also as a consultant for the WHO. I have a long experience in the developing diagnostic as well as evaluating diagnostic on quality and sensitivity, I think, for different more or less emerging diseases in the virology field. So, and I'm now co-chair in the EVD panel together and have the pleasure to evaluate around 6 dossiers in the group. So, and together with Claudius, I think we are performing a kind of learning curve, I think, how to best evaluate these assays and dossiers and under certain aspects. And this is, I think, an ongoing exercise at the moment, and it's very exciting. I think it's very important what we have seen also, in particular now for SARS-CoV diagnostic, where we see, I think, a great diversity of different assays. And this has, of course, a major impact also on controlling the disease and the outbreak situation. So that's all I want to contribute at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matthias, for this input as well. We now go to the last member of the panel here today. It's Oliver Bisazza from MedTech Europe.
Thank you, Anna-Eva. I'm here from MedTech Europe, representing the regulated medical device and in vitro diagnostic industry. And from a manufacturer's perspective of these devices and tests, we also see these expert panels as very important. We're very interested to see what the transfer of responsibilities to the EMA will bring, for the simple reason that, as nicely expressed by prior speakers, these panels are a key novel feature of the new regulatory framework for medical devices, which was published nearly 5 years ago. And while, as mentioned, these panels are carrying out some of the duties envisaged for them in the regulations, many of their duties are yet to be rolled out, and we are very eager to see those duties rolled out as soon as possible. So we would very much hope that the transfer of responsibility to EMA will see an acceleration of that process rather than the process being slowed down. To give just one example, it was mentioned already by Niall, and there are definitely manufacturers in our membership who are quite interested to, on a voluntary basis, seek early advice from the panels on their clinical development strategy, because that is seen as one way as giving a bit more predictability to their the regulatory assessment and approval of their devices. And that feature of the expert panel system is yet to be rolled out. So that's just one example that we're interested in from a manufacturer's perspective. We're also very interested to see precisely how the EMA will support these panels, because the EMA has a very proven track record in the area of pharmaceuticals, but medical devices and IVDs are fundamentally different, much more diverse and technologically complex. And so while the role of the EMA is primarily an administrative one, we nevertheless hope that the staff recruited and trained to support these panels will have a minimum level of knowledge about how medical devices operate, and can support the panelists not only on very administrative tasks, but also in explaining the role and boundaries of the regulations, because a panelist will presumably turn to the EMA if they have questions. Linked to that, and it's the final point I'll make before the Q&A session, the panels will have a large number of duties already foreseen in the regulation, and the amount of working time they can carry out is limited. We would like to see the panel's time and energies focused very strictly on those tasks, because, as mentioned by others, they are very important tasks. We do not want to see the panel's roles stretched too much, and we do not want to see the panels deviate from the tasks that they are called out in the regulations to do. And that's why the role of the EMA staff is very important, to ensure that the discussions and words coming out of the panels and all the documents are actually in line with what the regulation has put them there to do. Because the more we broaden the panel's duties and field of activity, the more stretched they can become, and the less likely they are to deliver on the objectives that they were created for. Many more things I can say on this and to elaborate in the Q&A, but I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for this last contribution from the panel. So thanks a lot to all the panelists. We now would like to open the floor, and just to explain that you will be able, for all of those attending via WebEx, you will be able to raise your hand, and please put on the camera and your micro when you're speaking. That makes it a little bit easier to understand each other. You can also type your questions in the chat box that you have, and again you can also put your comments on the slide, and you have the hashtag code on this slide. So we now open the floor. And maybe just to say that there is one very positive comment in the chat that I read saying that it is positive that the expert panels are now open and operational, which I think is very welcome, and we are very pleased too that it has started to take opinions and so on.
So I see in the chat, I see a question about shortages of medical devices, and there was a session, of course, on this topic earlier. Just checking maybe with Fergus, if you're here, whether this was a question that had been addressed in the previous panel.
So there are a couple of questions on shortages. One is that I see is in relation to the possibility for patients to report shortages. I think we still have Monica with us, so perhaps Monica, you could comment there.
Yes, thank you, Fergus. Indeed, I think as mentioned also in the chat box, this is not foreseen in the regulation. I do understand that at national level, national competent authorities do collect information from a number of stakeholders. And if our panelist from this morning is still online, Thierry, maybe you'll be able to give us further details on that. Or indeed, Noel from HPRA.
Sorry, yeah, I'll take that, Monica. Yes, indeed. You know, there are certain levels of information gathered at member state level in relation to potential shortages of medical devices. I guess primarily the regulatory authorities tend not to have shortage roles for medical devices because it tends to fall to health service providers, and we've seen over the recent years, first through the experience with Brexit and more recently under the pandemic, I guess the need to have very close engagement at national level with our health service providers to discuss, identify, and then hopefully mitigate potential shortages and disruptions to supply. But quite a big challenge, I think.
Okay, and if I may, there's just one second question about the shortages on devices, which is what are the criteria for medical devices to be included for monitoring, preventing, and reporting on their shortages?
So yes, I can try to address that. So in relation to the medical devices, so as we mentioned during session 1, the scope is only for public health emergencies. So the agency will have a coordinating role only in the case of public health emergencies. And when we are faced with a public health emergency, then we will have to set up a list of categories of critical medical devices. So this is something that we are working towards preparing a methodology to come up with such list. And we're working with national competent authorities, and we'll also work with our stakeholders to see what is the best way for us to establish such list. We have the learnings from the COVID pandemic, where the European Commission set up a list of COVID-specific critical devices. So that would be one of the starting points that we will use to develop such list. But this is something that we have to work on the next few months to be prepared when this part of the regulation becomes applicable on the 2nd of February 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Monica. Back to you, Alexei.
Yeah, all right, thank you. So then we also have a question regarding, how the opinions from the panels have been followed by the notified bodies, and I wonder whether it's too early days to be able to respond to this, since this is all quite recent. I was just wondering if we have an answer to this question already, or whether this is still something that we are following. Is there someone in the panel who would like to take that question?
Yeah, I could maybe say something, although Alexis. So I think it's important to understand that the advice being provided to the notified body has to be considered by the notified body by law. So the notified body cannot just ignore it. So important is now that this goes through basically over the tables of the experts at the notified bodies. or of this relevant notified bodies, and they have to consider what to do. I would understand in their client relationship also with the manufacturer. In this concrete example, we don't know. I also don't think that the device has yet been put on the market, but I think what we could contextually maybe discuss briefly is that the notified body, as I said, is obliged to take the advice of the panel into consideration. If they have another view, they are then obliged actually to write up a justification why or to which extent they have or have not taken up some of the advice or recommendations from the expert panels. And also this justification will go to the member states for the mechanism for scrutiny, so that the member states, once the device actually is registered or the certification is closed, can see what actually the notified body did with the panel advice, and there could be potentially activities then if necessary. So it's important that there is, it's as Sylvie outlined, the panel advice is not legally binding, but the notified body is obliged to take it into consideration and also to justify if they don't follow the advice. And I think it's a good element indeed for this scrutiny of how the clinical evaluation basically is hopefully improving. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Claudius, for this clarification. Anna-Eva, is it okay for you if I just go through the chat questions?
Yes, please go ahead, Alexis.
All right. So then we have a comment that sees this is as a very positive progress with the expert panels, but there is a comment on how we will ensure that the opinions from the panels reflect the requirements of the regulations and the legal text. Maybe there's a question that is sort of hidden in this comment. So maybe somebody from the expert panels could reply to this question.
Well, you meaning the chat on the examples of departure from the requirements?
So yeah, here the question is, yes, how will the panels, abide by the regulations and the legal text? So,
well, we didn't have that many in orthopedics and trauma yet, so that's. But we had some discussions with two issues, not issues, that's negative, about two examples. But I think the problem, I think, is because we only had very few within orthopedic trauma in my panel, is that we need some guidelines what really clinical evidence is. And so there seems to be now dissociation is a too negative word, but a little wording, legal wording, and some of you are lawyers, you know what I mean. I'm just a simple doctor. Is there's sometimes a discrepancy, but we mean the same. It's about the benefit-risk ratio, and that's what I take account of in daily practice when I put people on my surgery list. That's for a doctor. It means it's very evident. But clinical evidence, I think, an important thing what I was already telling is that we also should harmonize what we consider clinical evidence. And clinical evidence is different for any of these 10 expert panels, different any device. So different for spine implant, a shoulder implant, a hip implant, but different for dentistry, different for meshes. And that's, I think, also one of the tasks that will not overstretch the expertise of the expert panel. But I think that is part of the expertise of the expert panels, because we are the experts panel. At least we are the independent persons who try to improve safety and still have innovation. That's perhaps my more metaphysical answer than a specific answer.
Claudius?
Sorry, if I can just add to the brilliant summary of Rob in terms of course, the big picture really that has to be kept in mind. I think maybe the question also has an undercurrent of how did the Commission and how will EMA ensure in the future that the panels really stay within their mandate. And there, I think it's very important to emphasize that the expert panels have received a lot of guidance documents from us, which is now passed on to EMA, where we really tried, of course, to outline what is the mandate of the panels in the context of these consultations. this mandate is very clearly outlined in the MDR, and of course the Secretariat, the JRC did that, and EMA does it now, ensures, of course, that the mandate is also respected. So I'm just giving a few keywords. The mandate encompasses the sufficiency of the clinical data that is provided, but also the consistency of, for instance, the clinical evidence with the post-market clinical follow-up plan and with the medical indications or the purpose of the devices. And I would also like to highlight that we prepared training materials, which is on the Santé Expert Panel website for the experts. And actually that's for everybody visible. Everybody can look at that and can see what sort of guidance the expert panel experts have received in terms of staying within the mandate. Oliver mentioned an important point. Of course, this is true. The expert panels have a lot of roles, and it's clear they must focus to be effective, and there's enough work to be done, definitely. Thank you.
No, absolutely, Claudius, and I would just maybe add to that EMA, we have great experience in regulating medicines, of course. Now we are supporting the expert panels, and the job of ensuring that expert groups, whether they are these panels or any other expert groups, operate in the context of the regulation. That's really what we're here for in terms of supporting the expert panels. When it comes to the scientific work, this is then the work of the panels to ensure that they follow the standards that are set out, that are laid out for these devices, that there's consistency in the opinions. And I think the opportunity that the panels now provide is it brings the best experts together to define the standards going forward. And as the colleagues have mentioned in the introductions, there's an ambition to be leading the best possible standards for devices in the EU. So I think it's very good to hear this for the benefits of patients and healthcare professionals. So I'm just going through the next question and just following the order. So there's a question.
Alexi, if I may, Francois Huillet from Eurodis has had his hand up for.
Oh, I thank you. I don't see all the hands. Oliver.
Well, and then Oliver, and then Francois Huillet.
Okay, thank you very much. So as Rob said, it is indeed early days for these panels, and as more of the opinions come out, it will be easier to assess the content of them. And Claudius is also correct. The JRC has provided quite extensive training materials to the panel members, all of which is public and good. Nevertheless, to respond to the question that was asked, we have observed one, maybe two things that have made us question whether the panels are strictly operating within the boundaries of the regulation. I can quickly go you through. One of them is actually in the area of in vitro diagnostics, where one of the views, it related basically to a chikungunya test, and the view provided by the expert panels, among its many remarks, was that the manufacturer of that test had only conducted a clinical study or performance evaluation study, as it's called, in Puerto Rico. And they seem to believe that it's a requirement of the IVD regulation to carry these studies out in Europe. And if that's a correct understanding of what the panel was saying, that is different from what we understand the IVD regulation to require. There is nothing in the regulation about where the studies must be carried out. So that's an example of something where perhaps a little bit of policing about what the panels are doing and how well they understand the scope of our regulations is important. The other example, and it does not relate to an expert panel view published just yet, but it's no secret for those of us who have been following this. Some members of certain panels have been pretty open and public about their wish to see the panels encourage our industry to not only generate clinical evidence for the conventional safety and performance objectives laid down in our regulations, but actually to promote the generation of clinical evidence for things like relative effectiveness and other objectives more laid down in regulations on health technology assessment, etc., which is a fundamentally different kind of exercise, fundamentally different kinds of studies, and as confirmed many times by the European Commission, is not in the scope of our sectoral regulations. So again, effort has been made to train the panelists to ensure they are expert, impartial, etc. But at the end of the day, they are there to do a very defined job and not to do whatever they want. And so just to ensure, again, that their money and time is appropriately used, some degree of policing is important, and I hope the EMA will take that on board as they take over responsibilities for the panels.
Okay,
I don't know if Claudius would like to comment on this, because I see you have your hands raised. Otherwise, I see also that Niall is asking for the floor. But maybe Claudius first, if it is in relation to this.
Yeah, I see Niall and Olga also having their hands up, so I will make it very brief. It's good that we get a lively discussion. Oliver, if I may, I believe that the particular case on chikungunya you mentioned was actually the panel was mentioning also non-vector transmission possibilities. I think that was one of the reasons why that was mentioned, if I remember correctly. And then again, just on the issue of the sort of comparative assessment, I couldn't agree more. You're absolutely right. That is an entirely different animal, really, and it shouldn't be mixed in. And the MDR and the IVDR are very clear what they want from the expert panels in terms of these consultations. And if you look at the training material and the guidance documents, definitely that is really what we have outlined, and it's not about these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudius. And now, Niall, please.
Thanks, Anna-Eva. I don't have any specific examples to address the question, but I do think it's a very important point that Rob made, about trying to ensure that there is a good understanding across the expert panels of clinical evidence and what requirements there may be. And that's why, while I recognize we need to make sure that the panels can focus on the core activities, that I think it is important to start discussion about common specifications and device guidances, because while they may not necessarily be specific to the devices undergoing consultation through the panels, through the CECP or PECP, they will help to increase the understanding of all of the experts involved about how clinical evidence works under the regulations, and helps to, I guess, set precedent and baseline upon which then knowledge can be built further in terms of how the regulatory system operates to make sure that the panel stays within the system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Niall. I think it is important. I mean, it will be, as we all know, and as what was explained, the panels have been focused, and very rightly so, on the CCPs and the PCPs in the beginning and in this initial phase. We know that there is a long list of activities that could be managed by the expert panel set out in the legislation as such. Where I think it's very interesting to have different ideas here as well, in terms of seeing what could potentially be the next steps of the panel, while keeping within the legal framework, obviously. But so thank you, and I see that Olga is also asking for the floor.
Thank you. I would like to have also to give a feedback from our side, from the expert side, and to support exactly what Rob and Claudius said. Of course, it is supposed that we justify our opinion based on our scientific expertise, but we have the rules there, and we are, during the training, we have gotten so many informations about which aspects should be taken in consideration in order to justify the opinion or the opposite. And that's why we have to say that the experts, if they are in their medical field, they follow the rules that they are published for this device. And in the case that it's not the point, if somebody doesn't know these rules, then it was very easy at the moment to contact again Claudius and his group and get important information. And at the end, after filling up this document, giving this information, if it will go to the next panel or not, giving this expert information, there's one more step where the Secretariat evaluates again if the opinions that they were given, if they were justified according to the rules. That's why actually we are inside the system. That's why I have to say that it's of course a very important question, but at the moment, during the training material, the experts remain in the system and in the rules of the medical devices.
All right. Thank you, Olga. François from Eurodis.
Yes, thank you. And if I may ask two questions. The one relates to the access to all these evaluation reports, assessment reports. So I understand some will come from the expert panels, others from EMA, and others from notified bodies. And probably Udemy will be the place where to find the reports of interest for the public, if you can confirm this. So that's the post-marketing access to the reports. But regarding all what is pre-marketing, maybe Fergus, if you could remind us the place of these clinical evaluation studies when there are clinical trials, and whether the clinical trial information system will be where we could look for that information. And my second question is, health technology assessment bodies for medicines, they established very important exchange of information with EMA and synergies to exchange information and also for scientific advice. Is the same foreseen for medical devices, or would this be at a later stage? Thank you.
If you like, I'll take the first question from Francois, which is about the link between the clinical trial information system and information on the devices, clinical studies. In fact, MDR requires that there's a link established between the clinical investigation part of Udemy and the medicines clinical trial system, so CTIS. That part of Udemy is, I understand, under development now. So we're entering into a discussion with the Commission colleagues who are doing that to see how best to establish a link between the two so that people can join the two. There is also cooperation between the MDCG, so the Medical Device Coordination Group, and the clinical trial expert group, so that the overlaps in the clinical trial parts of the legislation can be addressed.
Okay, thanks, Fergus. On the access to the reports, Claudius, would you be able to help us out here?
Maybe it's better if Anna-Eva could comment on this aspect of the publication.
Yeah, I trust that you are talking about the actual opinions by the expert panels. So once they have been delivered, they are published on the Commission website for the time being. They are published in the way as they do not identify the exact device that have been assessed or the manufacturer. That information will follow at the time of the certification, and this is simply an implementation of the legislation in terms of providing as much transparency as possible while still ensuring to keep commercial data not public. So this is the balance that has been taken, but you will find all the opinions that have been delivered so far on the Commission website. For the time being on the Santé website, but I hope that they will soon also be visible on the EMA website. So I hope that clarifies. And I see that Matthias Nygrig also is asking for the floor.
Yes, maybe just a comment also to Oliver's. I think if I understand his complaints right, I think he was thinking that it doesn't matter where the clinical evaluation study was performed. This is actually not the case, at least not for diagnostic studies. So because we have all different areas, different background reactivity. So since we have a different immunological background in the population, and this has a great impact on the specificity of the assay. So therefore, I think it's very important where the clinical evaluation was performed to make a clear to get clear information on the specificity of the test. This is just a comment. Okay. Over.
Hello everyone. I see a lot of interesting questions which are still in the chat, and so I propose we don't continue on that specific topic. We have discussed it quite a bit. We are aware of the concerns that are being raised. There was this question from Francois on HTAs. I must admit I'm not in a good position to answer this. Anna, Eva, are you? Or it goes beyond really the remit?
Okay, can we maybe invite Francois to take the question orally? That would facilitate a little bit.
Yes, just maybe to repeat. So for medicines, the European network of HT agencies and EMA worked on synergies and identify how to exchange information early in the development and evaluation of medicines to prepare the HT assessment and also parallel scientific advice discussions. My question is whether the same provisions are foreseen for medical devices between the future HTA cooperation and EMA, or of course notified bodies. So I don't know if Marcus Guardian from UNETA is still here, but I can understand that that is maybe more a question for a different forum.
No, thank you, Francois, fully understood. Maybe just to say that I think indeed for the pharmaceutical, the system is a little bit further advanced, if I may say, where we have been piloting scientific advice for quite some time within a cooperation between EMA and the HTA bodies, which is now being codified within the new HTA regulation, where it is actually within the legislation itself. I think we have to acknowledge that on the medical devices side, the scientific advice or the advice to the manufacturers prior to the certification is still a feature in the medical devices regulation that we have not made operational yet. And I heard that there were some interest, including from Oliver here today. And I think that we probably need to launch that work before we can develop and look at whether synergies are to be found here. So yeah, in short, the process is less advanced and less formalized, but I note that there is some interest in this.
No, absolutely. We certainly we see that the way the products are progressing, the convergence between what is a medicine, what is a device, and the fact that these are more and more integrated and interdependent poses this question of how we provide a more integrated way in the future. And we take this step now, and there will be certainly other steps to be taken as we progress. I think it relates to these questions of how we assess, so how we decide. There was a question on an ATMP, so if it's a device or an ATMP, is it a medicine, a device? So, and there's another question on how we evaluate a drug-device combination. So maybe I can give a quick answer in the sense that there are processes to classify ATMPs. So there's a process to decide, is it an ATMP or not, and that will decide the regulatory path that the evaluation takes. And the EMA has a role in this classification process. And then on the combinations, there are mechanisms of consultation when these are integrated devices. There are mechanisms of consultation with the notified bodies and EMA and the national competent authorities for medicines, depending on where the combination is being regulated. And this has been introduced with the new medical device or has been strengthened with the new medical device regulation. And of course, if it is a device, a standalone device, then the expert panels are maybe involved in this. I don't know if my answer is comprehensive enough. Otherwise, I invite the panelists to maybe add to what I just quickly described. I'm looking at the time, and I'm We still have a question on pediatrics, which I would like that we address. So was this comprehensive enough? Yeah, I see nobody raising the hand, so all right, thank you. So we have a question here on the devices for children. Let me just find it. Sorry, there are so many questions. So there's a concern about the access to market and the fact that we may have some devices that we won't have access anymore. I thought it was on children, but yes, it is. So it was Christine Dehn. I don't know if you wish to intervene yourself directly to raise your concern, Christine. Okay, well then I can read out the question. So it says here that especially the pediatric patients' carers report that important and life-saving devices vanish from the market. So that is a concern of availability. Is there anybody who wishes to comment on this and maybe reassure our patients?
Now I'm not muted anymore, so if you
Right.
want me to, thank you. Now, this question was raised by our pediatric community, and they said that there are medical devices like stents or life-saving catheters or whatever, that they're vanishing from the market and they don't have access anymore, and that the concern from this community is that they are not able to be treated according to the latest standard of the art. And the question is, we had discussions already, and the manufacturers tell us that the problem is that the cost effectiveness for them is not there anymore because these are rare devices with low production figures. So we are sitting here as patient community in between the chairs because they say it's not financially attractive anymore. Our patients tell us we don't have the devices, and the healthcare professionals agree with this and are really concerned. I have raised this issue with the EMA previously, but I thought, and I have asked for a solution if there can be some considerations how this can be ensured that even if it like a grandfathering system or whatever, I'm not an expert in possible solutions. I just wanted to make sure that these patients are not forgotten. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christine. Very clear message. Anyone wishes to comment?
Well, the only thing I can say that's also happening even in my department. We are the biggest bone tumor center in the Netherlands, and one of the industry said they did not have any from the NDD to the MDR. They had some problems with their notified body, and even children of 10, 12 years old, when they have a Ewing sarcoma, that's a malignant bone tumor, they need it's quality of life saving device, and that's interesting. And some companies took their product off the market. I have personal experiences in my department, but I do not have the answer, but it's happening. So it's really what Christine was telling is happening in at least in the Netherlands.
I don't know if maybe Niall would like to come in on this one.
Thanks, Anna-Eva. I do think it's a very important question and a very important topic that's been raised, and also I think a very complex one. I think if you're looking particularly, let's say, at cardiovascular devices in pediatric populations, like Christine has asked about, obviously there potentially are subgroups of devices that are maybe best described as niche medical devices, or analogous to what might be called in the medicinal product field orphan medicines, where there is a very small patient population, a very small usage of the medical device on an annual basis. And then obviously when it comes to meeting the costs of compliance with the new regulations, that can be prohibitively expensive, and indeed many of these things may be developed by smaller companies. I do think there is discussion going on within the regulatory network at MDCG level in relation to this issue. It has been identified as something of concern, but I do think it is something that potentially the expert panels could also have an important role in providing advice on, particularly in arriving at a definition of what could be considered as that type of niche product. Because I guess There are many different other categories of products which maybe are for broader patient populations, have been on the market for a long period of time, and the manufacturer may decide not to proceed with MDR certification or IVDR certification because of the cost. So it's very important, I think, to take a very scientific and clinically focused approach to addressing this really important challenge. And that's why I think the expert panels could have a really important role in helping to define what we should look to put maybe specific provisions in place for. If we look at other regions like FDA, would have things like specific requirements for breakthrough medical devices, which I guess might be a similar type of product. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Niall. I think there are still lots of questions in the chat. Thank you very much for the lively discussion. I think we need to close this session, pass over to Fergus back. I'm sure many questions will come over the coming months, and we will find ways to clarify for our stakeholders going forward. So Fergus, back to you.
So thanks very much, Anna-Eva and Alexis, and yeah, really lively discussion. I think it underlines the value of these sessions, and particularly in this area, I think a very technical one, which is perhaps not so well understood across the different stakeholder groups. So one where we're going to need more to build understanding and knowledge of the processes and indeed the challenges that different stakeholders face. I just wanted to give the floor to Paul Piscoy. You had your hand up. I think you said in the chat that you could add a little bit more on clinical studies. So I'd like to give you that opportunity, Paul, if you wish.
Oh, thank you. I was not even waiting for it, so I try to be very, very fast. I'm Paul Piscoy, Chair of the Clinical Investigation Evaluation Working Group of the European Commission. Two replies to two questions. The first one, the summary of the clinical investigation will be found in EUDAMED. As a matter of fact, the report of a clinical investigation and its summary, both of them will be found in EUDAMED. So that was one of the questions. And secondly, the debate on the use of the third country data, I think it's not for today. But I want to let you know that the CIE is looking as we speak, as a matter of fact, because there is a task force on that, aimed to deliver in the autumn also this matters. So the usage of data from third countries will be tackled by this working group. I don't think at the moment there is a yes or no in the legislation itself. But looking at the chat, I think all those comments are very relevant because, of course, the sponsor needs and the manufacturer needs to show that the data obtained is relevant for the population. Having said that, the panels have the duty to look at the data as presented, and they may issue an opinion. But after that, the notified body will look at that opinion and may decide to disagree with that and not follow it. For which we'll have to prove a full justification, for instance, because of the data is indeed useful and has been taken into account into the assessment, because, for instance, the populations have been proven to be similar. As for the role of policing, the experts, we see these panels as being independent, and I don't think the use of word policing would be good. Of course, the Commission and EMA now as Secretariat is paying attention to the work of the panels to be stayed within the mandate. That was my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's very, very useful information. So now perhaps I'll ask colleagues if we can bring up the slide. I can see on a separate screen there's been a lot of things put there as well. And I'll just go down, and if Alexi or Anna, even if you want to jump in on any of these points, please do. But I think some of these are statements rather than questions, and I think really come out of the different discussions we've had already. So involving industry more, cooperation is key in crisis, and we need to cooperate closely, and clearly there'll be many opportunities to have discussions including very specific technical discussions on the different aspects. Positive views, expert panels are operational. It's key to ensure that the opinions issued reflect the requirements of the regulations. ease scientific advice for industry to better serve innovation. What does a non-binding opinion from expert panels mean in the end? I don't know if somebody wants to briefly comment. I think it's, is the education material provided to aid use of devices assessed by expert panels? And then there are a number of others. I don't know if you want to comment, or if there's somebody who wants to comment on the education materials provided to aid use of devices. Are they part of the assessment as well as the scientific data on the device itself?
No.
I think Claudius is asking for the floor.
Claudius.
Somebody said no.
No.
That's right. It's not part of the mandate according to the law. So that's not being looked at.
So would that be the notified body then who looks at that afterwards?
Good question.
Okay.
Yes.
Something to learn. Because yes, thank you for the voice. Paul, thank you, Paul.
The voice is Paul Piscoy. So apologies, but I think we're running out of time, and I wanted to be super brief.
No, but that's very clear. Okay.
Just to make a remark, I think it's also part of the professional attitude of the clinicians. In the Netherlands, it's not mandatory, but it's social pressure which dictates that you should never implant a new hip spine device without any proper training. So I mean, we are also professionals. 6 years medical school, 6 years orthopedic surgery training. So at least you can also have some faith or trust in medical specialists in Europe. That's my remark. Or gezond vertrouwen in Dutch.
Thank you. So scroll down a little bit more. I think we're coming close to the end. Really, there were a number of comments here. There's one about our 3D printing implants. So I guess the implants would be the devices, and other questions. There were some questions also in the chat about evaluating software as a medical device, and I don't know if they're in scope, but I think at this point I'd hand back to Alexia and Anna-Eva just to wrap up this session. Then I'll move on to wrap up the meeting overall.
Yep.
But lots of future discussion, I think, there to be had. Alexi.
I mean, of course, this event, the time is limited, and the question beyond what we can now all address. It's clear that there is, as we will progress, there is an opportunity for the panels to provide guidance. I mean, this is part of what the regulation establishes. So certainly, guidance to manufacturers in terms of the innovative devices and all of that, for sure. This will be needed, and we will be looking at how we will do that in the future as we establish and strengthen these panels. It's fairly still new, so we need to watch the space how we are supporting that. And Anna-Eva, you want to close?
No, thank you. I don't have so much to add at this stage, but I think it was a very rich and interesting discussion. And I'm really glad to see that there is a huge interest in the work of the expert panels. As I said in the beginning, we really see the expert panels as a very essential part of the new regulatory framework, and they will continue to play a very important role. I mean, so far we have just a few opinions delivered, but I'm sure that we will see more of the expert panels in the future. So thank you.
Thank you very much for all the participants, for all the input and questions, and for the panel for having provided some clarification. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Anna-Eva, Alexia, and the whole panel for a really lively discussion, and our audience as well for so many questions. And certainly apologies we haven't been able to cover the rich landscape that your questions and entries in the chat have indicated, and clearly these kind of sessions are a really important tool in our engagement with everybody, and building all our understanding of both the legislation, how it works, and of the challenges that stakeholders are facing. So we still do hope that this meeting has left us all with a better understanding of the regulation itself, the EMA's due responsibilities, the immediate actions we're taking in transitioning from the current situation to the implementation of the new tasks and activities, but also in building our understanding of the challenges that the various stakeholders, industry, patients, healthcare professionals face in these areas. And it's really a complex landscape that's covered, a very broad landscape. So we've heard from session one on shortages that the regulation has become applicable on the 1st of March, and we will starting really now to operate under that new legislation on the monitoring and mitigation of shortages. We're transitioning from ad hoc structures and processes to those now formalized by the regulation, and this formalization really recognizing the good work that has been carried out already by all the actors involved. The agency starting the preparatory work to ensure a smooth and efficient delivery of the ESMP, the European Shortages Monitoring Platform, in early 2025. Big challenge, and one we will need still a lot of discussion on to make sure we can deliver something that works and gives what is needed. For critical medical devices, preparatory work is ongoing to set up the necessary structures and processes by 2nd of February 23, and the agency is working also to establish the necessary interactions with stakeholders in those fields of devices. So the new mandate provides tools to prevent shortages of medicines and ensure supply in emergencies, and in first time then extending this also to monitoring devices through these structures. So that's a very good move, and one we've seen with the experience of the last 2 years. So it is really important. We then went on to hear about the emergency task force. We've seen a lot about the activity of the COVID-19 emergency task force over the last several years, and this is now formalizing and giving strength to and some new roles to the emergency task force. It's legally established with new tools to facilitate and accelerate the approval of medicines in emergencies, building on the lessons learned from COVID-19. Obviously, continuing work now in the context of the current pandemic as well. The importance of preparedness has been emphasized. The ETF will have a leading role to coordinate preparedness and for the medicines to address new public health emergencies and horizon scanning and looking at what needs to be addressed, looking at emerging outbreaks which might or might not develop into a public health emergency, but we need to be ready for those. Links to the clinical trials and clinical trial regulation really important. We've heard quite a bit in that session about the important steps that are being taken in support of advice to developers, but also the need to advise academia and help to reinforce the conduct of large multinational studies and platforms that can be used to test new products or repurposing existing products to fight these public health emergencies and make those able to trials that can be advised on, authorized, and really set up and conducted in a rapid way, because pandemics move fast and we need to be able to respond and provide information to give good decision making. Improve collaboration and coordination across all stakeholders, EU agencies, DG HERA, DG Sante, clinical trial groups, the CTCG and the CTAG, ECDC, and really improving preparedness and response to emergencies. And from session 3 then on the medical devices expert panels, the expert panels are one of the tools in the new MDR to improve safety and performance of medical devices and in vitro diagnostics, as well as transparency for patients and healthcare professionals. And we've heard a little bit of the transparency as well, which will come with EUDAMED, so providing more information. Under the new extended mandate, expert panels activities are under the coordination of EMA, and implementation is being done on a stepwise process now. With our extensive experience in coordinating expert groups, EMA will be able to meet its new roles expectation, which will complement EMA's mission. I think a number of the other activities that we have in reaching out, for instance, to SMEs can also complement this activity. EMA's new mandate strengthens the preparedness for major public health crisis and provides more resilience for the availability of devices through its advisory role on the critical medical devices. And our coordination of the expert panels will lead to a more integrated and synergistic approach to the management of scientific panels for devices, which will help improve public health protection for the entire Union. We've certainly collected very rich feedback today on these different aspects and gained a better understanding of your expectations and concerns. I think that's really important. There are going to have to be more of these kind of sessions, perhaps more focused ones as well on the different aspects. But we'd like to leave you with a number of messages. And I think the close collaboration between Commission, DG Sante and DG HERA, EMA and ECDC, and the complementary work, as I illustrated in a slide early this morning, that we're all working to ensure that the work we do is complementary and that we provide and ensure that the next time a public health threat hits the EU, we have adequate platforms for support, coordination and evaluation of all aspects relating to medicines and devices. And this clearly has a lot of preparedness work so that we're ready and can move quickly when a next public health emergency hits. Stakeholder engagement, communication, transparency, and international cooperation will continue to be critical functions, not only in crisis response, but also in our collective preparedness to face the challenges ahead. And as has been emphasized, and it's really been very good to have the participation today and really active discussion also with the patient and healthcare professional representatives. These are key to the agency's regulatory processes now through input of scientific knowledge and specific knowledge, real life experience. Accordingly, the new mandate ensures opportunities for involvement of patients and healthcare professionals, in addition to the already well-established platforms for dialogue, the Patient and Consumers Working Party and Healthcare Professional Working Party. They have representatives in the ETF and as part of the Mssg and MDSSG also. Industry stakeholders are also key to making the new mandate a success. There are a number of new tasks for industry linked to reporting responsibilities and setup of industry contact points for critical medicines. EMA has established a standing group with industry stakeholders to provide regular updates on the state of implementation of the extended mandate, and we can use these platforms and processes really to further understand the issues and find the way forward and the best way forward to make all of this work. As always, we count on the regulatory network, our partners and stakeholders to work together for a smooth and successful implementation of the legislation. And EMA remains open to a continued dialogue on the best way forward. So really, thank you for the very active dialogue today. I think it illustrates the enormous interest, but the enormous willingness of everybody to contribute, to identify the issues, but also to identify the solutions. So thank you, and we really look forward to more dialogue. It's essential. So on a practical note, a recording of the meeting will be published on our website in a few days for the benefit of those not able to watch today or who may want to go back and listen again or share with colleagues. So look out for that and really just thank you very much again to all our presenters, panelists, chairs, and the hugely engaged audience we've had from all communities. Excellent. Thank you, and have a good evening and weekend.